25%. Chapter 101. Anti-invasion of the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle. However, the Death Star Fortress serves as a top combat weapon. Now that there are conditions, it is natural to equip them. Moreover, if you want to compete with the advanced arm rotation level civilization, it is very disadvantageous to not have weapons of this level. Death Star Fortress is not his patent. In the records of Chenchuan civilization, there is some information about those intermediate level arm spin level civilizations and advanced arm spin level civilizations. Of course, this information is only a part of the strength displayed by the other side during the military parade. However, light is the power of this part to be revealed. It's been very exaggerated. Just like the uncrowned king of the Horden River system, the advanced stellar civilization with the largest first arm. There have been 5 huge Death Star fortresses on display. Although 3 of them are only B-level arm spinning level. Only 2 have entered the A-class arm spinning class level. However, it is still a force that is enough to make people feel terrified. It can be said that a B-level arm spinning level Death Star fortress can already be invincible in the middle level arm spinning civilization. Even, it can fight against those old-fashioned intermediate arm spinning civilizations alone. Because, this is completely a huge arsenal. The energy contained in it is even more terrifying and can guarantee long-term output. It is simply not comparable to ordinary warships. A-level arm spinning level Death Star fortresses can even arouse the high degree of jealousy of those veteran advanced arm spinning civilizations that do not have Death Star fortresses. One can imagine the strategic value of the Death Star fortress. There is even such a saying in the universe. Only the Death Star fortress can compete with the Death Star fortress, which is enough to see how powerful this super weapon is. Therefore, it is necessary to build several Death Star fortresses. However, I want to really let the Death Star fortress truly exert its full combat power. That would cost a full tenth of his total resources. Sure enough, these high-techs are really burning money. But I haven't conquered these 3 small arms, and I still don't provoke those civilizations with big arms. Shen Yi shook his head helplessly. The only way to quickly earn a lot of resources is to fight others. Then, the opponent's battleship was recovered. But now that his territory has not stabilized, it would be a bit too wild to invade others. It's easy to take 2 big steps and tear the eggs. Moreover, Shen Yi is not so short of time, he has the patience to wait. I just managed to manage my own site well and digested these sites. After all preparations are made, it is not too late to choose to attack. The level of the things produced this time has also been greatly increased, and all of them have entered the B-level arm spinning level and the A-level arm spinning level. The reason why I didn't produce before was just because I didn't want to when my resources were insufficient. Just provoke those intermediate arm rotation level civilization and advanced arm rotation level civilization. But now, because of the fleets of Storm Civilization and Qian Civilization, the D-level arm spinning materials and C-level arm spinning materials under his hands have skyrocketed. He no longer needs to be afraid of those intermediate arm spin level civilizations and advanced arm spin level civilizations. At best, the opponent has the technology of the B-level arm rotation level and A-level arm rotation level. Where Shen Yi was worse than them before was quantity rather than quality. Today, he is also able to manufacture B-class arm spin and even A-class arm spin warships on a large scale. Even if the opponent really found out and attacked, Shen Yi didn't need to care too much. Soon, the first batch of technological products were produced. After 100 times the increase in the strengthening system, their abilities have all improved a lot. Teardrop type interstellar shuttle. Grade rating. Grade B arm rotation grade. Ability. Although the size is not large, it has a speed comparable to A-class arm rotation class and the maximum speed can reach Mach 500,000. Consumption. The maximum flight speed consumes 5 million energy per hour. Liquid Super Brain Main Body. Grade rating. Grade A Army Rotation Grade. Ability. The Super Brain Main Body with liquefaction ability. As long as it has data, it can be transformed into any object of the same level or even a battleship, and has its functions, and at the same time, the computing power can easily handle all affairs in the advanced arm level civilization. Consumption. Follow the transformation of objects to consume energy, daily consumption of 100 trillion energy. Nano Repair Robot, one-time production, 10,000 units can be produced. Grade rating. Grade A Army Rotation Grade. Ability. The size is only 1/10 of a nanometer, but the effect is very powerful, ranging from repairing physical damage to repairing arm-spin battleships of the same level. As long as the number is enough, everything can be done. 10,000 can repair A-class arms. Rotation class all non-fatal injuries of warships. Consumption. Only consumes 5 million energy per day. Hurricane class guided missile destroyer. Grade rating. Grade A Army rotation grade. Capacity. The maximum speed is Mach 450,000 per hour. It is equipped with Hurricane-class armor-piercing missiles, World-class magnetic storm missiles and Scorching Sun-class high-explosive missiles. It can penetrate armor, kill enemies and consume energy barriers. It can launch 36 missiles at the same time. It is the ultimate killer in the advanced arm-spinning civilization. Consumption. 500 billion energy points are consumed every day. Roar-class laser battleship. Grade rating. Grade A Army rotation grade. Capability. Maximum speed of Mach 480,000 per hour, equipped with a laser main gun, 14 laser-phased artillery arrays, and 36 close-range laser-phased arrays. Consumption. 500 billion energy points are consumed every day. These things have reached the level of advanced arm-spinning civilization. Even, many advanced arm-spinning civilizations do not have such technology at all. Especially the liquid super brain main body. I am afraid that even those top-level arm rotation level civilizations will be jealous. Don't look at its technology level is not very high. However, its ability is too perverted. As long as there is data information, you can make changes directly. This ability is not too unbelievable. After all, in many cases, if this thing is missing, it just happens to be not at hand at the moment. And the liquid super brain main body can save lives. At this moment, Shen Ling also loaded the information into the main body of the liquid ultra brain, and completed the upgrade in an instant. However, she did not change into any technological product as Shen Yi thought. Instead, she turned into the appearance of Sister Hai Si Yu and ran to Shen Yi's side happily. Master, I finally have my own body. Shen Ling took Shen Yi's arm and looked very excited. The soft touch and warm feeling on the arm made Shen Yi a little puzzled. If you don't know that Shen Ling's body is liquid metal, he probably thought it was the body of a real person. However, he doesn't have such a strange XP, and he likes a robot with an unknown number of tons. No matter how strong his physique is, he can't stand it. What's more, in a sense, Shen Ling's body is no different from Gundam. Japanese snake, ghost, Gundam. Funny, that was really scary. At this time, Shen also came over, his face full of anticipation. Master, when will we produce the Death Star Fortress? There are also various weapons above, and they don't need to be too high, as long as D-level arm rotation level, it's just a level. Obviously, she also saw the power of these battleships at this moment. In my heart, my expectations for a war killer like Death Star Fortress are even greater. As long as the Death Star Fortress is in hand, she will dare to touch it even if it is an advanced civilization. Of course, although Shen Yi doesn't have much offensive needs these days. But she still hopes to plan ahead, even if she looks at it. Death Star Fortress. That's fine, but wait until it's upgraded. Shen Yi said. The current Death Star Fortress is only D-class armspin class. Even after the 100-fold enhancement system is strengthened, it is only B-level arm rotation level. When dealing with the intermediate arm rotation level civilization, it may be very fierce. But it doesn't have much effect against advanced arm rotation level civilization. It is better to make AC level arm spin level Death Star Fortress in one step, and strengthen it into A level arm spin level. In this way, even in the face of advanced arm rotation level civilization, he can still fight. Well, as long as you agree. A smile appeared in Shen Er's eyes. However, Shen Yi seemed to see a sea of fire and an endless battlefield from this smile. Being a robot can have such rich emotions. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would have been a little weird. However, it has developed to the level of Shen and Shen Ling. They are basically no different from intelligent life. Next, it was a 10-day wait. 10 days later, the wreckage of the battleships of Stormwind Civilization and Qian Civilization were all recovered. A large number of arm-spinning resources quickly filled Shen Yi's warehouse. Although these resources will soon be consumed in large quantities. Master, Currently we have harvested a total of 7,532 trillion units of D-level stellar materials, 6,247 trillion units of C-level stellar materials, 4,325 trillion units of B-level stellar materials, 22.17 million 100 million units of A-class stellar materials, 1,127 trillion units of S-class stellar materials, 6.6 billion units of D-class arm-spin materials, and 170 million units of C-class arm-spin materials. Shen Ling stood beside Shen Yi, looked at Shen Yi sideways, and reported softly. Now, after having a body, this place has become her exclusive location. As for Shen Er's words, he generally prefers to stand in front of the podium. However, when there is no battle, she is more autistic. In short, I stood there facing the wall and didn't move for a long time. Shen Yi asked her what she was doing, and she said that she was deducing the war with the intermediate arm-spin civilization. Shen Yi also had nothing to say about this kind of war madman. But luckily it was on his side. Otherwise, he will definitely feel a very headache. Not bad, that was the previous plan. A gleam of light flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. The next plan is called leaving Mao Ma, to stabilize the territory and at the same time to form a strong army. Prepare for the next invasion. For the civilizations he destroyed, Shen Yi can only say sorry. Today, he is still too weak. Compared to those true universe overlords, he is no different from ants. Only those who truly take charge of an entire river system and become a river system civilization may have a place in this universe. As for before, he couldn't do everything that might expose himself. For example, the process of making a Dyson sphere cannot be known to outsiders. Otherwise, it will definitely attract the spy of powerful enemies. Shen Yi didn't want to put himself in that dangerous situation. Therefore, you can only go where you can and empty it. This time, the plan to fight against the enemy will take a little longer. 0. Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Even if there is already a drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship to reduce the time, it still takes 2 months to capture all the second forearm spinners. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that the speed of the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship had reached 0.6 times the speed of light, it would be a fool's errand to want to occupy the second forearm in 2 months. However, Shen Yi also sent 2 teardrop-shaped interstellar shuttle ships to the first and third small arms. He has obtained information on Stormwind Civilization and Qian Civilization. The first small arm where the Storm Civilization is located, plus those who fled back, there are about 50 C-class arm-spin battleships left. And less than 2,000 D-class armspin-class warships. Coupled with the space city on the fortress of some similar levels, it is actually not difficult for Shen Yi to take it down. Even his B-class arm-spinning level drop-shaped space battleship can pose a huge threat to the opponent. However, what is a little more troublesome is that the other party has some relationship with the middle-level arm-spin-level civilization Qingxiao Empire on the fourth arm. There is a lot of communication between the two civilizations. Even from a certain level, the Storm Civilization basically belongs to the other's vassal. Those arm-spin class battleships that fled back before will inevitably pass some news back. Therefore, this line is likely to encounter the obstruction of this intermediate arm-spinning civilization. However, this is just a little trouble for Shen Yi. It's just an intermediate-level arm-spinning civilization, and he hasn't paid attention to it yet. And, according to Stormwind Civilization, this Qingxiao Empire is just an intermediate arm-spinning civilization that has just stepped into the ranks of the veterans. And this wave sent 2 drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ships, on the one hand, to investigate the reaction there. On the other hand, it is to destroy the opposing force of resistance. 0.00. Let him accept these 2 forearm spins more easily in the future. It is not particularly difficult for him to do this now. After all, the speed of these 2 ships is comparable to that of the A-class arm-spinning class, and their strength is also at the B-class arm-spinning class level. It is enough to easily defeat these 2 civilizations. This is the crushing of high civilization on low civilization. Even if it is only a small class in a large civilization segment. In terms of technology, the gap is huge. There will even be a crushing situation. However, if the Qingxiao Empire dispatched a fleet to help, it might be troublesome. Although the teardrop-type interstellar shuttle is not afraid of B-class arm-rotor-class battleships. But if the other party is really determined to protect a place, there is nothing very good about the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle. However, Shen Yi didn't mind taking this Qingxiao Wenming out of the way. As for Qian civilization, the situation is much simpler than that of Stormwind civilization. The opponent was completely destroyed at that time too suddenly. In addition, Millie is good at fast break, and he is very confident. Therefore, there is no such thing as Chen Wen, and there is still a backup. This also led to the news of the collapse of the whole line on their side, and it was not passed back at all. It will be easier to solve here. However, Qian civilization is also friendly with Qinchuang civilization, an intermediate-level arm spin civilization with the second largest arm. If the Qian civilization is destroyed, the other party will definitely come to trouble. And the opponent will naturally become his next opponent. For the next period of work, Shenyi is still very full. And 3 days later, a drop-shaped interstellar shuttle that shuttles directly through the artificial wormhole beacon ship. It also successfully entered the first forearm rotation and the third forearm rotation respectively. Because he has mastered the star map of the first forearm rotation and the third forearm rotation, and even the defense map. The speed of the two drop-shaped interstellar shuttles is very fast. There were no stops along the way. At an ultra-high speed of 0.6 times the speed of light, he drove all the way towards the main star system of the Storm civilization and the Qian civilization. All the warships encountered along the way were directly smashed by them. The other party didn't even have time to react, and it turned into a ruin in the universe. Moreover, no matter whether it is a space city, a battleship, or a Dyson sphere, it cannot withstand the impact of a drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship. Don't look at the size of the droplet-shaped interstellar shuttle ship is less than 10 meters. The whole body is made of arm spin grade materials, but its firmness can be called abnormal. After adding reinforcement, it has been upgraded to the B-level arm rotation level. Even if it is exposed to the B-class arm rotor class main gun on the front, it can be almost harmless. Of course, whether the other party can lock it is still a question. A full Mach 500,000, 0.6 times the speed of light, is a field that only A-class arm-spinning warships can access. It is impossible for mere B-class arm-spinning warships to lock in this class of warships. However, the movement in his own territory also immediately attracted the attention of Stormwind civilization and Qian civilization. This sudden attack came from the second arm that they planned to attack. Coupled with the fleet in the second forearm, it has been a long time since no news was delivered to them. This undoubtedly sends an uneasy signal to the high-level civilizations of both sides. Their fleet, which is invincible under the old primary arm spin civilization, may have collapsed in the second arm. How this discovery can keep them from feeling panic. Almost immediately, the high-level officials of the two sides found their adoptive father and were ready to seek assistance. 1. 26%. Chapter 102. Huge mining area at the heart of the river. The main star system of the Storm civilization. A group of high-ranking people, who hold the entire first forearm rotation, are looking at the star map at the moment. A rapidly darkening area along the way. The faces were all ugly. The speed of the other party's arrival is too fast. The space city and fleet they had laid out on their side had absolutely no way to stop the opponent's advance. After sacrificing a large number of fleets, they also gained some intelligence about each other. A drop-shaped spaceship that can fly at a speed far exceeding that of a C-class arm-spinning warship. This drop-shaped spaceship is terrifyingly powerful. Even a C-class arm rotor class battleship would be easily smashed in front of the opponent. There is absolutely no fighting back. No, it should be said that there is no chance to react. As far as the C-class arm-spinning battleship is at a speed of Mach 80,000, it cannot escape the collision of the opponent at all. What kind of monster is this? Could it be that some intermediate arm-spinning civilization has attacked us? A senior of Storm civilization said tremblingly. If that's the case, it's really a doomsday for them. It is simply too easy for an intermediate arm-spinning civilization to deal with them. Just like now. And what is the difference between the opponent's current combat power and when facing the intermediate arm rotation level civilization? I can't wait anymore. I'll report the situation here to the Qingxiao Empire immediately. 99. This is not an enemy we can deal with at all. Another high-level Storm civilization spoke up. He actually had some doubts that it was the Qinchuang civilization behind the Qian civilization. Only the other party has the ability to handle them easily. But if Qingxiao civilization knows about it, are you willing to fight the last intermediate arm-spinning civilization for us? The leader of Stormwind civilization hesitated for a moment and said slowly. The Qingxiao Empire is among a group of intermediate arm-level civilizations in the Horden River system. In fact, it is the lowest existence. Compared with the Qinchuang civilization, which is also an ordinary intermediate-level arm-spinning civilization, it is weaker. Not to mention compared to 903, another hunting and warming civilization that has stepped into the old-fashioned intermediate arm-spinning civilization. In fact, there is no harmony between these three middle-level arm-spin-level civilizations. At least, Qingxiao Empire has a very bad relationship with Qinchuang civilization. However, the two sides at least still maintain the harmony on the bright side. God knows whether the Qingxiao Empire will tear its face for the Storm civilization and Qinchuang civilization. And, even worse, what if the enemy is Hunting Wen civilization? Does the Qingxiao Empire really dare to rip apart the old-fashioned mid-level arm-spinning civilization of Hunting Wen civilization on the bright side? You know, these three parties can also be thinking about annexing each other. Leader, why don't we hide the information, say we were attacked, and ask for support? At this moment, a thin old man said. On the old man's dry face, a pair of eyes flashed with wisdom. No one dared to underestimate this old man. Because, the other party is an old monster who has lived for 6,000 or 7,000 years. It is almost watching the Storm civilization grow from the star level to the existence of the arm rotation level. Moreover, the suggestions put forward by the other party can always play a key role, and they are the greatest wise men of Stormwind civilization. Sure enough, his proposal immediately caught everyone's eyes, and they all praised. As expected of Mr. Yang, it really is a treasured sword that is not old. This plan is worthy of Mr. Yang, it is not something we can think of at all. Old Yang is worthy of being the first wise man of Storm civilization. However, the old man known as Yang Lao was not happy because of these people's praise. He just shook his head a little helplessly. Can these people really not think of these things? Just don't want to say it. After all, even if this matter is resolved in the future, the Qingxiao Empire will definitely vent the anger of being exploited. And the person who proposed this plan is 100% dead. The reason why these people, including the leaders of Stormwind civilization, did not speak out was because they did not want to be this person. This old man has lived for 6,000 or 7,000 years, although he has not lived enough. But I don't want the Storm civilization to really disappear into history because of these idiots who are afraid of death. Okay, the next thing is left to the leader, and the old man has gone back to rest. Yang Lao glanced at the leader, and without waiting for the other party's reply, he turned and walked outside the hall. Facing an enemy who is suspected of being an intermediate-level arm-spinning civilization. Apart from escaping now, the only way they can go is to ask Qingxiao Empire for help. Other than that, there is no other way. No matter how much they discuss and what kind of tactics they use, they have no ability to resist when facing B-class armed swivel-class warships. That being the case, why continue the discussion? After solving these problems, he is no longer willing to take care of these things. The other senior officials of Stormwind civilization did not care about Yang Lao's departure. Instead, they discussed the issue of this harvest. That's right, they don't think Qingxiao Empire will be able to solve the trouble this time. After all, the enemy is just a B-class armspin-class warship. Moreover, it does not look like he is wearing a weapon of mass destruction. Not even as big as a starfighter. Such a strange warship is absolutely impossible to be an opponent of a warship of the same level. However, they have already begun to consider how to get the B-level arm-spinning level of technology. Storm civilization has B-level arm-spinning materials. However, they have been limited in technology, so that they have been unable to step into the intermediate arm rotation level civilization. And if you want to rely on yourself to break through, it will take at least tens of thousands of years or even longer. But if you can get the technology in this B-class armspin-class warship, then they can greatly reduce this time. I just don't know how much it will cost to let the Qingxiao Empire let go. As for Storm Civilization's reaction, Shen Yi naturally wouldn't know. Of course, even if you really know, you won't care. For him, the advanced arm rotation level civilization is no longer a strong enemy. After all, he also has the Death Star Fortress at the A-level arm-spinning level. At the same time, he also has a large number of A-class arm-spinning warships. Once the war begins, with the perfect resource recovery function, as well as a hundredfold strengthening system. As long as this advanced arm-spinning civilization allows Shen Yi to win a battlefield, it must be several times the number of battleships that greet the opponent. This developmental model is actually more terrifying than the Zerg. After all, the Zerg cannot use low-level materials to create high-level soldiers. Half a month later, the fleet of the Qingxiao Empire came here before the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle arrived in the main star system of the Storm Civilization. Qingxiao Civilization still attaches great importance to his adopted son's request for help. This time, 3 B-class arm-spinning battleships, 200 C-class arm-spinning battleships, and 3000 D-class arm-spinning battleships were dispatched. Such a battleship, even in the mid-level arm-spin class civilization, is very powerful. Although not up to the level of the main fleet. But it's definitely not that kind of casual handling. Moreover, the person leading the team this time is the third prince of the Qingxuang Empire. A powerful figure who is expected to inherit the throne of the next emperor. Knowing that it was the arrival of the third prince of the Qingxuang Empire, it also caused quite a stir in Stormwind Civilization. The leader of Stormwind Civilization personally led many high-level officials and personally received them at the port. His Royal Highness the Third Prince, why do you still need to come over to deal with such a small matter this time? The leader of Stormwind Civilization bowed and asked humbly with a face full of flattery. In fact, as the leader of his junior arm-spin level civilization, he does not need to be so courteous to an intermediate level arm-spin level civilization prince. Although the status of the two sides is somewhat different, they are still at the same level. But the Qingxiao Empire is different, this is their adoptive father. Not to mention the real power faction like the third prince, even an ordinary prince, they all need to be respectful. Of course, if it wasn't for an accident, the princes of the intermediate arm-spin level civilization would not be willing to come to a rural place like them. No, it should be said that even those civilians are not willing to come to them. After all, in the eyes of those people, these small arms actually represent backwardness. HMPH, it's not that you are too rubbish, you can't even get a second forearm spin. The third prince snorted with disdain. He glanced at the surrounding eyes, full of deep disdain. Sure enough, it is a place full of barbarism. It is said to be the best interstellar port of Stormwind Civilization. It turned out to be so rough. The degree of defense is probably not at the peak level in the primary arm rotation level civilization. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't to add a bit of leverage to himself in that position. Although the leaders of Stormwind Civilization and a group of high-level officials were a little embarrassed, they could only laugh embarrassingly. However, they actually had a bad feeling in their hearts. Chen Wen has not sent any news for a long time. Plus the direction from which the B-class arm-spinning battleship came. I'm afraid their fleet is completely doomed. Not to mention subduing the second arm, their storm civilization has fallen into an unprecedented crisis. If it wasn't for this time that the third Prince Qingxiao wanted to help them subdue the second arm, they would probably still have to endure the attack of the Qian civilization. Thinking of this consequence, they couldn't help but be afraid for a while. At the same time, I am happy with my decision. However, thinking of this, the leader of Stormwind Civilization hesitated a bit, and he leaned beside the third prince to test softly, but His Royal Highness the third prince, the other party is likely to be a battleship sent by Qingxuang Civilization, I mean Qingxuang is the empire going to go to war with the other party. It is very likely to be targeted by Hunting Wen Civilization. He still has some understanding of the current situation of the Horden River system. Advanced arm spin level civilization is high above, no matter whether it is intermediate arm spin level civilization or primary arm spin level civilization. I just want to break through the limitations of the advanced arm spinning civilization and step into the ranks of the top arm spinning civilization. In fact, the other three intermediate arm rotation level civilizations are not harmonious. On the contrary, the three forces are trying to annex each other. As for Qingxiao Empire and Qinchuang Civilization, it is precisely because of each other's offensive and defensive alliance that Hunting Wen Civilization dare not act rashly. And once the Qingxiao Empire and Qinchuang Civilization are at war. So, isn't Hunting Wen Civilization going to take advantage of it? In the face of an old-fashioned intermediate-level arm-spinning civilization, it is actually very difficult for an ordinary intermediate-level arm-spinning civilization to face. The gap between the top battleships of the two sides is an unpleasant peak. Of course, more importantly, after the Qingxiao Empire and Qinchuang Civilization went to war, it is very likely that the Hunting and Wen Civilization will take advantage of the fisherman. Although he wasn't particularly loyal to his adoptive father, he didn't want his adoptive father to fall just like that. At least before the storm civilization steps into the intermediate arm rotation level civilization, don't fall down so quickly. Hunting civilization. The third prince let out a laugh, and then said, they can't take care of themselves now. This group of idiots has provoked a group of monsters in the heart of the river. Now basically 80% of the fleet has been invested, whether they can stay or not is a question. The leader of Stormwind civilization and a group of high-level leaders suddenly froze in their hearts. They seemed to have heard something amazing. They naturally knew about the heart of the river, and that was the central location of the Horden River system. The distance between ordinary stars in the galaxy is generally around 4 light years. However, the distribution of these stars in the center of the river is less than 6 light days. In this distance, the surviving planets will naturally experience the influence of various gravitational forces, gravity, heat, and radiation. As a result, many rare ores were born. In this area known as the mine, the most basic materials are stellar minerals. Arm-spin grade minerals are even more densely populated. There are even a large number of A-grade arm-spinning ore and even a lot of S-grade arm-spinning ores. It's a pity that only the middle-level arm-spinning civilization in that place is eligible to enter the mining. It's not like there's any intentional restrictions or anything like that. Because, even that advanced arm-spinning civilization only occupies less than 10% of the area. The other 3 intermediate-level arm-spin level civilizations only accounted for less than 5%. There are still plenty of places to mine this mining area. However, the various high temperatures, radiation, gravity, and gravity at least require B-class arm-spinning warships to withstand. Even if the B-class arm-spinning battleship is a careless one. All are likely to be directly destroyed by these terrifying disasters. Moreover, the most terrifying thing in this place is not just these natural disasters. It's the monsters that live in it. Although these monsters have little intelligence and do not form any civilization, they are at best a group of beasts. However, the strength of this group of monsters is extremely terrifying. There are even many that can tear apart B-class arm-spinning battleships by hand. What is even more terrifying is that some king-level monsters can also fight against A-class arm-spinning warships. Even that advanced arm-spinning civilization has to be careful. Obviously, the third prince said this time about the crisis of hunting and warming civilization. I am afraid that the other party provoked these monsters. However, since that was the case, then their minds became active. Maybe they can also get the opportunity to break through the intermediate arm rotation level civilization in this opportunity. His Royal Highness the Third Prince, if there is a war at that time, we will definitely rush to the front for you. The leader of Stormwind civilization said immediately without hesitation. However, what responded to him was the third prince's smirk, it's just you. That battleship has already flown to your face. No surprise that the fleet that sent out has been completely destroyed, you still have the background. War. However, after a round of jeering, he immediately changed the subject. But you are not completely useless, the task of investigating intelligence is left to you. Spiritual Pua. This kind of method can be used by the royal family. First devalue your worthless, and then assign you a task. Naturally, there will be a hint of obedience. However, this will only work if the status gap between the two sides is very large. Otherwise, if you dare to belittle, other people are likely to come over with a big mouth. Obviously, as the third prince of Qingxiao Empire, his status is still higher than the leader of Stormwind civilization. 3.6. After all, he can also mobilize B-class arm-spinning battleships. This alone is not comparable to the other side. Yes, we will definitely get it done. A smile appeared on the face of the leader of Stormwind civilization. He doesn't care about the third prince's Pua, as long as he can participate in this battlefield. It was enough for him. At that time, they will secretly hide some of the technology on the B-class arm-spinning warships for research. It will definitely be of great help for them to step into the intermediate arm-spinning civilization. And once they step into the intermediate arm-spinning civilization, the gap between them and the Qingxiao Empire is not that big. Moreover, they can also participate in the exploitation of resources in the heart of the river. Well, now we are waiting for the so-called B-class arm-spinning battleship to arrive, but I want to see how much Qinchuang civilization does not take us seriously. It's up to the owner to beat the dog, how dare you take the lead? A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the third prince. In the previous confrontation, he suffered a lot in the hands of Qinchuang civilization. Otherwise, it would not be necessary to win over a junior arm-level civilization and gain political capital for itself. And this time, if he can shoot down the B-class armed swirl-class battleship of the Thousand Frost civilization, then, it will definitely help him wash away the previous shame. It is for this reason that he deliberately paid some price and borrowed 3 B-class arm-spinning warships, just to kill the opponent with a cannon. The leaders of Stormwind civilization and a group of high-level executives who followed behind had the same smile on their faces when they heard this. However, there is no way to know what they think in their hearts. This may not be known until their strength is comparable to or surpasses the Qingxiao Empire. When you are weak, exposing your thoughts in your heart is no different from courting death. Of course, after being targeted by Shen Yi, they no longer have this chance. Maybe they can touch it in the underworld. If there is an underworld in this world. 26%. Chapter 103. The Ambition of the Third Prince. The Third Prince did not wait too long. Soon, the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship directly broke through the last line of defense of Stormwind civilization. It is also the last line of defense in the host star system. It is the last face of Storm civilization. Among the more than 30 C-class arm-spinning battleships that had escaped before, those that could still move were defeated here. A fleet of 50 ships was formed with the C-class arm-spinning battleships that were left behind. But in the face of that extremely fast drop-shaped spaceship, they had absolutely nothing to do. This scene made the senior officials of Storm civilization, who were waiting with the Third Prince, also twitched. This is so embarrassing. You must know that it is their strongest strength. Although they know that they are so unbearable in the face of the intermediate arm rotation level civilization. But if you can't even lock the other party, it's too much. Moreover, in a place as big as space, it is impossible to lock the other party, which means that they have no way to carry out an effective attack at all. After all, the closest distance in space operations is tens of thousands of kilometers. A slight deviation of 1 minute and 1 millimeter will make a difference of 108,000 miles. This makes them impossible to lock at all. And once the other party is too close, it will be even more impossible to lock. The opponent's speed is extremely flexible, not to mention their fort, even their radar can't move that fast. His Royal Highness the Third Prince, this is that strange warship that caused us a lot of trouble. The leader of Stormwind civilization leaned over to the Third Prince and said in a low voice. At the same time, there is some hope in his heart. I hope that the battleship of Qingxiao Empire will give them research after sinking this water drop-shaped battleship. Although it may not be possible to study anything. Maybe let their researcher take a look inside, that's a good thing too. At least I can broaden the horizons of the researchers of the Storm civilization, and have a more understanding of the intermediate armed spin civilization. However, what he said was not answered. This caused a hint of doubt in the eyes of the leader of Stormwind civilization, and turned his head to look at the Third Prince. However, there is indeed a young face full of shock. The Third Prince seemed to be shocked by this battleship. This can't help but make the leader of Stormwind civilization snort and have a bad premonition. He quickly and cautiously asked, His Royal Highness the Third Prince, what's wrong? The Third Prince seemed to wake up only now. However, he simply ignored the meaning of the leader of Stormwind civilization. Instead, he immediately turned on the communicator and contacted the confidant on the B-class arm-spinning battleship. Darcy, what's the speed of that warship on the opposite side? Is it an A-class arm-spinning warship 07? The Third Prince asked in a hurried tone. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. This speed is simply not what B-class arm-spinning warships can have. What's more, how big is the other party? Less than 300 meters. Even with the most advanced engines of their Qingxiao Empire, their size is still nearly 100 kilometers. That's right, it's nearly 100 kilometers. And what about the other side? The hole is only 300 meters in size, and the gap is really huge. He has never even seen such a sky-defying battleship in that advanced arm-spinning civilization. While waiting for a reply, the Third Prince was in a state of turmoil. If the other party is really that high-level arm rotation-level civilization, then their Qingxiao Empire can't bear the pressure. But what does this advanced arm-spinning civilization want to do with a small arm-spinning civilization? The other party doesn't seem to bother to come to such a place at all. Could this battleship have mastered space compression technology? The Third Prince was suspicious in his heart. It seems that only space compression technology can compress the engine to such a small size. No civilization would deliberately make a battleship particularly large if it could be reduced in size. That kind of action is too stupid. After all, an increase in the area means an increase in the face-to-face. However, in order to collide with powerful engines, weapons and energy devices, it is necessary to expand its size. There is absolutely no way to reduce this, unless you have mastered space compression technology. But even if this technology is in the Qingxiao Empire, it only exists in theory. Don't even know where to start. Even if they have mastered the artificial wormhole technology, they also have no clue about the space compression technology. But the last time I went to see the right civilization military parade, the size of the opponent's battleship was only huge, and I didn't see any shrinkage at all. Is the opponent hiding? But why are you revealing it now? This series of doubts left the third prince completely confused. He couldn't understand why the other party did this at all. As for the assassination of a prince of an intermediate-level arm-spinning civilization, it would be too ridiculous. The other party assassinated him with a battleship with such a high level of technology. He didn't think he was qualified for it. Even his emperor Lao Tzu did not have this qualification. The cultural gap between the two sides is really too big. However, Darcy's response quickly came from the communicator. His Royal Highness, the material of that warship seems to have only reached the B-class arm-spinning level, but... The third prince was slightly relieved when he heard the first half of the sentence. Just being made of B-level arm rotation level material means that the opponent is still at the B-level arm rotation level. However, the following sentence, but, almost scare him away. This can't help but make him a little angry. But what but, if you have something to say it. Myrc's ghostly voice came from the communicator. Yes, Your Highness. What I want to say is that the speed of this battleship is above Mach 450,000, which is a bit outrageous. I suspect that the detector of the battleship is broken. Above Mach 400,000, it is already an area that can only be reached by A-class arm-spinning warships. Many battleships that are not good at speed A-class arm-spinning class are almost at this speed. But Mach 450,000. This speed is already the normal flight speed of A-class arm-spinning warships. This speed is simply terrible to the extreme. You know, even the speed of light is only Mach 880,000. This is already close to 0.5 times the speed of light. With this kind of abnormal speed, as long as the distance is a little farther, even laser weapons will never be able to hit. As for weapons such as railguns, star destroyers, or missiles, don't even think about it. How can there be such a perverted B-class arm-spinning battleship? The third prince cursed inwardly. But then he got a little excited. The performance of this B-class arm-spinning battleship is simply terrible. This speed undoubtedly proves that the engine equipped by the opponent is extremely powerful. Only at the B-level arm rotation level, you can exert the speed of the A-level arm rotation level. More importantly, the space compression technology mastered by the other party is really tempting. That's enough to risk him taking on this odd B-class arm-spin ship. Although the opponent's speed is very fast, it is not that they have never dealt with fast opponents, and naturally they have their own methods. Of course, the most important thing is that this time they dispatched 3 B-class arm-rotor class warships. Could it be that 3 B-class arm-spinning warships can't deal with one of the other? Once they got the space compression technology in this battleship, that would definitely raise their level a lot. You know, the space compression technology brings more than just compressed space. At the same time, it can also play a role in other aspects. It's like a treasure waiting to be discovered. Even if the opponent is a battleship of an advanced arm-spin class civilization, it must be done for it. We must get this technology. The third prince gritted his teeth, and a trace of cruelty appeared in his eyes. It is about the fortune of the country, so he can't help but take risks. Now hunting when civilization is entangled by the monsters in the Hexen mine, dragging down a large number of troops. At this moment, they can't move at all, and it is the best time for them to solve the Qinhuang civilization. If you can get the technology in this battleship, the help to their Qingxiao Empire will definitely be huge. And as long as Qinhuang civilization is annexed, their fourth largest arm will be occupied. Then, their Qinhuang civilization has a high probability of stepping into the advanced arm-spinning civilization. At that time, what if this advanced arm-spinning civilization finds it? Everyone is an advanced arm rotation level civilization, who is afraid of who? The only thing that made him a little nervous was what if this strange B-class, Horden-class warship was from the high-ranking, high-class swirl-class civilization of the Holden River system. In that case, it would be easy for the other party to find a way back. However, the third prince couldn't figure out the reason why the other party wanted to be exposed at this time. Therefore, there is a high probability that this B-class armspin-class battleship is a battleship of an advanced arm-spinning civilization that has strayed into this place by other river systems. Even, there is a high probability that it is the other party's advance fleet. As for the other party's reason for coming directly to Stormwind civilization, it is also very simple. That is to collect information on the Horden River system. In this way, everything can be explained. If this is the case, then there is also the right civilization in front of me, and I am afraid of a hammer. The third prince watched the video and quickly shuttled among the battleships. The water drop-shaped warships that smashed the warships into pieces showed a trace of fiery heat in their eyes. Such a warship is simply unbelievably powerful. Don't look at its attack method, seems to be only impact. But if paired with its terrifying speed, the killing speed is very rare even in B-class arm-spinning warships. After all, the main guns of B-class arm-rotor-class battleships still need to be recharged, and the energy consumption is huge. But what about the other side? There is basically nothing to consume other than to supply the energy to sprint at full speed. Moreover, he believed that if he mastered the space compression technology, the other party would not lack energy. Knock him down. Show the enemy's weakness first, and then do it. I want this battleship. The third prince quickly issued an order to the communicator. His tone was full of decisiveness, making it easy to understand his desire. Karsi on the other end naturally understood the meaning of the third prince. As the commander-in-chief this time, he immediately ordered the fleet, prepare to capture that battleship, just use the method to deal with the speed-type battleship. Although they have no experience with warships up to Mach 450,000. But they have dealt with many speed-type warships with speeds of Mach 300,000 to 400,000. It doesn't feel helpless because the opponent's speed is too fast. And, being fast means being worse in other areas. As long as this battleship is in the level of the B-class arm-spinning battleship, then they are sure to capture each other. The fleet here suddenly moved, forming a double teaming trend, rushing towards the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle. At the same time, for those C-class arm-spinning warships, the weapons also began to charge. However, it did not launch immediately. On those D-class arm-spinning battleships, beams of light also extended, connecting with other D-class arm-spinning battleships. It seems to form a huge energy network. Of course, they didn't use this net to catch the teardrop-type interstellar shuttle. After all, this way is really stupid. As long as the other party is not a fool, it is impossible for the other party not to be caught by such a bright net pocket. This is just a bird-catching tactic that the Qingxiao Empire fleet is very good at. In the past confrontation with Qinhuang civilization. In order to avoid a real fight between the two sides, many of them are based on capture. Then let the other party pay the ransom to the ransom. Therefore, they will specially study this tactic. At the moment when this giant net was formed, beams of energy beams suddenly poured into the C-class arm-swirl-class battleships ahead. Finally, through the C-class arm-spinning warships, they converged on the three B-class arm-spinning battleships at the forefront. It turned into a terrifying electromagnetic shock and swept away towards the water drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship in the distance. The coverage of this electromagnetic shock is extremely terrifying. Even enough to cover a distance of tens of millions of kilometers. Even a drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship would not be able to leave such a huge place for a while. The drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship on the opposite side also seemed to sense something was wrong. It seems to want to fly into the distance, out of the coverage of this electromagnetic shock. But its speed is as high as 0.5 times the speed of light. But it still can't match the speed of these electromagnetic shocks. Do you think you can still run? In front of the electromagnetic shock net, even B-class arm-spinning battleships will be affected. 99. There was a hint of confidence in the eyes of the third prince. Even if it is an advanced arm rotation level civilization. As long as the A-class arm-spinning battleship is not dispatched, there is no way to fight back in front of the fleet. Especially their bird-catching weapons that were specially born for catching. The leaders of Stormwind civilization and a group of high-level officials on the side did not understand how powerful this attack was. However, since the three princes have said so, their expectations for this weapon are still very high. But in the next moment, the picture that appeared in front of them made their faces turn ashen. Because, it was not the water drop-shaped spaceship that first came into contact with these electromagnetic shocks. It is the participating fleets of their Stormwind civilization. Although there are only a few D-class, Armor Class 903 warships and Stellar Class warships left today. But that is still the fleet of their storm civilization. But under that electromagnetic shock, everything was gone. After all, this was an attack consisting of 3 B-class boom-class warships, 200 C-class boom-class warships, and 3,000 D-class boom-class warships. Even if it is a so-called bird-catching weapon, this bird is limited to B-class armed swivel-class warships. Those lower than the B-class armed spinning-class warships are not even qualified to capture. Under the terrifying electromagnetic shock, even C-class armed spinning battleships would be paralyzed and scrapped in an instant. As for the warships under the C-class armed spinning class, it will explode directly. The previous C-class armed spinning battleships of Storm Civilization were all smashed into pieces by the teardrop-type interstellar shuttle ships. At this moment, this wave of electromagnetic shocks directly cleared the remaining D-class armed spinning battleships and Star-class battleships. In the vast universe, countless fireworks flickering with blue lightning appeared. However, watching his remaining power was emptied by allies. The leader of Stormwind Civilization and a group of high-level executives just glanced at each other. Although their eyes were full of anger, they did not dare to vent. After this wave of fleets was emptied, their Storm Civilization truly fell into a period of emptiness. There was almost no fleet power at all. Even if the Foundation is consumed and the army is rapidly expanded, it is impossible to restore the vitality of Stormwind Civilization. It may even make Storm Civilization collapse. Under such circumstances, they naturally did not dare to offend the Third Prince. If at this moment, the Third Prince is offended, then the Third Prince does not need to take action. Losing the protection of the Qingxiao Empire, they themselves may be directly annexed by the Qian civilization. Of course, they didn't know that the situation of Qian civilization was worse than them at the moment. At least they still had a fleet running back to pass the news of the attack. The Scarlet Flame civilization was completely destroyed in the second arm, and the news was not passed back at all. So, when the Teardrop Star Shuttle broke into their arms, they were caught off guard immediately. They haven't waited for the fleet of their adoptive father Qinhuang civilization to arrive. The main star system was directly destroyed, leaving only a ruin. Even the main brain computer of Qian civilization was directly robbed. At this time, the electromagnetic shock also caught up with the droplet-type interstellar shuttle. Although this electromagnetic shock did not cause much damage to the droplet-type interstellar shuttle. But the dense electric current made the speed of the droplet-type interstellar shuttle ship suddenly slow down. From a full Mach 450,000 to only Mach 130,000. Although this speed is still very fast, it even reaches the limit that C-class armed spinning warships can achieve. However, this is enough for the fleet of Qingxiao Empire. Under the guidance of 3 B-class, spin-class warships, a large number of attacks immediately fell towards this drop-shaped interstellar shuttle. Although it is only an attack by a C-class armed spinning battleship. But if you add a word of 200 ships in front of this C-class armed spinning battleship, then, this attack will also become extremely terrifying. Even a B-class armed swivel-class battleship would definitely not dare to underestimate this level of attack. 26%. Chapter 104. Kill me with a battleship of this level, am I worthy? Although it will not directly sink the B-class armed spinning battleship. But it can definitely make B-class armed spinning battleships suffer a lot of trauma. Especially when the size of this B-class armed spinning battleship is not large. This trauma is even more deadly. Small means that the interior will be very sophisticated. Any small damage can cause problems for the entire warship. This is a problem that no civilization can avoid. Of course, all of this is premised on the premise that it can threaten the droplet-type interstellar shuttle. The second forearm is in the base of the Death Star Fortress. Shen Yi looked at Shen Er, who was teasing the other party, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Shen Er, do you still have such a bad taste? 39. Although the teardrop-type interstellar shuttle ship is still only a B-class armed spinning class level. But under 100 times of reinforcement, the speed and defense of the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship have reached the peak level of the B-class armed spinning class. Not to mention this kind of electromagnetic shock, even if it is facing a full blow from the B-class armed rotation class main gun. With the special shell of the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship, it can be done unscathed. After all, this is a super battleship made entirely of B-class armed spinning material compression. Except that the attack is slightly worse, basically relying on impact and laser attacks that barely reach the B-level arm-spinning level. Droplet-type interplanetary shuttles have almost no flaws. Absolutely can be regarded as the top existence in the B-class arm-spinning class. It has even barely reached the level of A-level arm rotation level. To be honest, this fleet of B-class arm-spinning battleships from the other side really poses no threat to the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle. Unless the number of opponents is 3 times more than that, it is about the same. If we can't officially start the war, we can only have fun with them. Shen glanced at Shen Yi with some resentment. However, she also knows that what is needed now is not to expand, but to digest the existing territory. Otherwise, the ground will be like rootless duckweed. The opponent can easily infiltrate these places into a sieve. Whether it is in the next battle or in the future defense, it is very disadvantageous. It is easy for the other party to know some information that should not be known. However, if Dyson spheres can be established to form a huge intelligence network, the situation is completely different. Even A-class arm-spinning battleships are difficult to hide in front of the Apocalypse-class Dyson spheres that have reached the C-class arm-spinning class after strengthening. Although it cannot be said that it can easily block the opponent. But at least you can know that the other party has come, and prepare for counterattack in advance. Cough, wait until these forearms are taken off, there is room for you to play, don't worry. Shen Er's resentment caused Shen Yi to cough twice in embarrassment, then moved his face away and said embarrassingly. What the hell, why did he suddenly feel a trace of guilt? However, I want to take down these 3 forearms. The time required is not short. According to Shen Ling's analysis, it will take at least half a year. Moreover, this is still in the case of having a warship with abnormal speed such as a drop-shaped interstellar shuttle. However, these 3 small arms add up to have nearly 30 billion galaxies after all. This speed is actually very terrifying. If you change to other arm-spinning civilization, it will take at least 1,000 years to do this. And, it's still the fastest. If it is slower, it is not impossible to spend tens of thousands of years. Well, I'll leave it to you here, I'll go take a shower first. In order to avoid Shen Er's eyes attacking, Shen Yi made an excuse and got up and walked towards the bathroom. However, he just got up when Shen Ling, who heard the voice and heard the news, came running outside the door. Master, I will help you rub your back. After possessing a body, Shen Ling became extremely clingy. Even Shen Yi was a little surprised by this. However, Shen Yi did not refuse. He has no interest in Man of Steel, but he is still very interested in rubbing his back. At this moment, under the control of Shen Er, a gorgeous dodge show began. Because the opponent's possible attack patterns have been calculated in advance, it was too easy for her to anticipate these incoming attacks. Plus a full Mach 130,000. No, in order to look more like it, it was increased to a speed of Mach 150,000. She kept, dangerously, avoiding those attacks. The entire water drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship is like a butterfly, which is extremely flexible. It turned out that the attack of these 200 C-class arm-spinning warships was completely avoided. However, instead of feeling depressed, the third prince became even more happy. I didn't expect that this battleship could maintain such agile movements under such circumstances. Good, good, that's great. If you can master this technique, you can destroy the Qinhuang civilization at your fingertips. He shouted with uncontrollable excitement. The plan to come to Stormwind civilization in person this time is really wise. If not, how could he possibly encounter such a powerful B-class armspin-class warship? If the technology in it can be absorbed by the Qingxiao Empire, their fleet strength will definitely increase a lot. Karsi, use all your strength. You must not let His Highness let it go. The third prince hurriedly shouted at the communicator. His tone was full of determination to win this water drop-shaped warship. Yes, Your Highness, Kalsi's voice came through the communicator. As the confidant of the third prince, he is also one of the leading figures of the Young Zhuang faction in the empire. Naturally, he knew very well the value that this battleship represented. It can be said that just relying on this battleship is enough to let the third prince ascend to the sky in one step, and completely stabilize the road leading to that position. Basically, it is possible to reserve the identity of the next Qingxiao emperor. And at that time, he will also have the power of the dragon and become an existence above the 10,000 people of the Qingxiao Empire. Under such a huge temptation, how could he not work hard? Stay recalcitrant, flank me up and capture him. If the capture is successful, I will guarantee your official promotion. Karsi looked at the teardrop-shaped battleship that was still struggling in the distance, and ordered with a cold snort. Now the speed of the drop-shaped warship has been seriously dragged down. Even if the opponent has a speed of Mach 150,000, it is far beyond the limit of a C-class arm-spinning warship. But under such intensive attacks, even D-class arm-spinning warships can easily catch up with each other. Once the encirclement is formed, the bird-catching plan can be transformed into a bird-cage plan. Although it is only a word difference. But he can say with great confidence that once a birdcage is formed, as long as it does not break through the boundaries of B-class arm-spinning battleships, then there is absolutely no way a battleship can escape. At this moment, in his eyes, the other party has become something in the bag. However, he didn't dare to be 100% sure until the last moment. As one of the representatives of the Young Zhuang faction of the Qingxiao Empire, he believed that he would never forget this common sense. The warships on both sides are rapidly shrinking the distance. 30 million kilometers, 20 million kilometers, 10 million kilometers, 5 million kilometers. With the passage of time, the distance between the two sides is rapidly approaching. It only takes 5 more minutes at most, and they can form a perfect encircling net. Completely surround the teardrop-shaped battleship that is constantly dodging. However, Kalsi didn't notice at all. They were getting farther and farther from the port of Stormwind civilization. Next to the Dyson sphere in the main star system of the Storm civilization, there are no protective measures at all. No, there are still protective measures in place. However, it can only prevent the threat of C-class arm-spinning battleships at the highest. 3,005, 2 million kilometers, 500,000 kilometers. Getting closer, 3,000 D-class arm-spinning warships and 200 C-class arm-spinning warships have even begun to form an encirclement. Just like a big net, it was wrapped towards the drop-shaped warship. But at the next moment, the teardrop-shaped warship exploded at an incomparably terrifying speed in an instant. The opponent was not affected by the electromagnetic shock at all, and directly rushed out of their encirclement at a speed of Mach 480,000, rushing towards the Storm civilization Dyson ball behind. Oops, the other party is plotting against us. Looking at the teardrop-shaped battleship that quickly escaped from their encirclement, Karsi suddenly groaned in his heart. Some panic and despair looked towards the back. As far as the speed shown by the other party is concerned, it is even enough to surpass many A-class arm-spinning warships. They simply have no way to intercept. Even their weapons can't reach the speed of the other party, so how can they stop it? His Royal Highness the Third Prince is still on the Dyson sphere. If the opponent smashes the Dyson sphere, how can His Royal Highness the Third Prince still be alive? It's just that at this moment he can only watch the other party go away, and there is no way to do it at all. However, he did not know that the electromagnetic shock still had some effect on the droplet-type interstellar shuttle. It just doesn't work that much. It only directly weakens the speed of Mach 20,000 of the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle, compared to the speed of Mach 500,000 of the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle. This speed is really insignificant. Perhaps in the face of the same A-class arm-spinning warships, it is quite deadly. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides is not big in itself, and only a small gap may lead to changes in the results. But where are the A-class arm-spinning battleships on the field now? For an intermediate arm-spinning civilization, there is no difference at all between Mach 500,000 and Mach 480,000. No, it should be said that as long as it exceeds Mach 400,000, there is no difference to the intermediate arm-spinning civilization. Anyway, it is the speed that they can't intercept at all, and they can't match it. And looking at the third prince, who was like a comet, quickly passed through the encircling net, and came towards them, his face suddenly showed panic. There was even despair on his face. Because, he knows that these battleships he brought, there is no way to solve the current situation. Could it be that the other party came to target me? Can you kill me with a warship of this level? Am I also worthy? Countless thoughts flashed through the third prince's mind. Even the Marquis of Life has appeared, and the scenes of the past are constantly flashing in front of my eyes. This is that his body has sensed a fatal crisis, and his death has been pronounced in advance. The speed of Mach 500,000 is extremely exaggerated. Basically every second can reach a terrifying speed of 170,000 kilometers. Even a distance of 50 million kilometers would only take 5 minutes. Their lives were also caught in a 5-minute countdown. The leaders of Stormwind civilization and a group of high-level officials also changed their faces at this moment, becoming extremely pale. In just 5 minutes, they couldn't even start the spaceship and escape from here. After all, it takes a certain amount of time just to get there. In addition to a series of things such as the launch of the spacecraft and the escape from the Dyson sphere, it takes more than 5 minutes to escape. Moreover, they even escaped. Can you really avoid that extremely fast battleship? At this moment, in the face of absolute strength, these old foxes who have calculated for thousands of years can only stand and wait to die. 5 minutes later, the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle came to the Dyson sphere. Directly against the countless railguns and star destroyers, they slammed into the energy barrier of the strongest Dyson sphere in the storm civilization. This layer of energy barrier can even withstand the continuous bombardment of the main guns of dozens of C-class arm-rotor warships. It can definitely be regarded as the pinnacle of the primary arm-spinning civilization. Available in front of a drop-shaped interstellar shuttle. It is fragile like a bubble. He couldn't stop the other party for even a second, and the other party broke into it directly. Boom. This Dyson sphere has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. After a whimper, it began to break and collapse. The drop-shaped interstellar shuttle ship is like a flying sword, constantly shuttles in it. Make this Dyson sphere collapse faster. Whether it is the third prince, or the many high-level leaders of Stormwind civilization, in the face of this kind of disaster. Also vulnerable and no different from ants. It died in this universe with this Dyson sphere. Carsey in the distant battleship looked at this scene, and his heart was full of daze and despair. Backquote, it's over, it's over. He came out with the third prince. Now that the third prince is dead, he is not to blame. Going back will definitely face endless imprisonment or direct execution. As for catching the culprit, what is the merit of the culprit? Impossible. The other party was clearly playing with him before. Although this battleship is a B-class arm-spinning level on the outside, he seriously suspects that the other party is actually an A-class arm-spinning battleship. Otherwise, why would their electromagnetic shocks have no effect on each other? General Calci, let's retreat first. The other party seems to be coming. At this time, in the communicator, the voice of the captain of another B-class arm-spinning battleship came from the communicator. In the face of this strange warship of unknown level, this man has gone through hundreds of battles. Even the captain of the B-class arm-swirl-class battleship who has played against Xinchuang civilization many times, his tone is full of panic. Carsey could understand the other party's panic. Because even he felt a trace of fear. The situation at the moment made him feel like a mouse being played with by a cat. When cats and mice are playing, their favorite thing is to play tricks on each other, and they will bite to death until they lose interest. How similar is this to the situation today? Calci also reacted at this moment, and hurriedly ordered, retreat, immediately retreat. 39. In fact, his business is not completely without change. After all, what I encountered this time was an existence that was suspected of being an advanced arm-spinning civilization. There is nothing he can do about the death of the third prince. After all, it was the order from the third prince to capture that battleship. That's why he was too far away to be safe for the third prince. Of course, this is just some hope. There are too many people in the empire who hope that he is dead. After all, his existence can promisingly stand in the way of many people. Regarding the escape of the Qingxiao Empire fleet, Shen did not catch up. The drop-shaped star shuttle is not a combat-type warship. It is impossible to break the energy barrier of B-class arm-spinning battleships at all, and it is even difficult to break through the energy barrier composed of a large number of C-class arm-spinning battleships. The only advantage of the drop-shaped interstellar shuttle is that it is sturdy and fast. Just rushing up and confronting the fleet led by the B-class arm-spinning battleship is simply a daydream. Now that the task has been completed, there is no need for her to persevere. Moreover, what she is looking forward to more is whether after the strength is exposed now, will it attract the spy and attack of those civilizations. Now A-class arm-rotor-class warships have been formed. The number of A-class arm-spinning Death Star fortresses alone has reached 5. Others, such as the Hurricane-class guided missile destroyer and the Howler-class laser battleship, numbered 150 respectively. The number of various B-class arm-spinning class has also reached 5,000. The number of C-class arm-spinning warships has reached 50,000. Today's strength is no less than that of the advanced arm rotation level civilization. Even because of the Death Star fortress, it is stronger than some old-fashioned advanced arm-spinning civilizations. There is no need to worry about provoking these civilizations in the Horden River system. Although Shen Yi wouldn't let her take the initiative. There are no conditions for attacking in the current conditions. But that doesn't mean she can't wait for the enemy to hit the door to counterattack. An unfamiliar advanced arm-spinning civilization invaded the Horden River system. This is the best news. It is absolutely enough to instantly explode the remaining 1 high-level arm-spin-level civilization and 3 intermediate-level arm-spin-level civilizations in the Horden River system. Can these civilizations tolerate such a thing? It can be expected that the next moment is the moment when the forces of all parties launch an attack. However, if a high-level arm-spinning civilization and 3 intermediate arm-spinning civilizations attack together, the preparations now seem to be a bit inadequate. 35. And my level is not enough to fight with advanced arm-spinning civilization. After Shen-Er thought about it, he immediately rushed towards the bathroom. Master, I propose to expand the fleet size and upgrade my main body at the same time. Dian. 26%. Chapter 105. All parties are moving. In matters related to war, Shen-Er can take any shape. For example, now, there is no scruples about the difference between men and women, and there is no coldness like before. Instead, he lay expectantly by the pool, staring at Shen Yi. Shen Yi looked extremely embarrassed. I don't know where Shen-Er learned this trick from. Robots don't seem to have gender, though. After all, Shen-Er could have been pinched into a male appearance at the beginning, but Shen Yi injected a lot of female thinking and shaped the female appearance. I know, you go out first. Shen Yi sighed helplessly. Being stared at by Shen-Er of the opposite sex, Shen Yi was still very stressed. Unfortunately, this is not a normal beauty. It's a living iron soldier. It is an existence made of thousands of tons or even tens of thousands of tons of metal materials. Don't look at Shen-Er, it seems that he is just a command-type robot. However, at her level, as long as she can get close, even a C-class arm-rotor-class battleship will be fine. Thinking of this scene, Shen Yi lost all interest. Although her suggestion is also very important. Master, this matter may cause us to be targeted at the same time by 1 high-level arm-spin-level civilization and 3 intermediate-level arm-spin-level civilizations. With our current military strength, we can still handle this crisis. In addition, my level cannot support a war of this level. Shen-Er did not withdraw immediately, but grabbed Shen Yi's arm even more aggressively. There seems to be some coquettish connotation. Shen Yi. He looked at Shen-Er like a ghost. Is this still his war chief? Who did you learn this from? Where did you learn it? Shen Yi glanced strangely at Shen Ling, who was kneeling on the edge of the pool behind him. It seems that there are only 3 of them in this base. Could it be that it wasn't taught by Shen Ling, or could it be taught by him when he was sleepwalking? It's Master Shen Ling. In the video Shen Ling gave me, she said that if a woman acts like a spoiled child, it will increase the success rate of the request. Don't you like it, Master? Shen-Er straightened up, and the coquettish expression on his face suddenly disappeared, and changed back to his usual aloof appearance. She did not hesitate at all about this behavior of betraying her friends. After all, for her, Shen Yi is her master, and she will not conceal even the slightest bit of Shen Yi. However, Shen Ling never thought to hide it. Instead, he said confidently, "These are what I saw in those TV dramas and movies." Does the owner feel nothing at all? Shen Yi. Crystal 95. He glanced at Shen-Er, who had become cold again, as if only war could change it. It seems that he somewhat agrees with Shen Ling's words. Shen-Er who looks like this is actually a bit terrifying. Especially when the command room fell into autism, it was like a resentful spirit. Sometimes he was taken aback when he saw it suddenly. Although it was true that 903 was a little uncomfortable before, it was better than what it is now. It's still the same as before. Shen Yi rubbed his forehead and said. Shen-Er's face changed instantly, and he directly embraced Shen Yi's arm, his eyes full of anticipation. Master, what do you think of my suggestion? If we don't expand our army, there is really no way to deal with those civilizations. 9. Shen Yi was speechless. Who is to blame? You can handle these things better. With Shen-Er's method, how could this matter be handled so crudely? Previously, the drop-type Interstellar shuttle had shown performance that surpassed the B-class arm-spin class. However, because the appearance is only made of B-grade arm-spinning materials, it is easy to associate people with advanced arm-level civilization. However, he didn't mean to blame Shen-Er in particular. Those civilizations would have to face it sooner or later. The reason why he didn't attack was simply because the distance was too far. He hadn't eaten his own territory, which could easily lead to some losses due to the lack of troops at home when the opponent attacked. This situation is not what Shenyi wants to see. But if the opponent takes the initiative to attack, Shenyi is still happy to see it happen. Only war can give him a lot of resources. And he basically won't suffer in wars. Even if the battleship is destroyed, he can dismantle the resources spent on construction. Therefore, he is not afraid of war at all. The expansion of the battleship is not a problem, but we don't have a command-type robot that suits you right now. Shenyi glanced at Shen-Er and said, if any of these blueprints are suitable for Shen-Er, then Shenyi has already upgraded Shen-Er. After all, Shen-Er's value has been proven as early as in the fight against Qian civilization and Storm civilization. Let Shenyi not need to worry about war at all. But unfortunately, with so many sea-level arm-spinning blueprints, there was no one suitable for Shen-Er. It doesn't matter, as long as we start a war, we will always find a suitable one. The main issue is the expansion of the army. If we want to deal with one high-level arm-spinning civilization and 3 intermediate arm-spinning civilizations at the same time, our current strength is insufficient. A look of joy appeared on Shen-Er's face. In my heart, I can't help but sigh that what Shen Ling taught is useful. Sure enough, as said in the movie, the most unbearable thing for men is the opposite sex who can act like a spoiled child. Although she's just a robot, she's also a good-looking female robot. Shenyi didn't know what Shen-Er was thinking. He frowned and asked, then how many troops do you think should be increased? Our current resources are not many. If it is a star-level resource, he is not lacking here. But even if it is an S-class arm-spinning class battleship, it is only a C-class arm-spinning class after it is strengthened. This level is not bad for dealing with the primary arm rotation level civilization. But if faced with an intermediate level arm-spinning civilization, at best, he is a small soldier, and even the main battleship cannot reach it. AHDG. And if you are facing an advanced arm rotation level civilization, then there is no difference without cannon fodder. Only arm-spin class warships can play some key roles. However, he does not have much arm-spin level material. The battleships he had built before had consumed almost 30% of his resources. It's almost enough to increase the number of troops to 3 times now. Shen-Er said unceremoniously. These words made Shenyi almost slide directly to the bottom of the pool. How dare you say it? You don't leave me any resources. Shenyi shook his head helplessly. Triple the number of troops, and he won't spend any of the resources he earned before. Owner, Shen-Er couldn't do those particularly sticky coquetry. It's not that she can't do it, it's just that the set character belongs to the iron-blooded and cold-blooded category. Therefore, even if it can be done perfectly by virtue of the instinct of the robot. However, she still disdained to do so. He just stared at Shenyi eagerly. The feeling of this kind of Gao Leng Yuji's pitiful gaze, to be honest, the lethality is still very terrifying. Although Shenyi had no interest in Iron Man, his heart could not help beating a little faster. Okay, you can deal with it, don't really spend all the resources, just leave some spare. Shenyi pushed Shen-Er's head away and said with some disgust. What kind of world is this? Even robots know how to act cute and coquettish. However, Shen-Er's decision was actually correct, echoing the current needs. Otherwise, even if the other party acts like a spoiled child, it will be given for nothing. And Shen-Er would not do anything that would harm his interests. Shen-Er received Shenyi's affirmative reply, and his face suddenly showed the same iron-blooded smile as before. Although it looks beautiful, it can always feel a bloody smell. Anyway, Shenyi couldn't appreciate it at all. Sure enough, things like gentleness and cuteness are completely irrelevant to Shen-Er. After Shen-Er left, Shenyi leaned against the edge of the pool, his eyes flickering. However, will those civilizations really come over this time? In fact, in his view, this kind of thing is not necessarily. Although his identity at the moment is a high-level arm-spinning civilization that suddenly appeared. This will indeed make those civilizations with their arms twisted in fear. But the problem is, it is precisely because he is a high-level arm rotation level civilization, so it is possible to make those forces stand still. Especially that advanced arm-spinning civilization. Will the other party really be willing to choose to fight him when the situation is unknown? I am afraid that the main thing is to try and negotiate. Then draw it slowly. The consequence of rashly starting a war is to lose both sides of the road. Actually, this may still exist with a high probability. According to the information obtained from the Qian civilization before, this advanced arm-spinning civilization called the Right Civilization is not as indifferent to the world as it is imagined. In the beginning, the destruction of Chenchuan civilization seemed to have something to do with the other party's handwriting. 35. Shen Ling sat behind Shen Yi and said while helping Shen Yi brush his hair. Shen Yi couldn't help but be stunned. Chenchuan civilization seems to be just a primary arm spin civilization, isn't it worth letting an advanced arm spin civilization do it? The gap between the advanced arm spinning civilization and the primary arm spinning civilization. That is even bigger than the planetary level to the arm rotation level. This can be seen intuitively from the C-class arm spinning battleships and the A-class arm spinning battleships. C-class arm spinning class warships are no faster than Mach 100,000. On the other hand, what about A-class arm spinning warships? Even the slowest A-class arm spinning warships can hit Mach 400,000. This is not as simple as a simple 4 times gap. Mach 1 is 340 meters per second, and the difference of Mach 300,000 is a distance of 102,000 kilometers per second. Such a civilization, targeting a primary arm spinning civilization, is no more difficult than pinching an ant to death. Master, this is just built without sufficient interest. But what if Chenchuan civilization mastered the superficial wormhole technology? Shen Ling replied. Although the original Right civilization was an advanced arm spinning civilization, they did not develop artificial wormhole technology. So they planned the destruction of Chenchuan civilization. Shen Yi is a little speechless. An advanced arm spinning civilization is actually playing a conspiracy. Isn't this a little too outrageous? Maybe this is what those chat column players said, and you have to set up an archway when you become that. 5. Shen Ling shrugged. She couldn't understand this wave of operations anyway. If she wanted something, she would grab it directly with an absolute weapon. If you can't beat it, say something else. But if you can beat it, why use these methods? However, this also further proves that the right civilization is not the kind of civilization that is high above and only focused on development. The other party is a civilization like a soil tyrant. It is absolutely impossible to tolerate the emergence of a new advanced arm spinning civilization in the Horden River system, which is separate from itself. Never mind, it's just the next piece of meat on the chopping board. Shen Yi did not continue to think deeply, but leaned back lazily. What a big evil. It's a pity that it's all made of steel, he can't grasp it at all. The Qingxiao Empire has also received the news from Karsi. When he heard the appearance of a mysterious force suspected of being a high-level arm-spinning civilization, all the high-level officials in the empire, including Emperor Qingxiao, were bombed. I just felt my scalp go numb. That's what an advanced arm spinning civilization. Several of their intermediate arm rotation level civilization, even if they are bundled together, they can't beat the existence. At this moment, even the death of the third prince seemed insignificant. Notify Qinchuang civilization and hunting civilization immediately. In addition, be prepared to notify Right civilization. Once it is confirmed that the matter is true, immediately notify Right civilization. Emperor Qingxiao immediately ordered. As for directly informing Right civilization, he did not dare to do so. If the other party is only a relatively powerful intermediate arm spinning civilization, then they have fraudulent behavior. If the Right civilization really wants to pursue it, they will be finished. As an intermediate arm spin level civilization, it has mastered the existence of a big arm spin. They know very well that the Right civilization is not a good person. Nor is it the kind of aloof king who is aloof. That is completely a dragon entrenched on the highest peak, staring at the bottom of the dragon. As long as they have some treasures that interest each other. If you don't contribute at the first time, then this evil dragon will go down the mountain. No civilization can bear the consequences. Even if they are an intermediate arm rotation level civilization. As for the other two mid-level arm spin level civilizations, it doesn't matter. The other party is only at the same level as their Qingxiao Empire. Even if there is an error in the message, the other party is only a relatively powerful intermediate arm spinning civilization. Then their three-way action is enough to win the other side. If they divide up each other's resources, they may not be able to take that step. Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately, a minister hurried out of the hall. No one dared to delay this matter. After all, it was something linked to his own life. Everyone, the next step is to determine how many more troops to send over. We must keep the battlefield outside the empire. Emperor Qingxiao sat on the throne, looked at the ministers below, and said solemnly. A battlefield at the mid-level arm spin level can easily destroy a star system. Although the stars are quite difficult to destroy, it is not absolute for the intermediate arm spinning civilization. They have many ways to directly detonate stars. It's just that the consequences are very serious, even enough to spread over a distance of several light years, and the price is too great. If this level of movement is made on your own territory, the loss would certainly be immeasurable. That's right, the old minister thinks that the first forearm where the storm civilization is located is very good. Anyway, the storm civilization has already existed in name only, and the main star system has been completely destroyed. An old man in a Chinese robe stood up and said in a flat tone. This old man in Huapao is the prime minister of Qingshao Empire, with power, and his status is second only to Emperor Qingshao. At the same time, he is also the top wise man in the Qingshao Empire. As for the decision of the fleet, it will be left to Marshal Katz. Prime Minister Qingshao followed. A middle-aged general with an aura of iron and blood stood up. For the fleet, I suggest dispatching the 7th Fleet and the 13th Fleet. These two fleets are the closest to the first forearm. At the same time, the fleet is very good at defense. It is not easy to dispatch A-class arm-spinning battleships in a short period of time. In his tone, in fact, he has already determined that this is an advanced arm-spinning civilization. He had read the information that Kelsey sent back before. As a general, he is very aware of the terrible data of this battleship. This is definitely not something that an intermediate arm-spinning civilization can do. So, he and these politicians think completely different. Of course, he will not open his mouth and offend all these politicians. The 7th Fleet and the 13th Fleet are one of the most elite fleets of the Qingshao Empire. There are these two fleets, plus the fleets of Huntingwen Civilization and Xinchuang Civilization. Even if the other party is really an advanced arm-spinning civilization, it is actually enough to test out the opponent's strength. Okay, do you have anything to add? Emperor Qingshao nodded and looked at the others. Seeing that no one else has any opinion, so the decision is made directly. The two fleets have a total of 30 B-class arm-spinning battleships, 800 C-class arm-swing class battleships and 50,000 D-class arm-spinning battleships. Immediately, he rushed towards the first forearm where the storm civilization was located. However, faster than them. It is the Xinchuang civilization behind the Qian civilization. When Xinchuang civilization's fleet arrived at Qian civilization, it only saw a piece of ruins, and naturally knew that the situation was not good. In such a short period of time, it is possible to directly penetrate a primary arm rotation level civilization. And only one battleship has been dispatched, which is clearly an existence of at least an intermediate level arm spinning civilization. Therefore, they dispatched a full 6 fleets in the first time, with a total of 90 B-class arm-spinning battleships, 2,400 C-class arm-spinning battleships and 150,000 D-class arm-spinning battleships. Battleship. Go to the third arm spin where the Red Flame civilization is located. Not to avenge the Qian civilization. Their attitude towards Qian civilization was not much better than Qingshao Empire's attitude towards Stormwind civilization. They simply thought that this battleship was sent by the Qingshao Empire unruly. Therefore, they want to help Qian civilization and spin down the second forearm. After that, support a puppet to completely turn Qian civilization into their vassal. Although they don't look down on the 20 billion star systems with 2 small arms. But it's a good income anyway. Moreover, as long as the Qingshao Empire can be made unhappy, then they will be very happy. 27%. Chapter 106. Title War Madman. However, Xinchuang civilization did not know that it was not the Qingshao Empire that attacked the Qian civilization. It is a more terrifying existence that has the power to crush the entire Horden River system. As for the news of the Qingshao Empire, it said that it was a suspected high-level arm-spinning civilization. They didn't believe even a single punctuation mark. If this is really an advanced arm-spinning civilization, you will send 2 fleets over there. Don't you just want to fish in troubled waters, first shock them, and then grab the site ahead of time? Although they did not look down on the forearm spin before. But that doesn't mean they won't pick it up when these forearm spinners are in front of them. And the reaction of Huntingwen civilization should be relatively normal. Just sent a reconnaissance fleet over. They were pinned down too many troops in the Hexen mine area, and there was no extra energy to spare at all. If you don't solve the troubles in the Hexen mine area, there is a high probability that their strength will directly fall to the throne of the old-fashioned intermediate arm-spinning civilization. Therefore, even if he knew that there was a crisis here, it might really be the existence of an advanced arm rotation level civilization, and he couldn't separate too many thoughts. The only thing that can be done is to make this reconnaissance fleet have 10 B-class arm-spinning battleships and 500 C-class arm-spinning battleships. As for more, with the situation of hunting and Wen civilization, it cannot be drawn out. For a time, the three forces had a total of 130 B-class arm-spinning battleships, 3,700 C-class arm-spinning battleships, and 200,000 D-class arm-spinning battleships. The mighty rushed towards the three small arms. Such a fleet is even enough to pose a threat to an intermediate-level arm-spinning civilization. If it is a weaker mid-level arm-spinning civilization, it may even be destroyed in the hands of this fleet. However, Shenyi is not an intermediate arm-spinning civilization. Moreover, these three fleets are not friendly partners. Instead, they all have their own minds. It is impossible to cooperate well. However, Shenyi didn't care much about the movements of these three forces. How to quickly occupy the current second arm spin is what he needs to consider. The rest is left to Shen Er. Moreover, the power of his subordinates is now very exaggerated. After expanding the fleet to 3 times its previous size, now he has 15 A-class arm-spinning Death Star fortresses and 30 B-class arm-spinning Death Star fortresses. These Death Star fortresses alone are enough for the civilizations of the Horden River system, including the advanced arm-level civilization of the Right civilization, to drink a pot. What's more, there are 450 other A-class arm-spinning warships and 5,000 B-class arm-spinning warships. Today, he has truly qualified to challenge the entire Horden River system. Time flies, 3 months flies by in a blink of an eye. With the establishment of the last star system, the Dyson sphere was occupied, and the second forearm spin was completely occupied by Shenyi. As Shenyi had expected before, after occupying the second forearm, Tech Ascension Games really popped up an announcement. Congratulations to player Shenyi, who took the lead in occupying a small arm spin, and received rewards designated C-level arm spin level blueprint X1, designated D-level arm spin level blueprint X3, D-level arm spin level material by 300 billion units, C-grade arm rotation grade material by 100 billion units. Congratulations to player Shenyi, who occupied a small arm within 8 months and won the title War Madman. The 2 announcements were directly pinned to the top of the chat bar. All players noticed these 2 announcements at the first time. However, compared to the previous shock, the player will be much calmer at this moment. As expected, it is my God of Yi, who won a small arm in 9 months, and now the strength of God of Yi should be comparable to the advanced arm spin civilization. That's for sure. There are all A-level arm-spinning Death Star fortresses. That's the Death Star fortress, isn't it? That kind of war weapon is terrifying just thinking about it. If it wasn't for the limitation of traveling, this time would have been shorter. It's terrifying to carry my boss Shenyi. With the help of boss Shenyi, my salted fish has grown to a level comparable to a mid-level stellar civilization. You're all right, you show your horse. Damn it. 35. At the speed of Mr. Shenyi, he should be able to take down the entire Horden River system soon. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be comfortable. Damn, I'm so envious. Envy +1. Beg Shenyi's strategy to hurry up. 39. Compared with the previous shock, players have accepted the development speed of Shenyi. They even counted on Shenyi to develop faster and include them. Even those top players are the same. Especially after knowing that after Shenyi occupied, they would not care how they developed in the star system or even in the arm rotation. The expectation in my heart is even more so. Why do they work so hard to climb technology? On the one hand, to survive in this dangerous universe. On the other hand, it is to explore this vast and beautiful universe. As for those who have a hegemonic mindset, although they are very few. Point 0. In fact, if you think about it, you can know that if you want to dominate the universe by just relying on one person, can you really think that you have a plug-in? Few dishes can't get to this level. Especially after seeing the terrifying firepower of the arm-spin class battleship, basically most of the players have died. The enemy cannot always be on the same level as them. If you want to develop, you will inevitably encounter obstacles from more advanced civilizations. The other party directly shoots down, and the star system is destroyed for you. You are still fighting for hegemony. They are now counting on Shenyi to call and shelter them. In this way, their safety can be greatly guaranteed. As for Shenyi, he didn't pay attention to the information in the chat column at the moment. All his attention was on this newly emerging title. Is there such an unreasonable title? Is this really something that can be done with high technology? Looking at the attributes about the title in front of him, Shenyi felt that he might be dreaming. Is it possible that the real world really has this kind of attribute bonus? But in what form should this attribute addition be manifested? The explosion rate and production consumption are understandable. As a game producer, this can be fully manipulated. After all, whether it is a blueprint or a base to manufacture a battleship, it is actually a means of creating an advanced civilization for the game. But this title attribute is a bit outrageous. War Madman. When starting a war, the movement speed of the warships under his command increases by 30%, the weapon damage increases by 30%, and the reload speed increases by 30%. 10,000. 27%. Chapter 107. Terrorist Tactical Pulse Jammers. To be honest, this property is exaggerated. Even in the game the same is true. However, Shenyi couldn't understand how this title could be manifested in reality. After all, the game is data, this aspect is well reflected. But it's not a game now. It's a pity that there is no chance to start a war yet, and those civilizations are all turning their hands on the first and third forearms. Therefore, there is no way to test the effect of this title. Forget it, you should be able to see it when the war begins. 55. Shenyi shook his head. It was the other rewards this time that made him quite interested. Especially the one that specifies the C-class arms blueprint. Just enough to meet Shen Er's upgrade needs. There are also those hundreds of billions of D-level arm rotation, 903, level materials and C-level arm rotation level materials. It can be said that it directly expanded his empty resource library. On the contrary, the 3D level arm spinning blueprints seemed a little tasteless, and at best they were a bonus. These D-level arm spinning blueprints and C-class arm spinning blueprints will be upgraded for you. Pick and choose to see if there is anything you want. Shenyi said generously to Shen Er. After the upgrade, Shen Er can reach the A-level arm rotation level. Even dealing with a war between advanced arm spinning civilizations, it will not be too difficult. Just enough for the war to come. Thank you, Master. 9. There was a hint of joy on Shen Er's face, and without being polite to Shenyi, he directly started to choose what he wanted. There are quite a few things to choose from for the C-class arms blueprints. Moreover, the D-class arm spinning class blueprint can also supplement some types of B-class arm spinning class warships. The intermediate arm spin civilization is much more powerful than the primary arm spin civilization. They already have a lot of experience in arm spin level combat. If there are too few types of warships, it cannot meet the needs of the battlefield at all. Although it can also be directly crushed with powerful strength. However, the damage may be much larger. In the end, Shen Er's C-class arm spinning class blueprint chose Battleship Strategic Commander as his upgrade module. The capabilities of the Star Wars Strategic Commander are similar to those of the Star Wars Battle Commander. However, in terms of command ability and tactical derivation ability, it is far superior. As for the blueprint of the D-class arm spinning class, I chose the Hidden Killer class Ghost Warship, Falcon class Interstellar Fighter and Tactical Pulse Jamming Missile. Shenyi glanced at the properties of these selected things. Battleship Strategic Commander. Grade rating. C-level arm rotation level. Ability. Possesses extremely powerful abilities, and can independently command and complete intermediate-level arm-spinning civilized wars. Consumption. 30 trillion energy is consumed every day. Production requirements. Several stellar-level materials, 500,000 units of D-level arm-spinning materials, 200,000 units of C-level arm-spinning materials, 50 trillion points of energy. Shadow Killer Class Ghost Battleship. Grade rating. D-level arm rotation level. Ability. Possess extremely powerful stealth ability. No traces can be found at the same level. C-class arm-spinning warships need to be close to 500,000 kilometers to be discovered. The maximum sailing speed is Mach 30,000, and the maximum speed after the stealth function is turned on is Mach 15,000. Equipped with 16 Warwind torpedo launchers, which can cause a huge blow to C-class arm-spinning warships in the case of sneak attacks. Consumption. 10 trillion energy is consumed every day. Production requirements. Several planetary-level materials, several stellar-level materials, 150,000 D-level arm-spinning materials, 20 trillion points of energy. Falcon-class starfighter. Grade rating. D-level arm rotation level. Capacity. The maximum sailing speed is Mach 100,000, equipped with a laser main gun and 4 Falcon missile launchers, which can pose a threat to D-class arm-spinning warships. Although the tactical value is not as good as that of a high-level interstellar warship, it is superior in low price. Consumption. 10 trillion energy is consumed every day. Production requirements. Several planetary-level materials, several stellar-level materials, 3,000 units of D-level arm-spinning materials, 800 billion points of energy. Tactical pulse jamming missile. Grade rating. D-level arm rotation level. Capability. The maximum flight speed is Mach 100,000, the maximum killing range is 5 million kilometers, and it can instantly interfere with all electronic equipment within the explosion range. Consumption. None. Production requirements. Several planetary-level materials, several stellar-level materials, 5,000 units of D-level arm-spinning materials, 10 trillion points of energy. Shen-Er, did you choose a starfighter to fill the hangar of the Death Star Fortress? 99. Shen Yi asked curiously. The Death Star Fortress can indeed replace the effect of the interstellar aircraft carrier, carrying a large number of interstellar fighters. However, compared to the interstellar aircraft carrier, which can directly consume a small amount of resources to produce interstellar fighters, this Falcon-class starfighter seems a bit expensive. Yes or no, the strategic value of the Falcon-class starfighter itself is not high, but if it is paired with tactical electromagnetic interference missiles, it is very impressive. Shen-Er explained. This tactical pulse jamming missile can prevent the enemy's energy barrier from being opened in a short period of time, and even block the opponent's weapon system. With the speed and flexibility of the interstellar fighter, it is not impossible to carry it to the front of the opponent's formation. Shen Yi immediately understood what Shen-Er meant, and he looked at the tactical pulse jamming missile in surprise. I didn't expect such a good thing in the blueprint. What is the difference between this and silence? Directly block the opponent's means of defense and attack, so that the opponent can only passively be beaten. Then this Shadow Killer class Ghost Battleship 3.6 should also be able to carry tactical pulse jamming missiles. Shen Yi asked with great interest. Yes, Master. If the performance of the Shadow Killer class Ghost Battleship can be improved to B-level arm-spinning class, then with the ability of the Shadow Killer class Ghost Battleship, it is possible to touch the A-class arm-spinning battleship within 1 million kilometers. At this distance, it is basically impossible to intercept this tactical pulse jamming missile. There was a hint of excitement in Shen-Er's tone, and it seemed that he couldn't wait to realize it. With this double guarantee, it is almost impossible for the enemy to block tactical pulse jamming missiles. And once it is not blocked, the consequences can be imagined naturally. That scene must not be too beautiful. 27%. Chapter 108. Right civilization dispatched. Is it interfering with the enemy's electronic equipment? The other party should also have defensive measures, right? Shen Yi frowned slightly and asked. Electromagnetic pulse. He naturally knows that the means of those monsters in the Pacific Rim is electromagnetic pulse. However, the effect of tactical pulse jamming missiles is much more powerful than the electromagnetic pulse methods of those monsters in the Pacific Rim. Not only the attack range is much more terrifying, but it can also play a role in the arm rotation class warships. This is not comparable to those monsters in the Pacific Rim. However, when a weapon appears, there is bound to be a means of interception. Shen Yi didn't think the other party would have no preventive measures. Theoretically, there is no means of defending against electromagnetic pulses, and at most it can only shorten the time affected by the impact. With the enhanced ability of tactical pulse jamming missiles, even advanced arm-spinning civilizations are not so easy to offset. Shen-Er explained. The only way to isolate electromagnetic pulses is to build a warship that isolates all electromagnetic signals. But is it possible? Isolation of all electromagnetic signals means that it is impossible to receive all information from the outside world. Is interstellar warfare, relying on the naked eye to lock the enemy's position through the hanging window? Even clairvoyance is not enough. The combat radius of the arm-spin class warship is at least tens of millions of kilometers. If you can't lock the enemy through the radar, I'm afraid you don't even know where the enemy is. As long as it receives external signals, it will be affected by electromagnetic pulses. Not to mention the paralysis of internal facilities, at least it will be greatly affected. No matter how good the countermeasures are, it will take at least a few seconds to repair. If this time can be used properly, it will definitely cause huge damage to the enemy. Of course, how to grasp this time point is Shen-Er's business. Shen Yi won't ask too much. But judging from Shen Eruo's upgraded ability, it is not difficult for her to calculate the advanced arm rotation level civilization. Moreover, there are 2 guarantees of space fighters and ghost battleships. It is not difficult to project this tactical pulse-jamming missile. The battle is coming soon. Get ready for the battle. Shen Ling, you are in charge of all resources to support this battle. 35. Shen Yi smiled slightly and told Shen Ling. With his current background, it is enough to start a war with the civilizations of the Horden River system. From struggling on the planet 9 months ago to now competing against the entire Horden River system, the growth in it is unimaginable. If he hadn't experienced 07 personally, even Shen Yi himself would not have believed that all this was true. Yes, Master. 9. Shen and Shen Ling said in unison. The selected 4 things were quickly produced. Battleship Strategic Commander. Grade rating. Grade A, Army Rotation Grade. Ability. Possesses extremely powerful command ability, can independently command and complete advanced arm level civilized wars and deduce advanced arm level wars in advance. Consumption. 300 trillion energy is consumed every day. Shadow Killer Class Ghost Battleship. Grade rating. Grade B, Arm Rotation Grade. Ability. Possesses extremely powerful stealth ability, and it is impossible to find traces at the same level. A-class arm-spinning warships need to be close to 1 million kilometers to be discovered. The maximum sailing speed is Mach 300,000. After the stealth function is turned on, the maximum speed is Mach 250,000. Equipped with 16 Warwind torpedo launchers, which can cause a huge blow to A-class arm-spinning warships in the case of sneak attacks. Consumption. 100 trillion energy is consumed every day. Falcon-class starfighter. Grade rating. Grade B, Arm Rotation Grade. Capability. The maximum sailing speed is Mach 380,000, equipped with a laser main gun and 4 Falcon missile launchers, which can pose a threat to B-class arm-spinning warships. Although the tactical value is not as good as that of a high-level interstellar warship, it is superior in low price. Consumption. 50 trillion energy is consumed every day. Tactical Pulse Jamming Missile. Grade rating. Grade B, Arm Rotation Grade. Capability. The maximum flight speed is Mach 400,000, and the maximum killing range is 20 million kilometers, which can instantly interfere with all electronic equipment within the explosion range. Consumption. None. After being strengthened, the abilities of these 4 things have become even more terrifying. Even if an advanced arm-spinning civilization faces this level of attack, it will definitely feel the scalp tingling. Although the shortcomings of these ships are also obvious. But in the face of their great advantages, these can be ignored. And Shen Yi's side was ready for war. Qingxiao Empire, Qinshuang Civilization and Huntingwen Civilization have almost finished sorting out the information. At this moment, in the Qingxiao Empire, a group of high-level officials gathered. The other party has completely occupied the second arm spin. No matter what civilization the other party is, it must have wolf ambitions for the Horden River system. The second arm spin is likely to be the bridgehead for the other party. The Marshal of the Qingxiao Empire said solemnly. Furthermore, according to our previous test, the probability of the opponent being an advanced arm spin level civilization is as high as 70%. The number of B-class arm spinning warships has exceeded 3,000, which is far from an enemy we can deal with. My suggestion is to inform the right civilization not to let our soldiers die in vain. 3,000 B-class armspin class is too scary. Even if they add up the 3 intermediate arm rotation level civilizations of the Horden River system, there are not so many. Unless they use up all the information and use it to build B-class arm-spinning battleships, they can touch the opponent. However, if the foundation is consumed to nothing, not to mention whether they can afford it or not, even if they can afford it, it will set them back economically. Trapped in a debilitating situation. The old minister agrees with the marshal's suggestion. Our Qingxiao Empire can't afford it. A cabinet minister also stood up and bowed. My minister agrees. The old minister agrees. Other ministers also spoke up. The previous temptation had already cost them a lot of troops. Everyone no longer wants to see continued sacrifice. Moreover, no matter what, they have now won the first arm of the Storm Civilization, and even if there is no gain in the follow-up, they will not suffer at all. Although the resources in these places are very poor. But something is better than nothing. They can build these places up as long as they spend some time. Used as a dwelling for the lowest class residents. Of course, all of this presupposes that they can solve this big trouble. Having said that, our fleet still needs to be dispatched, leaving the 1st, 4th, and 6th fleets, and sending all the other 10 fleets over. Marshal Allen, the commander-in-chief, will leave it to you. Emperor Qingxiao said solemnly. The right civilization was never a good man. If they show their intention to use the right civilization, it is likely to cause the other party to target them. That kind of result is definitely not acceptable to the Qingxiao Empire. Compared with an unknown civilization that does not know its strength, the right civilization gave them more fear. After all, they still have a hard time forgetting the demise of Qinshuan civilization. What did the right civilization do? Sent a fleet. No, the other party didn't do this at all, just used some means, and the Qinshuan civilization disappeared. This undoubtedly made them extremely jealous of these intermediate arm spin level civilizations. Who knows if this day will come to him? The only thing they can do is to try their best not to let the right civilization catch everything. Yes, Your Majesty. Marshal Allen of the Qingxiao Empire bowed his hands and responded respectfully. The reaction of Qinshuang civilization was similar to that of the Qingxuang Empire, and they also occupied the third arm. Although the third arm rotation on the bright side is still in the hands of Qiang civilization. But in fact, all the people in the third small arm rotation have been replaced by people from Qinshuang civilization. In this case, they naturally don't want to see the third forearm spin being taken down. At the same time, they are also afraid of the right civilization staring at themselves. Similarly, a total of 16 fleets were dispatched to 13, leaving only 3 fleets that were good at defense, guarding the important places of Qinshuang civilization. On the contrary, it is hunting Wen civilization, and there is not much reaction. It was only a symbolic dispatch of 3 fleets to the nearest third arm. However, with their current situation, it is not bad to be able to draw 3 fleets. The fleets sent by the 3 intermediate-level arm-spinning civilizations add up to a total of 420 B-class arm-spinning battleships, 11,200 C-class arm-spinning battleships, and 70 D-class arm-spinning battleships. Battleship. Such a force has even more than doubled the total fleet of Qingxiao Empire. Absolutely terrifying. Even if it is not thought that the hunting civilization is in crisis, the number of fleets sent is insufficient. The number of such a fleet is even enough to exceed the number of battleships owned by the ordinary old-fashioned mid-level arm-spinning civilization. However, even if these 3 fleets add up, there is absolutely no possibility of competing with Shenyi. What's more, these 3 fleets are still inseparable. Of course, these 3 parties also know that they are here to watch the show. The main battlefield is the end of the right civilization. At this moment, the right civilization also received a joint request from the 3-party intermediate arm spin level civilization. The leader of the right civilization and 12 old men are sitting in the large office. Looking at the table in the center of the crowd, in the virtual light screen, the information compiled from the information from the 3-party intermediate arm spinning civilization. The leader of the right civilization is a well-built middle-aged man. The appearance is similar to that of the Earth people, but the eyes are strangely blue. And the 12 old men opposite him were the top group of right civilization. All of them have lived for nearly 10,000 years. However, because of the effect of genetic medicine, these old people are not because of the passage of time. As a result, the thinking becomes dull and the brain becomes irrational. On the contrary, except that the appearance has aged a little. They are all old foxes who can destroy an elementary arm-level civilization with just their brains. It is an existence that can give everything absolutely rational only for the continuation and strengthening of civilization. Although the other party has not exposed A-class arm-spinning level warships, this number of B-class arm-spinning battleships is not something that a mere intermediate-level arm-spinning class civilization can possess. An old man with an old face said with slightly narrowed eyes. And the information on this warship. It's a speed that even we can't do, it's like a work of art. 35. Another old man pointed to the video of the teardrop-shaped interstellar shuttle in front of him. That terrifying speed is simply not something that a B-class arm-spinning battleship can master. Moreover, they can't build this body shape. The technical content required is too high, let alone research, they have no clue. This definitely involves space and other technologies. Pay attention to the size of the opponent's warships, which are also a notch smaller than the size of the same level warships. Even we have a hard time compressing the B-class arm-spinning warships. The opponent's technology level seems to be higher than ours. Another old man with a vulture complexion clicked on a picture and said, "This is the picture taken by Hunting Wen Civilization's reconnaissance fleet when they were testing Shenyi." Of course, the reconnaissance fleet was directly destroyed without a doubt. However, information about the Shenyi battleship was passed on. Of course, Shenyi didn't expect to hide this. Because it's not necessary at all. Under the circumstance of absolute crushing, the opponent's knowledge of his strength will actually hit his morale. Although Shen Yi couldn't make the battleship pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, it made Shen Yi a little regretful. But it's just a pity. Well, in this way, it can be basically determined that the other party is an advanced arm-spinning civilization whose strength may exceed ours. The leader of the right civilization, who was sitting at the top, also crossed his fingers and spoke in a deep voice. His eyes were full of wisdom and majesty, and he was obviously not a puppet who was supported. Although it may not live as long as these old foxes. But his ability has been unanimously recognized by the 12 elders. However, it would be a bit too crazy to want to deal with us in our home court. 35. Dispatched the idle 3rd and 7th Death Star Fortress battle groups, carrying 3 world destruction fission missiles, and went to the second arm to suppress them. 99. The eyes of the leader of the right civilization were full of domineering and pride, but also full of contempt for this intruding civilization. Of course, he did not underestimate this unknown civilization. The world destruction fission missile is the ultimate weapon of the right civilization. Even an entire Death Star Fortress battle group could not resist a single world destruction fission missile. In terms of attack power, this has even exceeded the level of A-level arm-spinning level. Carrying 3 at a time, plus 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups, as long as there are no more than 6 Death Star Fortress battle groups on the opposite side, they can easily deal with them. And could there be more than 6 Death Star Fortress battle groups on the other side? He didn't think the other party had this ability. Even an old-fashioned advanced arm-spinning civilization would never have too many Death Star Fortress battle groups. Send more than 6 Death Star Fortress battle groups at one time to launch the Invasion 903 war across the distance of the river system. Even if their right civilization is 10 times stronger, they cannot support this level of consumption. Does the other party really need supplies? That kind of huge fleet is fighting across the river system, and the resources consumed are absolutely despairing. Yes, leader. The 12 old men stood up at the same time, with respect in their eyes. For the strongest leader of the right civilization, these old monsters who have lived for 10,000 years are still very convinced. The other party only has 1,000 years of time, which has raised the right civilization to a higher level. They believe in being led by each other. Even if the right civilization grows into an old-fashioned advanced arm-spin level civilization or even a top-level arm-spin level civilization, it is easy. Under the orders of a group of high-level officials, the terrifying war machine of right civilization was also activated. Although they have not clashed with these intermediate arm-level civilizations and primary arm-level civilizations in the Horden River system. But if you really think that these Death Star Fortress battle groups are young master soldiers, you are really wrong. In the Hexen mining area, they have experienced countless tragic battles with those terrifying monsters. Even the Death Star Fortress battle group could be wiped out by accident. How could they be young master soldiers? This is completely 100 battle elites who have been killed from the sea of corpses. Even if it temporarily will not adapt to the battle between civilizations. But with their adaptability, they will also adjust at the fastest speed. After all, those monsters in the Hexen mining area can find different types every moment. If you can't adapt quickly, the only result is to be destroyed by the other party. Therefore, whether it is the leader of the right civilization or the 12 elders of the right civilization, they are extremely confident in this action. Moreover, if it really doesn't work, they will directly pull a dozen world destruction fission missiles in the past. This super strategic weapon, the right civilization can make a full 25. They are confident that this is enough for all threats. Soon, the news that the right civilization's Death Star Fortress battle group was about to arrive also reached the ears of the three-party intermediate arm-spinning civilization. Hearing this news, all the high-level officials of the 3 middle-level arm-spin level civilizations showed a solemn expression. His eyes are full of fear for these battle groups. In the Hexen mine, they had seen the Death Star Fortress battle group of the right civilization. This is a team consisting of an A-class Armspin class Death Star Fortress, 10 A-class Armspin class frigates, 10 A-class Armspin class destroyers and 5 A-class Armspin class battleships, a terrorist battle group consisting of 500 B-class arm-spinning warships. This terrifying power, just one is enough to make them despair. What's more, this time, a full 3 were dispatched. Even if this is not aimed at them, it still makes them feel chilled. Moreover, 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups can be dispatched so easily, and there is even enough power to guard 10% of the core mining area. It can be seen that the right civilization's Death Star Fortress battle group is definitely more than that. This terrible force even made them feel hopeless. Even if they step into the advanced arm-spinning civilization, can they really get rid of the shadow of the right civilization? In other words, will the right civilization really allow them to step into the advanced arm-level civilization? 27%. Chapter 109. The war begins, give them a greeting. At this moment, they were looking forward to the deadlock between the right civilization and this mysterious unknown civilization. In the end, it is best to directly play a lose-lose situation. In this way, the right civilization's control of the Horden River system will inevitably fall into the lowest ebb. Only then did they have the possibility to set foot on the advanced arm-spinning civilization, and even destroy and replace the right civilization. However, this possibility is probably very small. Because they also know the difficulty of fighting across the river system. Not to mention how long it will take to get here. Even with the help of natural wormholes, this time will definitely be very long. This is bound to cause difficulties in replenishment. Once the supply cannot keep up, what is the difference between a battleship and an iron coffin? Therefore, they guessed that the number of battleships sent by this unknown advanced arm-spinning civilization must be very limited. The number of A-class arm-spinning warships may not be too many. It is too difficult to compete with the super-standard combat power of the Death Star Fortress. Even in the past 3 months, the other party has some laying on the second forearm spin. That would definitely not be able to supply the demand for a large number of A-class arm-spinning warships. Especially a war weapon of the level of the Death Star Fortress. The energy required for that kind of thing to drive is absolutely exaggerated. In this kind of battle across the river system, even if the opponent has a Death Star Fortress battle group, there is absolutely no ability to send it over. This away game is too bad. However, even so, they can secretly get some advanced technology from the battlefield to strengthen themselves. Even if it can't break through the ranks of advanced arm rotation level civilization. But even if you can take one more step in the intermediate arm rotation level civilization and become more powerful, it is still good. The 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups of the right civilization are the closest to the Qingxiao Empire. Therefore, it is from the Qingxiao Empire, and then leads to the intersection of the second forearm spin and the first forearm spin. Emperor Qingxiao and a high level can be sure that this is definitely a deterrent to them. Because these 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups pass from the vicinity of their main star system. The terrifying size of the Death Star Fortress, as well as the countless muzzles that flashed out like a hedgehog, made everyone who saw it broke out in a cold sweat involuntarily. Especially the gun muzzle that is thousands of kilometers wide in front is even more terrifying. The Death Star Fortress of the right civilization also belongs to the Death Star Fortress of the energy weapon type. However, Shen Yi's Death Star Fortress fires laser weapons. The right civilization's Death Star Fortress emits particle rays. Although they belong to the category of energy weapons. However, laser weapons focus more on burning, while particle weapons are better at penetrating objects. Of course, it's hard to say which is better. As far as the killing effect is concerned, laser weapons are more aimed at warships, while particle weapons are more aimed at living things. And the weapons of the right civilization Death Star Fortress. A high probability is also due to the situation in the Hexen mining area. After all, there are only those monsters in that place that are enough to shred the arm-spin class battleship. On the contrary, because of the dominance of the Horden River family, the right civilization has not played against other civilizations. And because it was ready for war, Shen Yi will naturally not forget the issue of intelligence. When the right civilization fleet arrived at the first small arm, he had already seen the movement. Those huge monsters that were 3 times the size of the Death Star Fortress he owned caught his attention. It's so big. How much material does it take to dismantle? There was a rare trace of greed in Shen Yi's eyes. Today, even if it is a stellar-grade material. No, even if it is a D-grade, arm-spinning material, he has already despised it. However, the meanings represented by the 3 huge A-level, arm-spinning level Death Star Fortresses are completely different. The resources needed to build these Death Star Fortresses are too large. Shen Yi's side is still because of the 100-fold strengthening system, so the A-level arm-spinning Death Star Fortress only needs to build a C-level arm-spinning Death Star Burst. In terms of resource consumption, it is also far lower than the ordinary A-level arm-spinning Death Star Fortress. Correspondingly, the resources consumed are less than 1,000th of others. Even if you count those B-grade arm-spinning materials and A-grade arm-spinning materials. Its cost is even less than 1/10,000th of the others. It is conceivable that these A-level, arm-spinning, Death Star fortresses are so tempting to him. With the ability to strengthen the system by 100 times, as long as he builds something at the A-level, arm-spinning level, he may be able to directly touch the next civilization. Master, do we need to take the initiative? Shen-Er was completely excited. The flickering light in a pair of eyes is extremely amazing. If you look closely, you can see that countless data torrents are surging. She has started to go into full power operation, used to calculate the various outcomes of this battle. If she did this before, she couldn't do it. However, after being upgraded to become the strategic commander of the battleship, her ability has been greatly increased, and even if she has a complete war with the right civilization, she can control it with ease. What's more, the other party has only sent 3 Death Star fortresses at this moment. If not because of the lack of understanding of the other party's situation, I'm afraid she doesn't need to spend too much effort to calculate the various possibilities. Well, take the initiative to attack, don't let the battlefield on our territory. Shen Yi nodded and said, although he didn't know the power of the other party's Death Star fortress. But he is very aware of the power of his Death Star fortress. If it is bombarded with full force, even detonating a star is not difficult. Although even the Death Star fortress may not be able to withstand the power of the star explosion. But that would definitely lead to huge losses. On the contrary, there is a vast starry sky near the natural wormhole between the first forearm and the second forearm. No star exists within 2 light years nearby. Even if the other party wants to perish together, they can't do it. Yes, Master. The 1st to 5th Death Star Fortress battle groups are dispatched. Shen-Er quickly issued an order. The Death Star Fortress battle group that was originally lurking near the natural wormholes of the second forearm and the first forearm suddenly moved. Because it was not sure which direction the right civilization would come from. Therefore, they have prepared the Death Star Fortress battle group in the direction of the first arm spin and the third arm spin. The 1st to 5th Death Star Fortress battle groups are the fleets guarding the direction of the first forearm. The Death Star Fortress battle group under Shen Yi's command was much stronger than that of the right civilization. The main core is mainly composed of an A-level arm-spinning Death Star Fortress and 2 B-level arm-spinning Death Star Fortresses. Then it is matched with 30 A-class arm-spinning battleships and 300 B-class arm-spinning battleships. Such 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups have completely crushed each other in terms of strength. Plus his Death Star Fortress can move with fleets. This kind of terrifying mobility is very exaggerated even if you look at the entire arm-spinning civilization. At least, few civilizations can master this kind of technology in the level of arm-spin level civilization. And this time, 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups were dispatched directly. In fact, Shen-Er had been holding back for too long. I want to vent out. However, Master, with the other party's technological heritage, it is very likely that there is some kind of super weapon, and we may have to prepare for losses. At this time, Shen-Er reminded. Super weapon. Lose it if you lose it. As long as you can keep the other party, we will never lose anyway. Shen Yi shook his head and didn't take it to heart. Is there any super weapon for the right civilization? Anyway, he thinks there should be. Just like the nuclear weapons in the hands of major powers on Earth. Even 5th-generation fighter jets are as fragile as washi in the face of nuclear bombs. Wouldn't an advanced arm-spin level civilization master such similar means? Anyway, he doesn't believe it. There is no battleship that surpasses the A-class arm-spinning class, and there will naturally be losses in the face of this weapon. But still, he will never lose. The opponent's battleship level is much higher than his. Using the same force to exchange 1 for 1 with the opponent, or even 10 for 1, he will definitely still earn blood. Because the gap between the basic level of the battleships between the two sides is too great. One is the C-level arm-spin level, and the other is the A-level arm-spin level. It is natural to imagine who is more valuable. Yes, Master. The torrent of data in Shen-Er's eyes gradually converged. She has done all the calculations and deductions, and it is time to launch an attack. 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups led to the first small arm in batches. And the Qingxiao Empire fleet guarding over there, when they saw the huge black spheres. The heart just kicked in the throat. The commander-in-chief of the fleet in charge of guarding this site even screamed, "How is it possible? There are so many Death Star fortresses." Although the size of these Death Star fortresses is not large. Even the largest diameter is only 500,000 kilometers. It is incomparable to the Death Star Fortress of the right civilization. But this is still Death Star Fortress. It is a true weapon of war that transcends the boundaries of civilization. At least, in their 3 mid-level arm-spinning civilizations. Only the old-fashioned mid-level arm-spinning civilization, Hunting When civilization, has a Death Star fortress. And it is precisely because this Death Star fortress is in danger in the Hexen mining area. Only then will the power of Hunting and When civilization be dragged into the Hexen mining area. And the picture of the 3 Death Star fortresses that appeared in the battle group of the other side's Death Star fortress was really shocking. This special Death Star fortress battle group can be configured like this. Even the right civilization can't afford such a slapstick operation. After all, the resources expended to build the Death Star fortress are terrifying. Retreat. We are no longer able to deal with this place. The commander-in-chief immediately issued an order to let the 7th Fleet, which is responsible for frontline reconnaissance, choose to retreat. However, his order was too late. Thousands of Falcon-class starfighters have taken off from the Death Star fortress. At a speed comparable to that of a B-class arm-spinning battleship, it flew towards them rapidly. Although these B-class arm-spinning battleships are somewhat inadequate when facing the same level of interstellar battleships. But it is still a B-level arm-spinning level starfighter. For the B-level arm rotation level and below, it also has huge lethality. Moreover, that flexible speed is far from what a huge spaceship can have. Almost in just a few minutes, these interstellar fighters have come to the top of the 7th Fleet and started an intensive fire raid. Although the 7th Fleet's close-range artillery has also been opened to the limit. But in the face of the extremely flexible interstellar fighter, there is no way at all. Moreover, due to the constant harassment, the fleet's movement speed was greatly reduced. At this time, if you want to escape, the only way is for high-level warships to abandon low-level warships and choose to retreat. The fate of the abandoned low-level warships can be imagined. These starfighters alone are enough to eat them all. But if they don't give up, then they don't even want to escape a battleship. And there is a more serious problem. That is, even if they give up these low-level battleships, will they really be able to escape the pursuit of these interstellar armors whose speed is close to the A-level arm-spinning level battleships? However, the commander-in-chief of the 7th Fleet just wanted to issue an order. The ear-piercing sound of the warship's siren was heard. Alarm alert. The warship has been locked by the missile, and the speed of the missile is to reach the A-class arm-spinning class, which is presumed to be a conventional missile equipped with the A-class arm-spinning class warship. 5. Alarm alert. The battleship has been locked by missiles. Backquote. Alarm alert. 0.35 feet. A series of reminders kept ringing. However, the mind of the commander-in-chief of the 7th Fleet had fallen into a blank space, and he could not hear anything. It's over. These were the last words he uttered. The next moment, missiles that were extremely thick, even reaching several thousand meters, landed directly in the center of the 7th Fleet. In an instant, a huge plasma cloud covered the entire 7th Fleet. What an energy barrier! What a B-class arm-spinning battleship! At this moment, it is fragile like a bubble. Under the infinite plasma, it was torn into countless pieces. Only 5 A-class arm-spinning level Hurricane-class guided missile destroyers shot. This fleet, which is considered an elite fleet in the intermediate arm rotation class, just disappeared into the universe. Aside from the time the missile is flying, it doesn't count. They couldn't even hold on for a breath. Even, all materials below the S-level, stellar level, were instantly vaporized under this devastating blow. This is the power of guided missile destroyers from the A-class arm-spinning level. Only those with the same A-level arm-spinning level can resist attacks of this level. The fleet has been wiped out. Resource recovery is available. Shen Er's eyes narrowed. She had already received the message there. Very good. It's finally open. There was a smile on Shen Yi's mouth. In fact, he is also a hidden fanatical fighter. After all, the war money is really too profitable, and these materials alone are enough to make him a lot of money. Not to mention those dropped blueprints. If he can have a B-level arm-spinning blueprint, he can manufacture even S-level arm-spinning technology. It's just that the previous fight was only the primary arm-spinning civilization. The highest number of battleships killed is only C-class arm rotation class. Therefore, he has never seen a B-class arm-spinning blueprint. I don't know if this time, if so many B-class arm-spinning battleships have been defeated, I can give him a few shots. Of course, it doesn't matter if this wave doesn't explode. After that, there is a war for him to fight, and there are 3 A-level arm-spinning Death Star fortresses waiting for him. Then don't you have to give him an A-level arm-spinning blueprint? So far, he has only one wormhole wave detector that is A-level arm-spinning blueprint. Master, are we going to use the artificial wormhole to say hello to the enemy Nuo's good fleet? Shen turned his head and looked at Shen Yi with some anticipation. This is not actually in her planned tactics. And because it is an artificial wormhole, this wave is destined to not cause much damage to the opponent. At best, it means more intimidation. It can be regarded as saying hello to the other party, or simply provoking the other party. However, this deterrence is also carried out before many human wars. The purpose is to reduce the morale of the opponent and increase the morale of your own. Although the robot has nothing to say about morale. But Shen who knew a lot of human war history from Shen Yi and the players, was very interested in this ritual-like move. Then say hello to them, and see if you can make any trump cards by the way. Shen Yi looked at the interest in Shen eyes, but did not attack the other party's enthusiasm. Although Shen is a robot, even a blow is nothing. However, he also wanted to see how the other party would react. More importantly, he wanted to provoke each other. The mere 3 Death Star forts were far from satisfying his appetite. He is not reconciled if he does not squeeze the other party dry. Yes, master. The corners of Shen mouth rose slightly, and the bottom of his eyes seemed to be ignited by a sea of fire. The next moment, all 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups began to charge. At the same time, 10 artificial wormhole beacon ships and 10 artificial wormhole generating ships also sailed out of the 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups. Came to the front of the fleet and began to lock the position of the right civilization. The artificial wormhole beacon ship doesn't have to tear open the wormhole in front of itself. Instead, beacons can be sent anywhere within 200 light years to guide the artificial wormhole generating ship to work. This kind of technology is very rare even in the entire arm rotation level civilization. That is because the 100-fold enhancement system is powerful enough. Even this ability has been directly strengthened 100 times. Otherwise, even if it is replaced by the most peak arm spinning civilization, it is already very powerful to be able to tear open the artificial wormhole within 20 light years. And when all fleets are fully charged, the artificial wormhole beacon ship has also locked the location of the right civilization fleet. Code 28%. Chapter 110. Terrorist Strike. This special mother is the 7 Death Star Fortress battle group. At this moment, the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups of the right civilization are in the battle group. The single most central Death Star Fortress battle group. The 3-star Admiral Virgo, who was in charge of this cleanup mission, was sitting in the captain's position in the command room. Look carefully at the information they have now. The mission this time is rather strange. It is actually a battle with civilization. Virgo touched his chin with interest. Before, he had always been active in the River Hard Mine, leading the Death Star Fortress battle group to fight against those monsters. I really don't have much experience fighting other civilizations. However, he has confidence in himself and the right civilization's fleet, and doesn't think he will fail at all. What's more, they brought out 3 world-annihilating fission missiles this time. Theoretically, even if the other party is really ruthless and sends a large fleet to attack them, he is sure to calm down the situation. The destruction fission missile is a terrifying weapon capable of easily destroying a Death Star Bastion battle group. Admiral, if you successfully complete your mission this time, you will be able to go one step closer to being promoted to a 4-star general. The confidant adjutant on the side glanced at the information on the screen with disdain, and said with a complimenting smile. There was a smile on Virgo's face. Well, this time is the test of the leaders and the elders, but with the current conditions, how much strength can an advanced arm-spinning civilization fighting across the river system show? Even those old-fashioned advanced arm rotation level civilizations have to pay a huge price to fight across the river system. Unless the opponent is a top-level arm-spinning civilization, it's about the same. 35. He didn't think that the opponent who appeared this time would be a top-level arm rotation level civilization. The top arm spin class civilization has S-class arm spin class battleships, and even mastered the existence of light-speed flight. As for why they would know the news, that's because, as the overlords of the Horden River system, they naturally want to explore other river systems. Although they explored several river systems, the strongest civilizations are only equal to them. However, from the mouths of these civilizations, they knew that there was an incomparably powerful top-level arm-spinning civilization in a place 5 or 6 rivers away from them. The basic performance of the S-class armed spin-class warships is also obtained from this top armed spin-class civilization. However, as long as he didn't reach the S-rank armed spin rank, Navigo wouldn't be too worried at all. How much power can a mere high-level arm rotation-level civilization play in away battles? Just like their right civilization, although several river systems have been discovered. Moreover, there are also several advanced arm spinning civilizations whose strength is far inferior to theirs. However, it is because the cost of crossing the river system is too high. Therefore, the right civilization cannot launch foreign wars at all. Of course, the right civilization has not even completed the development of the Horden River system, and there is no need to expand outward in 903. And just as Virgo was thinking about it, a harsh siren suddenly sounded in the battleship. Alarm alert. Wormhole energy fluctuation detected. Suspected artificial wormhole is opening. Virgo frowned immediately. Artificial wormhole. Where is the location? 35. Naturally, it is impossible for them to have no solution for artificial wormholes. After all, they have this means themselves. However, he did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to attack. However, he was not particularly worried, given the presence of the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups. They are even strong enough to unite to block the world-destroying fission missile. The artificial wormhole fluctuation appeared 120 million kilometers away. A soldier in charge of the radar reported immediately. What? 120 million kilometers? So close. This time Virgo was indeed a little surprised. Although the distance of 120 million kilometers is not particularly close. But they are not without means of guarding against artificial wormholes. What is the difference between directly shoving the gun barrels into their faces? This proves that the other party's artificial wormhole technology has crushed them far. What direction is the enemy in? Have you caught it? Virgo asked hastily. At this moment, he also began to pay attention to this enemy. Although the other party is absolutely impossible to send too many advanced warships because of the supply. But after all, it is not a monster without any brains, and he still needs to pay attention to it. He didn't want him to fail the star promotion test this time. The soldiers in charge of the radar immediately turned on the radar power of the Death Star Fortress to the highest level, and the surrounding information suddenly gathered here. No trace of the enemy has been detected within 2 light years. No trace of the enemy detected within 5 light years. 95. No trace of the enemy has been detected within 10 light years. No trace of the enemy detected within 50 light years. At 50 light years, the radar detection range of the Death Star Fortress is at its limit. Although Death Star Fortress is A-level, arm spinning level technology. However, the distance of 50 light years is already the limit for them. Virgo's face became extremely ugly. No enemy was found 50 light years away, which means that the enemy was a wormhole that was torn directly from 50 light years away. This Nemes, the other party's artificial wormhole technology, is so outrageous. Can the opponent's beacon ship mark such a far place? Or, does the other party have any special means to block the signal of the beacon ship so that they cannot catch it? However, Virgo thinks the latter is more likely. Their artificial wormhole beacon ships, at most, mark any location within 2 light years. 10 light years. That's impossible. How much power is needed to directly lock such a far place? Are the opposing warships infinite energy? General, there are 10 seconds left until the artificial wormhole opens. 35. At this time, the soldier in charge of detecting the fluctuation of the wormhole suddenly opened his mouth and said. Virgo immediately put aside all the thoughts in his mind. The entire fleet is prepared for impact prevention. In addition, start recording the enemy's attack information and confirm the enemy's information. As an excellent general, he is also a general who has fought for thousands of years with those monsters in the Hexen mining area. He basically has to contend with tons of monsters every day. The abilities of these types of monsters also change almost every few days. So, he is very aware of the importance of intelligence. Even if it is a human being and not a monster at the moment. Yes, General, the entire fleet is ready for impact. The soldiers immediately passed Virgo's orders to the entire fleet. The next moment, beams of light shot out from the 3 Death Star fortresses, and finally turned into a light curtain, shrouding the 3 Death Star fortress battle groups. The other battleships pulled out an energy and injected it into this energy barrier. Once they find that the enemy's attack is too violent, they can also deliver energy in time to maintain the existence of the energy barrier. As a powerful fleet that has experienced countless battles, These 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups are obviously not general. The best decision was made the first time. I didn't waste any of my output at all. Artificial wormhole countdown 5 seconds. The artificial wormhole counts down 3 seconds. The artificial wormhole counts down 1 second. Under the constant reporting of soldiers responsible for detecting artificial wormholes, 120 million kilometers away from them, a huge artificial wormhole was torn apart immediately. However, do not wait to see the situation on the other side. Several sturdy beams of light, mixed with countless missiles, railguns, and lasers, were densely bombarding their fleet. The terrifying torrent of attacks made the scalp numb. In an instant, the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups were covered in it. What shocked Virgo even more was that these attacks didn't mean to collide and interfere with each other. These attacks are densely packed without wasting a single available space. Is this a battle with civilization? Virgo was a little confused. I have always been fighting monsters before, basically going straight. The opponent jumped up directly and was destroyed by them. Although there may be some twists and turns in the process of their suppression because of the other party's special abilities. But not once has he felt as shocked as he is now. This intensive attack, even the most elite fleet of the right civilization cannot do it. The other party simply did not waste even a trace of firepower. Can such a perfect level of command really be achieved by humans? However, although his heart was shocked, his response was not slow. If you just do that, wait for the attack to hit you head on. God knows how much energy will be lost. It is not close to the right civilization here, and it is very difficult for them to supply energy. Interfere with the launch of the barrage. Block the opponent's attack as much as possible. Virgo calmly ordered. This is also a method they use when facing large-scale monsters in the Hexen mining area. Sometimes they may encounter tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of monsters combined to attack. At that time, in order to pay the least price, they will use the fire net to intercept the next part of the attack. In this way, their energy can be conserved to the greatest extent possible. However, this time faced such a dense attack. I don't even know if this method works or not. Shoot the jamming barrage. Shoot the jamming barrage. 35. Inside the battleships, the orders of their respective captains suddenly sounded. AHDG, numerous jamming bombs used to reduce the attack were all fired forward at this time. And the most prominent among them are the 3 Death Star fortresses. For a time, countless lasers and missiles took off from above, like a hornet's nest that had been stabbed. The firepower of this moment is even enough to match the attack of all the other battleships. This is why the Death Star Fortress is called a weapon of war across civilizations. This firepower is too exaggerated. Boom! A large number of attacks suddenly collided halfway. Then, before they could bloom their own glorious moment, they were topped by the attack from the rear. The cold sweat on Virgo's forehead had already come down. If the other party regards it as a state of facing the wave, then the wave on his side has been crushed and pushed by the other party. The firepower of the opponent without any gaps is really terrifying. The fleet on the opposite side has already reached the theoretical perfect firepower. What kind of person can do this? Anyway, even the Marshal of the right civilization is in charge of the most elite Death Star Fortress battle group. The firepower that can be used is only 80% at most. And this is already the highest level of right civilization. In the end, the opponent's attack still slammed into their energy barrier. Even if there is a layer of energy barrier isolation, it still makes their fleet tremble violently. The entire battleship seemed to be caught in a magnitude 7 earthquake. If you hadn't prepared for the shock early. At the same time, the basic physique of the warriors of the right civilization has been greatly improved because of the genetic medicine. I'm afraid there will be a lot of casualties in this wave. Even if the energy barrier is not attacked. This wave of attacks lasted for 3 minutes. After the violent vibration ended, even Virgo felt a little weak in his legs and feet. It's not that I was scared, it's just that the frequency of the vibration is too high. It gave him a direct shock. If you change to some low-level civilization people, I am afraid that even the internal organs will be shattered directly by this violent vibration. The casualties. Virgo held the chair, quickly stabilized himself, and asked. This question is his main concern. Although he is confident in the defense of the Death Star Fortress battle group, who knows if there will be accidents. After waiting for half a minute, the casualty information was counted. The dizzy soldiers who were shocked immediately reported in a strong spirit. General, we have 2,700 C-class arm-spinning warships damaged, 123 B-class arm-spinning battleships damaged, A-class arm-spinning battleships damaged, and A-class arms-wing warships damaged. Class warships were not damaged. As for casualties, 12,000 people were slightly injured, 300 people were seriously injured, and no one died. This data made Virgo frown. Although they blocked this wave of attacks, no battleship was damaged, and no one was killed. But this data still made him feel a little uneasy. And, more importantly, in those previous attacks, there were 5 particularly thick beams of light, which made him particularly concerned. The thickness of these light beams does not seem to be large. But the power seems to be extremely powerful. It's almost like they push the jamming attack horizontally. Moreover, there are 10 slightly thinner beams of light. Although they are not as thick as the 5 beams, their performance is also very dazzling. How is the fleet's energy consumption? Virgo followed suit. The data on the other end was quickly integrated as well. Death Star Fortress consumes 10% of energy. Other A-class arm-spinning battleships consume 30% energy, B-class arm-spinning battleships consume 50% energy, and C-class arm-spinning battleships consume 70% energy. 35. This data made Virgo even more uneasy. This wave of Nima's attack knocked them down so much energy. Especially the C-class arm-spinning battleship, the remaining energy is not even enough to continue a battle. And the B-class arm-spin class and A-class arm-spin class battleships are not doing so well. Although this also has the enemy's attack too sudden. At the same time, the position of the artificial wormholes is too close, so that they have almost no relationship with the reaction time. But this still can't erase the strength of the opponent's strength. Not to mention the ability to use firepower 100%. This firepower alone is enough to make them vigilant. It was no different than 7-fold Death Star Fortress battle groups attacking them. Could it be that the other party really sent 7-fold Death Star Fortress battle groups? Or is it that the other party is just bluffing and using some means to hit such a high attack, trying to deter them and buy himself time? For a time, a lot of information made Virgo feel a little dizzy. Back the previous encounter. Let's slow down for a while, wait for the supply ship to keep up, and supply the warship. Virgo quickly issued an order. No matter what the other party's goal is, he can't let the fleet with such a huge loss to attack the other party. Otherwise, what's the difference between making fun of soldiers' lives? On the other hand, Shen Yi, who had been attacked before, had a splendid expression on his face. So the effect of this title is so mysterious. Shen Yi said strangely. Just before he launched the attack, the War Madman effect was actually activated. Then, these battleships were suddenly enveloped by a red light. The next moment, the charging speed of the battleship was greatly increased, and after the attack was launched, the shells and beams of light that were launched were directly enlarged by 30%. I am afraid that at that moment, the power exerted by the 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups. It is even comparable to the firepower of the 7 Death Star Fortress battle groups. He couldn't understand this way of increasing. It can only be blamed on the perversion of the producer behind the soaring technology game. It can easily play with the technology of arm rotation level civilization between applause. One can imagine how perverted the other party's civilization is. However, this is a good thing for him, and it is naturally impossible for him to think about some things. At least, in terms of the level of technology that the other party has shown so far. At present, he has no ability to resist the opponent at all. No matter what the other party's purpose is, you can only implement and think about it after you touch the other party's level. However, the opponent's strength is really astonishing, and it is too amazing to have not destroyed a single battleship. Shen Yi couldn't help sighing. You must know that the previous attack on the 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups did not hold back at all. Those penetrating shells also failed to tear apart that layer of energy barrier. Otherwise, this wave of opponents will definitely not lose at all. Master, this is actually normal. As a weapon of war, the Death Star Fortress is not only in terms of attack. A huge size means more energy and more equipment. 35. You can think of the energy barrier of the Death Star Fortress as an energy barrier composed of 58 class arm-spinning frigates. Shen Er explained aloud. 28%. Chapter 111. Unless the opponent has 15 Death Star Fortress battle groups, they are dead. She was very satisfied with the result. After all, she herself doesn't think it will have much effect. After all, the other party is an advanced arm spin level civilization, and it has come a long way on the arm spin level. If it was so easy to deal with, she would have to doubt the other party, whether there is any conspiracy. Furthermore, according to my calculations, although the opponent blocked this wave of attacks, it would definitely lose a lot of energy. If there is no accident, the opponent will temporarily stop the offensive and wait for the arrival of supplies. That is to say, the next will enter our offensive rhythm. Shen Er followed the analysis. Shen Yi's words raised Shen Yi's brows slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Oh. The other party still can't fight back, can you be sure? Although his brain is much better than before. It is even comparable to the brains of some stellar civilizations. However, it is still impossible to calculate such a huge amount of data. So, I don't know what will happen to the other party. Yes, there is an 80% probability that unless the opponent's energy storage equipment exceeds the advanced arm spin civilization by more than 30%, their fleet will never dare to act rashly. Next, we can cut off the opponent's back path and cut off the opponent's supply line. Leave the opponent behind. Shen Er looked calm. After turning on the war mode, she also became a lot more serious. In fact, the current scene also exceeded her expectations. Because, she did not expect that the effect of the title would be so amazing, and it could actually increase the power of the fleet so much. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to cause the current effect. Well, then leave it to you to do it. Shen Yi nodded, full of confidence in Shen Er. Not to mention that Shen Er's current technology level has reached A-level arm rotation level. Even if you fight against those top veteran advanced arm spinning civilizations, you will definitely not fall into the disadvantage. The fleet he currently has is enough to make him invincible. If the boosting effect of the title is added, the firepower on his side can be comparable to 21 Death Star Fortress battle groups. Even if the opponent has some super weapon in hand, there is no need to be too afraid. At least, the opponent's 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups will all be left behind. And once he has this wave of resources, his strength will take a huge leap again. On the other side, Virgo's news was quickly passed back to the right civilization. The leader of the right civilization and the 12 elders gathered again. However, compared to the confidence they had last time, their faces became much ugly. It actually showed the firepower of more than 7 Death Star Fortress battle groups. Is the opponent so strong? An old-faced elder frowned. An old face that was like a dead tree was even more covered with ravines, which was extremely terrifying. I believe more in Virgo's speculation that the other party should be trying to intimidate us and buy time for himself. 99. After all, with such a huge fleet of the other party, the daily resource consumption will be a very terrifying number. If there is no supply ship, it will not be able to support it at all. 99. Another old man twisted his beard and said with squinting eyes. HMPH, no matter what the opponent's situation is, don't we dare to fight when we occupy the home court. A veteran with several scars on his right eye snorted coldly and said coldly. Speaking of which, he was once a general of the right civilization. He has experienced countless wars and is well known in the right civilization army. If it weren't for the retirement due to his age, he would have to fight on the front line. However, he is also a typical hawk of the right civilization. At this time, all the elders turned their attention to the top position, silently watching the middle-aged man in the video in front of him. The leader of the right civilization has repeatedly watched this video dozens of times. It seems to want to study something out of it. It's a pity that after the opponent opened the artificial wormhole, the attack instantly shot out from the opposite side. Perfectly seals the entrance to the artificial wormhole. They can't get any information out of it at all. However, the leader of the right civilization is the strongest leader of the right civilization after all, and he found a lot of information from this video. Judging from this video, the opponent should have at least 5 Death Star Fortresses at the A-level armspan level, 10 Death Star Fortresses at the B-level armspan level, and as for the other A-level armspan level Death Star Fortresses, the number of warships should be around 120. If you add the frigates that did not take action, it should be around 130 to 150, while the number of B-class arm-spinning warships should be more than 1,000, and the number of frigates should be 1,300, 1,500 or so. 35. This is definitely the strongest enemy our right civilization has ever faced. The leader of the right civilization looked slightly condensed and said in a deep voice. If it wasn't for them taking the home field advantage, he really didn't know how to face such an advanced arm-spinning civilization. Across the distance of the river system, such a powerful fleet can be dispatched unexpectedly. In short, their right civilization is far from being able to do it. But he had never heard of such a powerful civilization near the Horden River system. More importantly, he found a message. That is, the other party seems to have mastered some very powerful artificial wormhole technology. Able to directly breach their defenses, opening artificial wormholes 130 million kilometers from their Death Star Fortress battle group. This distance is basically no different from stuffing the gun barrel into their mouth. Even if they have dealt with the most difficult monsters, they have mastered the method of opening wormholes. It is far from what this civilization can do. The distance of 130 million kilometers may seem far away. But in fact, the reaction time for the fleet was too short. In just a few minutes, in the interstellar war, it is basically too late to do anything. However, the leader of the right civilization is indeed excellent, and just from the attack, the fleet that launched the attack on Shen Yi's side was inseparable. With such a powerful ability, if he hadn't encountered Shen Yi, who was open. That is definitely a very scary hunter. There are at least 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups. They shouldn't have been given that long. The old man with the scar on his face sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but slap the table and cursed. I don't know how long the other party has secretly developed. If this time it wasn't because of the Red Flame Civilization and Storm Civilization's attack on the second arm. I'm afraid they don't know about it yet. Thinking of this possibility, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Leader, I suggest that all the other fleets be called back except for the fleet responsible for staying in the Hexen mining area. Priority is given to solving the other side. Bring an additional 10 world destruction fission missiles for insurance. An old man who used to be a dove said in a deep voice. Although he didn't like to fight and kill, after all, this would lead to the loss of the fleet. But now that such a wolf-minded guy suddenly appeared in the Horden River system, he couldn't sit still. If the opponent is allowed to develop further, the second forearm spin will be completely built into a base. Then the opponent will have the ability to continue to send more troops. Just now the other party has made them feel the pressure. If you let the other party develop for a while, then what? However, they can only draw at most 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups now. After all, the site in their Hexen mining area is too big. Contained a lot of their power. Otherwise, there must be a more secure approach. Luckily they still have fission missiles. If they carry 10 world destruction fission missiles, even if the opponent has 10 Death Star Fortress battle groups, they can eat them all. He didn't think the other party would be so exaggerated. Sending 10 Death Star Fortress battle groups at one time means that they have the ability to supply at least 50 Death Star Fortress battle groups. That ability is beyond the reach of even the right civilization. You know, the right civilization is only 23 Death Star Fortress battle groups. No, let's get rid of the other party first, then we will shrink the defense line and send 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups, and then carry 15 world destruction fission missiles. 35. At this time, the leader of the right civilization said in a deep voice. If the opponent really has the firepower of 7 Death Star Fortress battle groups, it means that Virgo's 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups have the possibility of all sacrifices. We have too little experience in fighting with civilization, and I think Virgo may not be the opponent's opponent. So, we have to prepare for the worst. The leader of the right civilization crossed his hands and looked at the elders. However, this will put a lot of pressure on our Hexen mining area. If we deploy 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups at one time, it will lead to loopholes in the defense in many places. An elder said with some concern. Then just give up the places that cannot be defended, and tighten the defense line to reduce losses as much as possible. If we lose this battle, what's the point of holding the Hexen mining area? The leader of the right civilization has a sharp eye. On the contrary, if we can give priority to destroying this powerful advanced arm-level civilization, then we may be able to make breakthroughs in technology, and then we want to take back what we gave up. A breeze. 35. As an excellent leader, he is no longer a short-term gain or loss. Instead, look to the future. After saying this, the elders didn't say much. They are still very confident in Virgo. Even if the opponent is really lost, they can definitely give the opponent a painful price. In this way, plus the 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups sent out later, and 15 world destruction fission missiles. As long as there are no more than 15 Death Star Fortress battle groups sent by the other party this time, then they all have the confidence to gnaw them all down. Then do as the leader says. Well, deal with this matter as soon as possible, and let that kid Leon be in charge of this matter. Leon is really good, just leave it to him. A group of elders quickly finalized the plan. Then, the right civilization began to rapidly deploy troops. The 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups that had just come down from the battlefield and were still braving their murderous aura. Carrying 15 ultimate weapons of the right civilization, the world-annihilating fission missiles rushed towards the second arm. If it is normal, if it is really an aggression launched by a powerful advanced arm-level civilization with 60 or 70 Death Star Fortress battle groups, then, the right civilization may also repel the opponent. After all, the power of the world-destroying fission missile is indeed amazing. But unfortunately, Shenyi can actually be counted as a local with the second forearm spin. It is not the so-called foreign advanced arm spinning civilization at all. Coupled with the double plugins he has, if the right civilization immediately dispatches the entire army and dispatches all the fleets, it may cause trouble for him. Even, to defeat him directly, can only give up this great sight. But unfortunately, the intelligence of the right civilization went wrong. It caused them to take a wrong step, and now they are just a fly that has fallen into a cobweb and is struggling to the death. 0. Katakana middle. And at this moment, in the first forearm spin, 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups led by Virgo. It was also quietly surrounded by the 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups controlled by Shen-Er. Countless airtight attacks were pounding toward the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups led by Virgo. It was true that they were a little dizzy. Damn, how many enemies are besieging us? Virgo held onto the chair tightly, trying his best to stabilize his body in the frantically shaking command room. The other party's artillery fire is too terrifying, and the electromagnetic shielding function is simply terrible. Makes their radar hardly useful. The only thing they can determine now is the location of the enemy. However, it was impossible to know the approximate number of warships that the other party launched an attack. Otherwise, he would have thrown a few world destruction fission missiles directly. But the opponent's attack seems to be everywhere, and it seems that a shot will change the place, and the moving speed is amazing. It made him unable to determine whether the attack came from a small number of elite fleets or from the opponent's main fleet. If it killed several elite fleets with world destruction fission missiles, even if there were many A-class arm-spinning warships, that is definitely a bloody business. Moreover, if you can't destroy the entire Death Star Fortress battle group with a single fission missile, then, everything is equivalent to meaningless. It won't change the tide of the battle at all. In other words, the Death Star Fortress that can destroy the opponent is also fine. But he can't determine the location of the other party's Death Star Fortress at all now, but their energy is falling madly. What made him feel even worse was that he was under siege. Point 0. Can the supply fleet really make it through? If it weren't for the fact that he had brought some supply ships with him when he came. At this moment, I am afraid that the energy has long been consumed by the other party. No, I can't continue like this. Retreat in the direction of Qingxiao Empire. By the way, I gave an order to let the fleets of Qingxiao Empire, Hunting Wen Civilization and Qinchuang Civilization come to harass each other. Virgo quickly gave the order. He didn't do it all to break through. Rather, it allows the enemy fleet to gather. Either let them go, or concentrate their forces to block the road. And once the other party chooses the latter option, then he will directly give the other party a shot and beat out all the previous grievances. He didn't think that the other party could block the world destruction fission missile. Although the technology level of the world-destroying fission missile is only a arm rotation level. But the power is definitely at the pinnacle of the A-level arm rotation level. Unless it is an S-class arm rotor class battleship, it is absolutely impossible to block the world annihilation fission missile. The movement on Virgo's side also caught the attention of Shenyi and Shen-Er. Seeing the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups suddenly charging towards the rear at full speed, Shenyi raised his brows slightly. It seems that the other party is trying to break through, but it may also be a trick. Do you have any countermeasures? Shenyi glanced at Shen-Er, who had a calm expression, and asked. Although the other party is a robot, it is under his setting. Those mental activities will still be shown on the face. This will also make Shen-Er behave more like a human. He will also look more comfortable. Yes, let's use the tactical pulse jamming missile first. If the other party really wants to play the knife trick at this moment, they will definitely relax some of their own defenses to make us believe more. And this is the chance I've been waiting for. Shen-Er replied calmly. The other party's current actions are still in my calculations. 55. Shenyi couldn't help but feel a sympathy for the other party in his heart. Facing a super command robot that can deduce various battle situations in advance, it is definitely a very desperate thing. However, Shen Er's situation cannot be replicated. Her own technology-based battleship Battle Commander is actually not that good. It's just that because of the Hundredfold strengthening system, she has been increased in all aspects. Therefore, it has the powerful ability now. If it is a normal combat commander, it is at the same level as Shen Er. But at most it is just to assist the captain in commanding. It is simply impossible for Shen Er to play the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups of the advanced arm-spinning civilization with applause. Although Shen Yi didn't know exactly what Shen Er was going to do. However, he had already foreseen the opponent's fate. By the way, Master, I will sacrifice a few induced warships to attract the super weapons that may exist on the other side, which will cause some considerable losses. Shen Er reminded. It doesn't matter, just leave the other party behind. 35. Shen Yi didn't care about this loss. In a war with a civilization of the same level, there is no sacrifice. It is already a huge victory to be able to solve the opponent at the least cost. What's more, the value of his warships is actually not as good as 1/10,000th of the opponent's, even if it is exchanged for 1 or even 10 for 1, 100 for 1 is a blood gain. Of course, the same level of warships will still have this kind of loss. Then Shen Er's command ability is very doubtful. Yes, Master, Shen Er respectfully replied. The next moment, thousands of interstellar fighters were immediately released from the Death Star Fortress. Among them, tactical pulse jamming missiles are suspended in the belly compartment of several interstellar fighters. 28%. Chapter 112. Missile Fire, Virgo's Worries. In addition, there are 20 Shadow Killer-class ghost battleships lurking nearby. It also quietly approached the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups of the right civilization. Inside the magazines of these Shadow Killer-class ghost battleships, also loaded with several tactical pulse-jamming missiles. With their concealment ability, they can definitely touch each other within 30 million kilometers. However, because the two sides are fighting fiercely at the moment, therefore, this distance may be farther, about 50 million kilometers. As for using artificial wormholes to launch, Shen Yi didn't think about it. But unfortunately, the fluctuation generated by the artificial wormhole is too great, and the other party has the ability to find it. Once detected, these missile attacks are easily intercepted. However, now there are 2 attack methods, which is actually very good. At this moment, Virgo was facing attacks from all directions, but he did not notice the movements on Shen Yi's side. When these starfighters approached them after a full 20 million kilometers, their radar detected the information here. General Virgo, there are a lot of energy fluctuations, and it is heading towards us at a speed of Mach 380,000, but it seems that it is not a battleship, but a starfighter. In the command room of the main Death Star Fortress, a soldier shouted hurriedly. At this moment, facing such an overwhelming attack, even these soldiers were a little panicked. It is not that they have not encountered dense monsters attacking them. However, such a direct shot across a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers makes them completely unclear about the attack method of the other party there. It was the first time they faced each other. Moreover, the firepower of the other party seems to have no conflict at all. Like raindrops, it fell on them densely. This psychological blow is undoubtedly very terrifying. If they weren't, they would be considered veterans who had been fighting for hundreds of years. If they were ordinary recruits, they would have been frightened long ago. Interstellar fighter. But it didn't reach the speed of A-level arm spinning level, it should only be AB level arm spinning level star fighter, fortunately. 99. 907. Breathed a sigh of relief in Virgo's heart. As long as it is not an A-level arm spinning level interstellar fighter, there is not much threat to them. However, this also cannot be taken lightly. All the 1st to 12th star fighter squadrons take off, don't let each other get too close. 35. Virgo ordered. Who knew these space warships might not come with some weird stuff? He didn't dare to take the risk of blocking the other party to come to die. Moreover, he has full confidence in his own starfighter squadron. After all, in many cases, in order to save resources, they sent space fighters to deal with monsters that were not particularly strong. At the same level, he did not think that the other party could compete with them. Unless the opponent is also battle-hardened. It is a strong man who was killed from the dead. Yes, the 1st, 12th hangar is open. Please take off the 1st, 12th starfighter group. The next moment, on the 3 Death Star fortresses, 12 hatches opened one after another. A large number of interstellar fighters are densely packed like bees flying out of a honeycomb. The Wright Civilization's starfighter squadron has a full 700 aircraft. 12 starfighter squadrons, adding up to a total of 8,400 aircraft. Although it is only B-level, arm-spinning level, it is enough to destroy an intermediate arm-spinning level civilization. Although firepower, defense and other aspects are not as high-level warships, the flexibility of interstellar fighters is not comparable to that of warships. After giving this order, Virgo didn't pay attention here. Instead, he looked at the soldier in charge of the radar. Is there a large enemy force ahead? 5. Virgo asked. The general has not been found yet. The electromagnetic shielding ability of the other party is too terrible. Unless we aim all the radar waves ahead and turn on the maximum power, we will not be able to detect the general situation ahead. The soldier in charge of the radar said immediately. However, he is also very clear in his heart that this situation is actually quite normal. After all, the enemy they faced before was the monster in the Hexen mining area. There is simply no such electromagnetic barrier capable of shielding radar signals. Plus they have no civilized threat. Therefore, their radar function is actually very backward, and it cannot reach the level of advanced arm rotation level civilization at all. At this moment, facing an enemy of the same level, there will naturally be a difference. If it were not for this reason, they would not have fallen into this passive situation at all. However, after all, he is just a little soldier in charge of radar, although his rank is not low, even because of his post in Death Star Fortress. Compared with many officers 1 or 2 ranks higher, they can be on an equal footing. However, if you look at the entire Wright civilization, it seems insignificant. Even if he did, no one would listen to him. Before what happened now, let those high-level officials believe that there will be enemies attacking the Wright civilization. How is that possible? If an advanced arm-spinning civilization wants to fight across the river system, it will inevitably hurt its muscles. That's a sign that only top-level arm-spinning civilizations can do. There is no advanced arm-spinning civilization that is so crazy. After all, fighting across rivers meant that supplies would be very difficult, and the fleet sent out was like a kite with a broken string. Which civilization would dare to take such a risk to fight at someone else's home? And if the opponent is a top-level arm rotation level civilization, then there is no need to fight. They just raised their hands and surrendered. It is precisely because of this that the radar has not been paid attention to, and at this moment, it has suffered a big deflation. However, after exploring towards the front at full power, they finally got some results. General, we have detected a large number of fleets 700 million kilometers ahead, including more than 50 A-class arm-spinning battleships, and more than 3,000 B-class arm-spinning battleships. However, it is hard to say whether there is a Death Star burst, but there is a huge vacancy in the center of the opponent's fleet, which is suspected to be the possible location of the Death Star fortress. The soldier in charge of the radar said excitedly. In the vast interstellar battlefield, radar is the eyes of the fleet. In addition to judging the general situation of the opposing fleet through the transmitted signals, it is impossible for them to achieve holographic projection. Unless it is close to the distance of 5 million kilometers. However, this information is enough to make Virgo feel excited. Okay, the other party really appeared. The world-destroying fission missiles are ready. Kill them for me. Virgo waved and ordered. He didn't think that the other party was still cheating him at such a time. Because there is no reason at all, does the other party know that he has a super weapon? And if they don't know, what is the difference between the other party doing this and letting them go? Virgo didn't think that this ruthless and merciless civilization would think of letting them go. The only possibility is that the other party hides the Death Star fortress. More importantly, if the other party knows they have super weapons. He also didn't think the other party would be willing to use so many A-class arm-spinning battleships and B-class arm-spinning class battleships to seduce them. Or A-class arm-spinning warships and B-class arm-spinning warships worthless. Although the value of the Death Star fortress is indeed amazing, it does not exceed the value of these battleships. Moreover, even if the other party doesn't take the battleship seriously, can it still not take human life seriously? Which civilization would dare to use its own soldiers as bait? Are you really afraid that those soldiers will mutiny on the spot? It is precisely because of this that he firmly believes that the other party is just too confident. Do you think our radar can't find you? But it's a pity that you used the wrong object in your plan. Virgo smiled coldly. At this time, the adjutant on the side also came over and said, General, the fission missile is ready. 95. As a super weapon, the World Destruction Fission Missile is naturally always preset in the launch position. Just load the fuse into it, and you can enter the launch state at any time. At this moment, in less than half a minute, the ready-to-shoot state has been completed. Virgo was also afraid that the battle would be fleeting. It directly started the launch verification of the World Destruction Fission Missile, and then slapped it on the launch button. Goodbye. A cold smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen the wreckage in the sky. As the most powerful weapon of the right civilization, the World Annihilation Cracking Missile naturally has its powerful reason. Even if the Death Star burst at the A-level arm-spinning level, it is as fragile as paper in front of the World Destruction Fission Missile. This is an attack that only S-class arm-spinning ships can resist. The power is no less than that produced by the explosion of some smaller stars. Of course, the killing range is definitely not as good as that of a star explosion. The shock of a stellar explosion can easily affect distances of several light years. It's just an advanced arm rotation level civilization, and it can't master this level of destructive weapons. The World Destruction Fission Missile was also quickly shot from the Death Star fortress where Virgo was riding. At the sub-light speed of more than 700,000 Machs, it flew towards the target. This terrifying speed is difficult for even the top arm spin level civilization to intercept. And at the moment when the missile was launched, Shen-Er caught the movement. The other party really has a super weapon. It seems that my calculation is correct. 55. The corner of Shen-Er's mouth evoked a sneer. It's a pity that the opponent's super weapon can't play any role when she has calculated it. I just don't know how powerful this weapon is. Shen Yi's expression was slightly condensed, and sure enough, these advanced arm-spinning civilizations cannot be taken lightly at all. The speed of this missile actually reached more than 700,000 Mach. You know, the speed of light is only Mach 880,000. This means that the opponent's speed is very close to the speed of light. I am afraid that even among the S-class arm-spinning warships, they are all very fast. Once locked by this thing, the Death Star fortress has no chance to escape at all. Fortunately, Shen-Er had already calculated this possibility, otherwise the loss would definitely not be the same as it is now. The opponent's attack will arrive in 50 minutes. 70% of the battleships I left behind are frigates, which contest the opponent's power to the maximum extent. 5. Shen-Er also stared at the screen and said solemnly, with the enhanced frigates such as Shen Yi, even in the same level, they are definitely very top-notch existences. The super weapon used to test the opponent is suitable. Moreover, this loss is simply incomparable to the resources that will be obtained. Therefore, Shen Yi is not distressed either. 50 minutes. It seems that we have to consider upgrading the artificial wormhole generator and the artificial wormhole beacon. Shen Yi touched his chin and pondered. 50 minutes or nothing in the space battlefield. There is simply no way to escape the lock of the other party. But in fact, for artificial wormhole technology, it has been very long. Coupled with the fact that the Death Star fortress can carry other warships to move with it, it is completely possible to complete the transfer when the other party launches. However, the current technology of artificial wormhole generation ships is still too poor. The torn artificial wormhole can only pass through B-class arm-spinning warships at the highest. Not to mention the Death Star Fortress battle group, even an A-class arm-spinning battleship could not pass. However, if you want to upgrade the artificial wormhole technology, you still have to look at the Artificial Wormhole Research Laboratory. Although the Artificial Wormhole Research Room can be upgraded with the base level. But if you want to really upgrade, you have to need other conditions. This is not only a resource issue, but mainly because the blueprints for artificial wormhole-related technologies are rather troublesome. At least 10 D-class arm-spinning blueprints related to artificial wormhole technology are required. Only then can the level of the Artificial Wormhole Research Laboratory be upgraded to the intermediate level. And now he has only collected 3 of them. Of course, it would be better if there could be a C-level arm-spinning level blueprint. Only 3 cards are needed to directly meet the needs. And if it is a blueprint at the B-level arm rotation level, it only needs 1 to directly meet the needs. But unfortunately, he has not encountered these things at all. However, when he eats these 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups, he may be able to explode. After all, these 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups are at least C-level arm-spinning level battleships. The blueprint that exploded, the lowest will be C-level arm rotation level. 50 minutes is actually a long time. However, Shen-Er did not give the other party a chance to see the result. When the other party made a move, he also chose to make a move. Although the space fighter was intercepted by the other side. But starfighters and ghost ships are themselves a bright and dark combination. At the same time, rely on the ghost warship to sneak into the vicinity and launch tactical pulse jamming missiles at close range. It would be better if the starfighters could break through the enemy's defenses. Even if you can't break through, there is still a ghost battleship on top. And Shen-Er also quickly calculated the plan, and after confirming that it was correct, he directly sent the surrounding 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups to attack. Because the battleships that were drawn as bait were basically frigates. Therefore, the firepower on Shen Yi's side did not decrease at all. In addition to the effect brought by the title, the power is even comparable to the 6.5 Death Star Burst battle group. However, this wave of offensive is no different from the previous one. Therefore, Virgo didn't care too much at all. In Virgo's thoughts, if nothing else, this wave of attacks can consume a lot of their energy. But it will take some time to break through their defenses. However, he did not know that there were already 20 Shadow Killer class ghost battleships quietly lurking within 20 million kilometers away from them. For the sake of being conservative, the location of these Shadow Killer class ghost battleships is not too close to each other. With the passage of time, when this wave of attacks was only 50 million kilometers away from the right civilization fleet, Shen-Er did not hesitate to let the Shadow Killer class ghost battleship launch an attack. A full 100 tactical pulse jamming missiles flew towards the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups of the right civilization at the same time. Although the tactical pulse jammer is only B-level, arm rotation level. But their flight speed has reached Mach 400,000. This has reached the lowest speed of the A-level arm spinning level, and only at the A-level arm spinning level can there be a possibility of dodging. And such a close-range attack made Virgo startled. How can there be an attack here? What the hell is a radar doing? 3.6. Looking at the 20 warships that suddenly appeared at a distance of only 20 million kilometers from them, he couldn't help roaring. At the same time, a cold sweat broke out in my heart. If it weren't for the missiles fired by the other side, the speed would be only Mach 400,000. I am afraid that at most there is only a B-level, arm rotation level. It can't be too destructive to them. I am afraid he will despair. If he was attacked by a world-destroying fission missile at such a close distance, then he can already write a suicide note on the spot. This terrifying invisibility technology is simply more terrifying than the most invisible shadow beast he has ever seen. The soldier in charge of the radar was also a little flustered. General, the opponent's missiles are too flexible, we may not be able to lock them all, and it is estimated that we can only intercept about 70% at most. 35. 70% is about 70 pieces. This means that there will still be more than 20 missiles falling on them. This is not good news for them, since the other party brought these missiles to such a close distance to launch. This proves that these missiles must be of special use. Either the power is amazing, or the effect is special. In short, no matter what the situation is, if these missiles hit their fleet, it will not be a good result. Let all 3 A-star fighter squadrons take off. Even if they hit them with fighter jets, intercept these missiles for me. Virgo clenched his teeth and ordered quickly. Looking at those flying missiles, he had a vague feeling of unease in his heart. He didn't think that the other party would make useless work, but this kind of missile is not particularly fast, at most it is the product of the B-level arm rotation level. He had no idea what the B-level arm rotor missiles could do to him. But he was sure that the other party was definitely not trying to scare him. Judging from the murderousness of the other party, this is likely to be some kind of attack planned by the other party. However, all 3 A-star fighter squadrons took off, and they could easily intercept all these missiles. 28%. Chapter 113. The Terrifying Fission Missile. These A-star fighter squadrons, even for the Death Star Fortress battle group of the right civilization, are very important roles, because each Death Star Fortress battle group is equipped with only one A-starfighter brigade. Each A-starfighter team is composed of 200 A-level, arm-spinning level starfighters. Fighter pilots are carefully selected among millions of pilots. Definitely the most elite group of ace drivers in the right civilization. Even in the face of a battleship of the same level, it can easily take down the opponent with 10. And these 600 A-class arm-spinning starfighters consist of 3 ace brigade. You can even challenge those A-class arms-class fleets that are not equipped with the Death Star Fortress. To intercept 100 missiles in this area is simply overkill. However, for the sake of safety, Virgo issued such an order. But unfortunately, these A-level, arm-spinning, interstellar fighters are also in Shen Er's calculations. Therefore, it did not bring her any trouble. Just as these 600 A-class, arm-spinning, starfighters just took off. The harsh siren sounded into Virgo's ears. Alert, alert. Artificial wormhole wave detected, 8 million kilometers away. Alarm alert. Artificial wormhole detected. Virgo's face changed drastically. What? This time it went directly to 8 million kilometers. He could hardly believe his ears. What is the concept of 8 million kilometers? If you switch to those laser weapons that reach the speed of light, it only takes more than 20 seconds at most to hit them. With the attack range of the arm rotation level, it is no different from hitting them with a gun tube. If it is the Death Star Fortress battle group, there is no need to worry about the opponent's attack. With the protection of the energy barrier, before the energy is exhausted, the opponent cannot break through their defense at all. But for interstellar fighters, it is completely different. Even starfighters also have a certain defense. But under the attack of the A-level, arm-spinning level, there is absolutely no possibility of resistance. Coupled with the intensive artillery fire that the opponent can use 100% of the time. If these starfighters are out of the range of the energy barrier, it will definitely melt under the opponent's attack in an instant. This feeling of being directly interrupted by someone made Virgo so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He has little experience in fighting civilization though. But how could he not understand that this artificial wormhole opened by the other party was aimed at the Ace Starfighter team that they took off? 07 in this case, even if he forces the Ace Starfighter team to take off, it will only increase casualties. But if the Ace Starfighter squadron did not take off, they would not be able to intercept all the missiles. For a time, he was directly caught in a dilemma. General, why don't you let the Ace Starfighter squadron wait in the energy barrier, and then choose to attack after the opponent's attack is over? 39. Anyway, the opponent's speed is not particularly fast, and it's still too late. At this time, the adjutant on the side said in a low voice. Virgo's eyes suddenly lit up. This is indeed a good way. However, at such a close distance, even if they do intercept it, it is probably too late. However, he actually had a bit of luck in his heart. After all, the level of these missiles is probably B-level, arm rotation level. Even if they resisted this wave of attacks, could the opponent still kill them all? Then do this. Let the Ace Starfighter team stand by in the energy barrier, wait for the opponent to attack, and immediately go to intercept. Virgo quickly gave the order. And the 3 Ace Starfighter squadrons that flew out of the Death Star Fortress. He also quickly waited in the energy barrier. In terms of executing orders, these Ace Starfighter squadrons are still very reliable, and they are basically static. But, when these starfighters stopped and waited, after half a minute, they still did not see the attack released from the artificial wormhole that was opened. This made Virgo and the other soldiers a little confused. Is this kidding us? Virgo's face became very ugly. He had never heard of any battleship that could remain unactivated after it was fully charged. Wouldn't the barrel really be broken? This proves that the opponent did not have a cohesive attack at all. Although he didn't plan to let the Ace Starfighter team go out, there was still a hint of grievance in his heart. It was as if all his thoughts had been calculated to death by the other party. Could there be such a terrifying commander in this world? Virgo had some doubts in his heart. Soon, these missiles also entered the interception range. The close defense means of the Death Star Fortress battle group were immediately revealed. A large number of laser weapons were triggered, and countless missiles took off and intercepted them. Of course, this is only part of the close-up weapons. After all, they also need to beware of subsequent attacks by the opponent's main fleet. If there is no close defense weapon to intercept the attack of the opponent's main fleet, then they will at least consume more than 50% of the energy. Under the interception of these weapons, a large number of tactical pulse jamming missiles were intercepted halfway. In the end, it was almost the same as what the right civilization calculated. Only 23 tactical pulse jammers penetrated the firepower network, approaching a place less than 500,000 kilometers away from the other party. This distance is basically unstoppable. At the full speed of Mach 400,000, the tactical pulse jamming missile would only take 3 or 4 seconds to reach the distance of 500,000 kilometers. Even those Ace Starfighter squadrons at this distance simply cannot intercept them all. What's more, at this moment, these Ace Starfighter squadrons are still suppressed in the energy barrier, and they don't dare to come out to intercept them. The only thing they can do now is to wait for the missile to reach 200,000 kilometers before choosing to go out to intercept it. Otherwise, it is easy to lead to useless work, whether it is the mother or the queen. But these tactical pulse-jamming missiles are not used to attack the opponent at all. Instead, it interferes with the other party and interrupts the other party's energy barrier. So, they are theoretically pulse waves. You don't need to get too close at all to have an effect on the other party. When there was still 200,000 kilometers away from the right civilization fleet, the 23 tactical pulse-jamming missiles exploded instantly. It turned into a blue ripple and washed away toward the front. Virgo's face changed in an instant. It's a pulse attack. Damn. Pulse attack is naturally impossible for him to be unfamiliar. In the Hexen mining area, they have encountered many monsters with this ability. The ability to instantly interfere with their electronic devices when they just encountered it. It really caused them a lot of trouble. However, they have no means of defense in the face of such means. Only the impact of pulse attacks on them can be reduced as much as possible. With the ability of the right civilization Death Star Fortress battle group today, it is possible to restore the electronic equipment within 3 seconds. But it's fine if it's normal. But they are now about to be attacked by more than 6 Death Star Fortress battle groups. Attacks of this level, even if they have energy barriers, need to consume a lot of energy to resist. And if there is no protection of energy, their Death Star Fortress battle group, I am afraid that there will be huge casualties in an instant. The opponent's Death Star Fortress is not a decoration, it is an extremely thick laser beam that spans hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Enough to inflict huge damage on them. What's more, there are those other warships' attacks. It can be said that at this moment Virgo was faced with the deadliest crisis he had ever faced. Immediately launch a world-annihilating fission missile and attack the 2 largest attacks. Be sure to block this wave of attacks. Otherwise, none of us will want to live. Virgo quickly shouted into the channel. Now their time is running out. Once let those pulse attacks scrape their fleet. Their energy barriers will collapse and disappear, and their electronic devices will fail. Even if they can recover within 3 seconds, where did they get 3 seconds now? Moreover, he found that the opponent's attack just fell on the node where they were hit. This means that it is all calculated by the other party. In this deadly 3-second period, it is absolutely impossible for them to have any chance of survival. Fortunately, when he ordered the launch of the world-destroying fission missile before, the commanders of the other 2 Death Star fortresses have already given orders to prepare the world-destruction fission missile for pre-launch. Otherwise, if it takes half a minute to install the fuse, I am afraid that the daylily will be cold. Once the electronic equipment fails, they have no chance of launching a world-destroying fission missile. Moreover, even if there is this opportunity, the damage of such a close detonation will only be greater. Whizzing, 2 sturdy missiles were propelled by blue flames. Fly in the direction of the highest concentration of previously detected attacks. There is a full Mach 700,000, which is a world-annihilating fission missile that is close to the speed of light. Almost 300,000 kilometers away from the Death Star Fortress in an instant. In less than 4 seconds, it was more than 1,000,000 kilometers away. This terrifying speed makes the scalp numb. However, Virgo's face did not look good. Too close. This is too close. Still farther. At least not in the center of the explosion. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. But now there is no way, under the sudden attack of the pulse attack. He can only make such a decision. Otherwise, that intensive attack is enough to make them pay a heavy price. Now they are surrounded by more than 6 Death Star Fortress battle groups. The loss suffered by 1 point is too great, and there is no possibility of escape at all. 10 seconds later, the world extinction fission missile flew almost 3 million kilometers. However, the cabin turned into darkness in an instant. Pulse attack has arrived. In just an instant, the electronic equipment of the entire Death Star Fortress was forcibly turned off. If it weren't for their experience in this area, their countermeasures were not bad. I'm afraid many electronic devices would be directly burned in this wave. However, Rao is so that they have been unable to carry out more operations. Only some mechanically operated turrets were still firing. However, what can this do? A mechanical device that can be operated by a human can also deal with an interstellar fighter of the same level. But for a battleship of the same level, it is no different from scratching a tickling. It doesn't weaken the power of the incoming artillery fire at all. Moreover, because of the shutdown of the radar, they could not judge how far the world destruction fission missile flew. This is what worries Virgo the most. Within the range of 4 million kilometers, it is in the maximum killing range of the world-annihilating fission missile. With today's defense, I am afraid that only A-class arm-spinning warships can survive by luck with their own shells. But it also has a very high probability of being destroyed. And if it is lower than the A-class arm-spinning class battleship, it will be directly shredded. The entire Death Star Fortress battle group, not 1 in 100. Unless they can get out of the 5 million kilometers range, at a distance beyond the maximum kill range, then the B-class arm-spinning ships will survive. It's a pity that they don't have an energy barrier now, otherwise the probability of survival will be greatly improved. But now, all they can do is pray to God. However, Virgo did not regret his order. Because he knew that if he did not launch these two world-annihilating fission missiles, in the end, only the Death Star Fortress and a small number of A-class armed swirl-class battleships may survive. After all, under the impact of the pulse, they were no different from standing and letting each other fight. The next moment, Virgo was within sight. A blue spot appeared. He narrowed his eyes subconsciously, because he knew that this was the situation after the explosion of the world destruction fission missile. If he does not take precautions to look directly, even his strengthened eyes will be instantly blinded. The moment after the blue light spot appeared, the dark space of the universe seemed to be torn apart by a band of blue light. This blue light band seems to have no edge on both sides. And a giant blue sun. At the place where the blue dot was before, it slowly rose. At this moment, it is like the moment when the night and the dawn alternate, the stars are slowly rising. Beautiful and full of deadly danger. Damn. Can't get out of the core area. Virgo's face became pale, and his eyes were full of fear. He seemed to have seen his own death. In the event of massive losses in the fleet. Even if only 3 Death Stars exploded, they would not have any chance of escape. After all, the other party can also have a Death Star Fortress of the same level. Plus a massive Death Star Fortress battle group. Enough to keep them all. At this moment, he regretted that he was too careless, and he chose to take the initiative to attack without knowing the intelligence of the other party. Later, after being attacked by the other party, he just chose to stay in place. He didn't expect that the other party would surround him with 907s. But now it's too late to say anything. The world-destroying fission missiles in front of them are enough to make them drink a pot. 1 left and 1 right, 2 rising blue stars. The 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups of the right civilization have been completely pinched in the center. There's no chance of any luck at all. Boom. A terrible blue wave swept in. The battleships at the forefront turned into debris in an instant. The largest piece is not even more than half a meter in size. Those A-class arm-spinning starfighters were not spared at all. These are the top ace fighter squadrons in the right civilization. Even in this battle, it did not play any role, and it was decomposed into countless fragments under this terrible impact. Finally, there are those A-class arm-spinning level warships. Although the impact did not directly tear their hulls, but it pushed them towards the surrounding debris and other warships. Even a battleship of the A-class arm-spinning class level, under this impact, is like a flat boat in the huge waves. What's more, they still have no energy barrier. Only the Death Star Fortress, with its sturdy shell, persevered firmly. However, the appearance of these Death Star Fortresses has also become extremely miserable, full of countless large and small craters. On the worst Death Star Fortress, there was even an A-class armed swirl-class battleship inlaid. The degree of damage has reached more than 40%. Fortunately, however, the attacks from Shen Yi's Death Star Fortress battle group were all blocked by these 2 terrifying attacks. Otherwise, the remaining Death Star Fortresses and A-class arm-spinning battleships will definitely be smashed into slag in an instant. What kind of attack is this? In the distance, Shen Yi, who saw this scene up close through the Shadow Killer class ghost battleship, couldn't help but widen his eyes full of shock. Is this the super weapon of the right civilization? Is this the foundation of advanced arm-spinning civilization? This is a little too perverted. The farthest attack range of the other party has even reached 300 million kilometers. The attack level of this place is still comparable to the main gun attack of AB-class arm-spinning level battleship. It is conceivable how terrible this super weapon is. Fortunately, Shen Er planned properly, first deceived the opponent's super weapon. Then he directly set up a combination of punches to knock the opponent into a daze. Otherwise, how much would he suffer a little loss? If according to his previous command method, these 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups, I am afraid all will be left there. However, is the other party's last attack in order not to give us their technology? Shen Yi said with some doubts. Before the Shadow Killer class ghost ship was destroyed, he saw those battleships below the A-class arm-spinning class which were instantly torn into countless pieces. There is simply no way that any technology will survive. This kind of ruthless means to his own people, even his scalp is numb. However, the opponent simply left behind only the A-class arm-spinning battleship and the Death Star fortress, which made him a little uncertain. Could it be that in this situation, the other party still expects to escape? 29%. Chapter 114. Why do you have so much energy for your battleship? No, if the other party still has this level of attack, it's really possible. Thinking of this possibility, Shen Yi's eyelids jumped up. It seems that this advanced arm-spinning civilization is really not easy to chew. If he wants to chew it down, I am afraid he will have to pay a huge price. After all, the character of the other party is so strong. In order not to let him get the technology, he did not hesitate to directly use the super weapon to destroy it. Be careful with each other's super weapons, this civilization is a bit scary. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and reminded. Understood, Master. Shen nodded, but she took everything into account. The possibility that the opponent has a large number of super weapons is also in his calculations. However, the power of this super weapon was somewhat beyond her expectations. After all, she had never seen a super weapon of this size, so it was normal that she couldn't count it. But fortunately the result is still good. Since the fleet did not get too close to the other side, there was basically no loss. On the contrary, after this wave of attacks, only 3 Death Star fortresses and some A-class arm-spinning battleships remained. Of course, the other party is not without resistance. The most terrifying of the Death Star fortress battle group is these Death Star fortresses that can be called weapons of war. At this point the energy barrier of these Death Star fortresses has been restored. If you want to eliminate all the opponents, you need to scrap some hands and feet to do it. Moreover, the other party still does not know whether there are more super weapons. Therefore, she must use the existence of the other party as a possibility to fight this battle to minimize losses. On the other hand, Virgo was already ashes. The loss is too great. This loss is too great. Even in the Hexen mining area, he has never seen such a huge loss. There were only 3 Death Star fortresses left in the 3 Death Star fortress battle groups, and one of them was severely damaged. The degree of damage is well over 40%, which is enough to be defined as a major break. Although it can still have a certain combat power, the situation is definitely not that good. In this case, at least the opponent has no hope of escaping. However, the situation is not entirely without benefits for them now. At least, they don't need to worry about the warships below the A-class arm-spinning class and the chance of escape is greater. But now Virgo doesn't know how to give the order. Because, he knows the best choice now. It is to let the shattered Death Star fortress drag other enemies and give them a chance to escape. But, what did he say about this proposal? That's the Death Star fortress. It is the pinnacle of the right civilization's weapon of war, of which the number of resident officers and soldiers alone has reached 1 million. Moreover, they are the most elite group of people in the army. The right civilization has never had such a huge sacrifice, even in the hands of those terrifying monsters in the Hexen mining area. Haven't lost even a single Death Star fortress. But at this time, the voice of the commander of the already broken Death Star fortress came from the communicator. Helped him make a decision. Virgo, my engine was smashed, and I'm afraid my moving speed is less than Mach 300,000. I have no chance to escape. I will help you stop the chasing enemies, and you can break out. I believe that the fission missile that destroys the world is enough to help you open the way forward. The commander of the Death Star fortress said in a low voice. If it's not a no-brainer, who wants to accept the task after the break? After breaking, it means death, they have been cornered by each other. It is unimaginable that this civilization would be so powerful, yet they had never noticed it. Otherwise, they would never fall into the current situation. Virgo clenched his fists tightly, his teeth almost bleeding. Your sacrifice will not be in vain, the right civilization will live forever. There was a chuckle from the opposite side, and he said, the right civilization is immortal. Then, the communication was directly hung up. The next moment, the Death Star fortress gradually separated from the team and stopped in the starry sky under the watchful eyes of Virgo. At the same time, countless red rays of light began to converge towards the muzzle of the main gun. Fortunately, their main guns were not damaged before, and they still have a certain counterattack. Otherwise, they won't even have the qualifications after the break. Virgo turned his head with a heavy heart, and ordered loudly, the whole ship breaks through at full speed. Soon, the Death Star fortress, which was left behind, was thrown far away by the team and faced Shen Yi's fleet alone. It's just that neither Shen Yi nor Shen Er's eyes showed any pity, nor was there any turmoil. The war between civilizations itself is like this: either you die or I die. There is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties. If Shen Yi loses, the opponent will never show mercy. Unfortunately, the winner this time was Shen Yi. Shen Er didn't give each other a chance to exchange one for one at all. After leaving two Death Star Fortress battle groups to besiege the Death Star Fortress from afar, the remaining three Death Star Fortress battle groups were still chasing the two Death Star fortresses that were trying to break through in the distance. And, because artificial wormhole technology has been exposed, therefore, Shen Er didn't pretend to be with them either. A man-made wormhole kept opening in front of the opponent. Countless attack torrents poured out from the man-made wormhole, constantly harassing the opponent, while draining the opponent's energy. The previous wave of attacks, so that now Virgo has only two Death Star fortresses and less than 200 A-class arm-spinning battleships. Such power may be very powerful, but in front of Shen Yi's fleet, it seems a little underwhelming. Even without the blessing of the title, Shen Yi can easily crush the opponent. What's more, after the title bonus, his speed, attack frequency, or attack power have all been greatly improved. Under such an attack, the other party has no power to fight back. About half an hour later, in the eyes of Virgo's despair and unwillingness, the energy of the Death Star Fortress was exhausted, and the huge Death Star Fortress was directly exposed to the dense artillery fire. Almost in an instant, these right civilizations were at their highest technology. It was so easily turned into countless fragments in the starry sky. If Virgo could ask Shen Yi a question, he would definitely ask without hesitation, why do you have so much energy on your battleship? Those main guns attacked like they didn't need money, and they beat them for nearly an hour. Even if it were dozens of Death Star Fortress battle groups, they would all be drained. Finally solved, these advanced arm-spinning civilizations are really difficult to deal with. Shen Yi couldn't help sighing. Obviously his fleet should surpass the opponent, but those Death Star fortresses are just like the Iron King. Before he wiped out the opponent's energy, he was stunned that he couldn't do anything about the opponent. Well, but I estimate that they will definitely send fleet support in the future, otherwise the other party would not choose to station at that time. It should be that the other party is waiting for the arrival of support while waiting for supplies. After breaking away from the state of war, Shen Er seemed to have entered the sage mode, and his face lost expression again. However, it seems that it is because he knows that there will be a battle after that. The interest in her eyes did not fade. I just don't know how many super weapons the other party will carry. This thing shouldn't be like a nuclear bomb and can be mass-produced. Shen Yi was a little worried. He knows the reserves of those nuclear weapons on Earth. The total number of nuclear weapons in the hands of the 5 rogues is definitely more than 10,000. Even if the other party is slightly worse, a few dozen coins are enough for him to drink a pot. And if the other party has hundreds of them, then he also needs to consider whether he wants to run away. Master, you can get a lot of blueprints and resources in this wave, so you don't need to worry about these issues at all. Shen Ling reminded at this time. With your gains in this wave, even if it is a B-class arm-spinning level battleship, A-class arm-spinning level battleships can be built. Shen Er added. Yes, although the power of those attacks is terrible, they just exceed the A-level arm-spinning level, and they must not be outstanding in the S-level arm-spinning level. 99. Because there is no information about the S-class arm-spinning battleship. Shen Er did not give a particularly positive answer. The only thing she can be sure of is the opponent's attack level, and in the S-level arm rotation level it will definitely not be too good. Ah, it's me who wants to go wrong. Shen Yi patted his head, and several months passed. He almost forgot his own development model. As long as there are resources and blueprints to raise the upper and lower limits, his improvement will be extremely terrifying. As long as the battle group of the Death Star Fortress of the right civilization is defeated, it is enough for him to complete the skyrocketing and transformation. What's more, at this moment, they have completely eliminated the opponent's 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups. Then push the front line forward, don't put the battle here. Shen Yi looked at Shen Er and said. It is not a small project to collect all the wreckage of these battleships, and it will take a lot of time. However, as long as these resources can be digested even 1/10, he is also enough to easily crush the right civilization. Besides, it's the old rule to collect the blueprints first. 5. Shen Yi instructed Shen Ling again. He is still very much looking forward to the blueprint for this harvest. After all, the quality of the enemy this time is outrageous. The worst are the C-class arm-spinning level warships. Yes, Master, Shen Ling and Shen Er responded at the same time. In an instant, the 15 Death Star Fortress battle groups under Shen Yi moved. In addition to leaving behind 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups, they were placed on the side of the Scarlet Flame Empire, in case the opponent might raid from there. The remaining 12 Death Star Fortress battle groups all rushed to the first arm. If the tidal effect is added, these 12 Death Star Fortress battle groups can even exert the combat power of 16 Death Star Fortress battle groups. However, if you add the increase brought by the 30% movement speed bonus, I am afraid that even facing the 18 Death Star Fortress battle groups, they will be able to touch it. Moreover, the battleships that were lost before have been supplemented, and the combat power has been replenished to its peak state. At the moment, without counting super weapons, Shen Yi even has the capital to fight the right civilization. Although victory is somewhat unlikely, after all, the opponent still has more than 20 Death Star Fortress battle groups. But this power is enough to make right civilization feel deeply jealous. And Shen Yi's side got busy. The Qingxiao Empire and the hunting civilization fleet, who found that the situation was not right, chose to run away, but they were horrified. They didn't expect this intruder to be so terrifying. Even the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups of the right civilization were all annihilated by the opponent. If it weren't for the other party's attention at the time, it wasn't on them. I am afraid that only 1/10 of the Death Star Fortress battle group is enough to keep them all. It's over, I'm afraid something big will happen this time. 35. The commander-in-chief of the Qingxiao Empire fleet looked terrified at this moment. 2 such powerful civilizations go to war, no matter what the final outcome is, their fate will probably not be very good. If the invading civilization wins, the consequences can be imagined. How could the other party tolerate the existence of civilizations that can pose a certain threat to them on their own territory? Having paid such a huge price, the other party will definitely clean up the entire river system. Then let the other party's own forces settle in. And if the right civilization finally wins, they will also have nothing to do. In the face of this powerful enemy, right civilization will definitely suffer a great loss even if it wins in the end. And with his knowledge of the right civilization, it is absolutely impossible for the other party to let himself be threatened when his vitality is severely damaged. Even if they survived in the end, they would definitely be knocked down by the other side into the ranks of the intermediate level arm spin civilization. The hunting and Wen civilization is even more panic. Although their strength is the strongest among the 3 mid-level arm spin level civilizations, there is even a B-level arm spinning level Death Star Fortress in the civilization, which is a powerful column even in the old middle level arm spinning civilization. But they are all trapped in the Hexen mining area now. Civilization is arguably plunged into an unprecedented state of emptiness. Now the other party's hornet's nest has been stabbed, and the plan has been discovered in advance. How could it not start a massive expansion? With the current situation of their hunting and civilization, I am afraid that even the opponent's A-class arm-spinning battleship squad can be easily destroyed. Just like before the Red Flame civilization and Storm civilization. Directly destroy their main star system and kill all their heads. Paralyze civilization until subsequent conquest. For a time, both civilizations fell into a state of panic. They no longer know whether they want to pray for the victory of the right civilization or the victory of this unknown civilization. Obviously they are also one of the overlords of the Horden River system. As a result, he is now worrying about his own survival. It's not that they are not strong enough, it's just that the other party is too strong. However, the commander-in-chief of Qinchuang civilization, who has not experienced the battlefield here, does not know that the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups of the right civilization here have been destroyed. On the contrary, after seeing the large-scale transfer of the fleet on Shen Yi's side, instead, his mind became more alive. In his imagination, in order to deal with the right civilization, this unknown civilization will inevitably press all its forces. Wouldn't that make the interior a defensive emptiness? If he succeeded in stealing his home, he would not have made a contribution to the right civilization. They might even be able to get some advanced arm spin level technology. This will be of great help for them to become an advanced arm spinning civilization in the future. Backquote. Steal your home. You must steal your home. The commander-in-chief of Qinhuang civilization did not hesitate to finalize the decision. Shen Yi had no idea about Qinhuang civilization's sleazy operation. But if he knew, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. Not to mention that there are still 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups on his side. In terms of firepower, under the bonus of the title, even Nuo's Zhao is comparable to the 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups. It is difficult for the opponent to break through this layer of defense. What's more, the second forearm spin has been managed into a monolith by him. Those apocalyptic Dyson balls are enough to make the opponent drink a pot. Coupled with the artificial wormhole generation ship, firepower can be supported at any time. If a mere intermediate level arm spinning civilization wants to think about him, it is definitely thinking of shit. The other party simply cannot have the slightest chance. And after 3 days, Shenling also collected all the blueprints on the battlefield. Master, this time we have harvested a total of 3,100 D-level arm spinning blueprints, 212 C-level arm spinning blueprints, and 37 B-level arm spinning blueprints, and 1 A-level arm spinning class blueprints. Blueprint. Among them, there are 127 D-level arm spinning blueprints related to artificial wormhole technology, 33 C-level arm spinning blueprints, and 2 B-level arm spinning blueprints. Find a blueprint for AC class arm spin Dyson sphere similar to the Apocalypse class Dyson sphere. After finishing the blueprint, Shenling immediately reported to Shen Yiwei. Is the harvest so exaggerated this time? Shen Yi raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise in his eyes. But this is good news. Especially the artificial wormhole laboratory. With his current blueprint, he is about to push the artificial wormhole laboratory to an advanced level. However, even if it is only an intermediate artificial wormhole laboratory, it is also enough to manufacture artificial wormhole beacon ships and artificial wormhole generators at the C-class arm spinning level. After being strengthened, these warships will reach the A-class arm spinning class level, which is enough to meet his current needs. Moreover, the Dyson sphere blueprint was also something he kept staring at Shenling. Didn't expect to find it this time. He actually got the Dyson sphere blueprint before. It's just that it's too different from the Apocalypse level Dyson sphere. If you want to make it, you must dismantle and redo it, which is definitely a vast project. It is too troublesome to implement. And now there is an advanced Dyson ball blueprint that is similar to the Apocalypse Dyson ball. Then, you only need to upgrade on the basis of the Apocalypse level Dyson sphere. 29%. Chapter 115. Number matter how strong the opponent is. This saves him a lot of time. I just don't know that after this enhancement, it can reach A-level arm spin level Dyson spheres. It will be much stronger than the Apocalypse Dyson sphere that has reached the C-level arm spin level after strengthening. By the way, what type of blueprint is this A-class arm spinning blueprint? Shen Yi asked curiously. If nothing else, these A-level arm spinning blueprints are after strengthening. It should be the only technology in his hands that can break through the arm rotation level. He is still very concerned about it. Master, it is a special weapon. Shenling replied, presenting this blueprint in front of Shen Yi at the same time. Antimatter Light Speed Missile. Grade rating. Grade A Army Rotation Grade. Capability. The maximum flight speed can reach the speed of light, and conventional means cannot be intercepted at all. The maximum range is 5 billion kilometers, the farthest killing range is 500 million kilometers, the maximum power killing range is 50 million kilometers, and the S-level arm rotation level can be attacked within the maximum killing range. All of the following objects cause a devastating blow. Consumption. After the maximum power is activated, 50 billion energy is consumed per second. Production requirements. 30 million units of D-class arm spinning materials, 8 million units of C-class arm spinning materials, 1.4 million units of B-class arm spinning materials, 200,000 A-class arm spinning materials, 3,000 trillion points of energy. Hey, so exaggerated. 39. Shen Yi couldn't help taking a deep breath. Isn't this thing a bit perverted to the point? This is even more terrifying than the super weapons displayed by the right civilization before. At least, the opponent's flight speed is far from reaching the category of the speed of light. Although there is basically no possibility of interception. But faster speed will give the other party less time to prepare. Moreover, the power of this antimatter light-speed missile is also much greater than the opponent's. At least, within the killing range of the opponent, not only the Death Star Fortress survived almost intact. Even many A-class arm-spinning battleships survived. It's just that the resources it needs are too terrifying. Shen Yi couldn't help sighing as he looked at the resources required for the manufacturing list. However, this is actually understandable. After all, this is a super weapon for destruction, and its power even surpasses the Death Star Fortress. The killing range of 500 million kilometers is too terrifying. Coupled with the speed of light, there is simply no A-class arm-spinning battleship that can escape. And, unlike other civilizations, the energy to propel missiles into flight is limited. Shen Yi's side can supply energy to the other party remotely. As long as Shen Yi's total energy was not exhausted, the missile was not intercepted. Then, this missile can chase the opponent to the end of the world. Although this antimatter light-speed missile needs to consume energy every second, it has reached a terrifying figure of 50 billion energy. However, if you can have weapons of this level, even if he wants to deal with battleships beyond the arm spin level, he has a way. After all, after being strengthened, the antimatter light 907 speed missile will exceed the arm rotation level. That would be his true whole level presence. Upgrade the level of the artificial wormhole laboratory first, and then slowly start to upgrade the Dyson sphere. Shen Yi instructed Shen Ling. The importance of artificial wormholes is self-evident. With the advancement of technology, the value of artificial wormholes has gradually emerged. However, the creation of the right civilization actually taught him a lesson. The technology to create artificial wormholes is of course very important. But the technology to defend against man-made wormholes is just as important. He didn't want the enemy to bring justice to him. Especially if the other party has the technology to pull the artificial wormhole close enough. What if a super weapon is dropped directly through an artificial wormhole? The maximum damage radius of the antimatter light-speed missile has reached a distance of 50 million kilometers. If the opponent also has this super weapon, then, it is completely possible to directly drop this super weapon into his range of 50 million kilometers. That was absolutely devastating for him. Of course, this possibility is only a hypothesis. Now his artificial wormhole technology is not bad, and his defense methods are not particularly bad. At least in the advanced arm-spinning civilization, it is unlikely that anyone can use artificial wormholes to grow mushroom eggs for him at close range. It's just his worry about the future. Yes, Master. Shen Ling respectfully responded. Then, Shen Yi turned his attention to Shen Er. What about you? Do you need any warships? Shen Yi asked. Professional things are naturally left to professional people to do. The battleships that Shen Er had chosen before were not particularly high, regardless of their rank. But it still showed a dazzling effect on the battlefield. If it weren't for the tactical pulse-jamming missiles, he wouldn't have killed the right civilization's fleet so easily. If it wasn't for a Falcon-class starfighter, he would also be able to divert the opponent's attention. Let the Shadow Killer-class ghost ship find an opportunity to approach and project a tactical pulse-jamming missile. Therefore, he believed very much in Shen Er's strategic vision, which was at least a lot higher than his. In addition to picking out those simple conventional warships, he has no particularly good ideas to piece together a normal fleet. Whether there can be any cooperation between the warships, it is basically that 10 orifices have passed through 9. Any choice again? Shen Er's eyes lit up, showing a trace of expectation. Last time, only C-level, arm-spinning level, blueprints could be selected. Even after strengthening, only B-level, arm-spinning level could be selected at the highest level. Such a class of warships, although in the battle with the advanced arm-spin class, can also play a role of some extraordinary soldiers. But kibbing is only kibbing after all, and it is not AHDG, tough in hard power. For example, if there are a few super weapons like the right civilization, she can even destroy the opponent's Death Star Fortress battle group without injury. Moreover, this time, she can still choose the B-level, arm rotation level blueprint. If this was strengthened, it would be a technological product of the S-level arm spinning level. Immediately, she quickly browsed through the blueprints for the B-class armspin class that she could use. Blueprints were quickly pass out. At the same time, the blueprints were quickly included in the pre-selection column by her. Soon, after much consideration for the price-performance ratio, 3 B-level arm-spinning blueprints were selected by Shen Er. Sacred Shield class position interference frigate. Grade rating. Grade B arm rotation grade. Capability. The maximum sailing speed is 300,000 Mach. Equipped with 2 process missile launchers, which can launch 72 short-range tactical missiles at the same time, and can intercept missiles with a maximum speed of no more than 500,000 Mach at a distance of 5 million kilometers, with an interception rate of 95%. At the same time, it is equipped with a position interference shield, which can distort the space to a certain extent and avoid production within a range of 200 million kilometers. Create artificial wormholes, and force field shields can intercept B-level arm-spinning level attacks. Consumption. 500 trillion energy is consumed every day, and 50 billion energy is consumed per second after opening the stand. Production requirements. Several stellar-level materials, 2.8 million units of D-level arm-spin-level materials, 1.1 million units of C-level arm-spin-level materials, 300,000 units of B-level arm-spin-level materials, 130 trillion points energy. Shadow-class Ghost Battleship. Grade rating. Grade B arm rotation grade. Ability. Has a powerful stealth ability, can be close to B-class arm-spinning warships for 1 million kilometers, and A-class arm-spinning battleships within 5 million kilometers without being detected, and at the same time, the maximum speed is 430,000 Mach, the largest after stealth the speed is Mach 350,000, equipped with 16 torpedo launchers, which can launch various B-class arm-spinning missiles and torpedoes. Consumption. 300 trillion energy is consumed every day. Production requirements. Several stellar-level materials, 3 million units of D-level arm-spinning materials, 1.3 million units of C-level arm-spinning materials, 350,000 units of B-level arm-spinning materials, 150 trillion points energy. Raider-class armed assault ship. Grade rating. Grade B arm rotation grade. Capability. The maximum speed is Mach 450,000. The armor is very powerful. The defense level is no less than that of frigates of the same level, but it can only protect itself. It is also equipped with 2 pulsed particle cannons, 4 phased array laser cannons and 4 missile launchers. It is very suitable for charging into the front near the local formation. Consumption. 500 trillion energy is consumed every day. Production requirements. Several stellar-level materials, 5 million units of D-level arm-spin-level materials, 1.6 million units of C-level arm-spin-level materials, 500,000 units of B-level arm-spin-level materials, 180 trillion points energy. Master, this is the blueprint I have chosen. Shen Er's eyes flashed with fiery heat and said. Good. 35. Shen Yi glanced at the 3 blueprints that Shen Er needed. Needless to say, the value of the Aegis-class stance to interfere with the frigate can perfectly solve the justice he is worried about. If it is strengthened, the Aegis-class stance interference frigate can even directly reach the S-class arm rotation class. Even those top arm-spinning civilizations that have mastered very powerful wormhole technology. Don't even think about opening a hole in his head and bombing him from a distance. As for the value of the Shadow Killer class Ghost Battleship, it can actually be seen from the previous performance of the Shadow Killer class Ghost Battleship. If it weren't for the Shadow Killer class Ghost Battleship that was close enough. It is also impossible to achieve such a big result and easily defeat the opponent. Otherwise, use the opponent's remaining 2 super weapons, plus the opponent's Iron King for defense. It's really not that easy for him to leave the other party behind. Is it the last Raider-class armed assault ship to replace the previous space fighter? Shen Yi asked. The speed of this Raider armed assault ship, even among the B-class armed spin class, belongs to the top class. It is even comparable to some slower A-class armed spinning warships. Add an armor tough enough to rival a frigate, and decent weapons and missile launchers. This is completely a starfighter that has been strengthened to the extreme. Yes, Master. In previous battles, I found that the space fighters were too weak on the battlefield, and the enemy could also use the space fighters to stop them. 39. It's completely impossible to form a clear and dark cooperation with the Ghost Battleship, so I want to use this armed assault ship to replace the mission of the starfighter in Ming. Shen Er explained. One bright and one dark does not mean that the bright should bear the role of the dark. But both sides can bring enough threats and blows to the other side. But if you just use interstellar fighters, although the speed is enough, the problem is that the other party can also use the same level of interstellar fighters to intercept. But this armed assault ship is different. Although in terms of speed, the speed of the armed assault ship is slightly worse than that of the starfighter. But its defense is here, coupled with more powerful firepower than the starfighter. far from being able to be compared and intercepted by interstellar fighters. What's more, the Raider-class armed assault ship is a B-class arm-spinning level warship. After strengthening, it can reach S-grade arm rotation grade. It is more than enough to deal with a top-level arm-spin civilization, let alone a high-level arm-spin civilization like the Wright civilization. Perhaps a few Raider-class armed assault ships could not destroy a complete Death Star Fortress battle group. But if you just carry the tactical pulse-jamming missile, it's more than enough. It can even be said that it is a piece of cake. Coupled with the existence of the Shadow Killer-class ghost battleship, this light and dark is the real deterrent. And, now just carry tactical pulse-jamming missiles. But what if you carry super weapons in the future? Shen Yi was very much looking forward to the appearance of that picture. But, Master, I have one more request. At this time, Shen Er suddenly came over, squatted beside Shen Yi, tugged at his arm and looked at him. However, although Shen Er was deliberately acting like a spoiled child, he didn't cheat, and his words still carried a sassy atmosphere. I hope you can upgrade the Death Star Fortress by 1 level to the level of B-level arm spinning level. 5. The corners of Shen Yi's mouth twitched, and a little embarrassed, he looked away. Xing, you can do it yourself. But then he changed the conversation again and said, but the Death Star Fortress at the B-level arm spinning level, I am afraid that with our resources, we will not be able to produce too much. It's not that he wants to embarrass Shen Er, but it is the truth. The Death Star Fortress is more than just making the resources it needs. At the same time, in order for the Death Star Fortress to have full combat power, a large number of weapons and defense facilities need to be equipped. In this way, the Death Star Fortress can be completed. But the amount of resources required is definitely an astonishing number. After being strengthened, it has reached the specifications of the S-level arm-spinning Death Star Fortress, and it is not necessary to equip a large number of weapons and facilities of the same level. Even if these are actually just a lot of B-grade, arm-spinning, and below material. But that is still a very scary number. With the resources he has now obtained from the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups of the Wright civilization, I am afraid that only 3 Death Star Fortresses of this level can be made, and they will be completely exhausted. Yes, Master, I only need 1 as a whole card. 99. Shen Er stood up immediately, his face full of joy. The pitiful appearance that he had before has disappeared at all, making Shen Yi almost like a tool man. However, Shen Yi didn't care about this. He just shook his head helplessly, although he had no interest in Iron Man. But who can refuse the coquettish iron-blooded soldier Ji Shen Er? And at this moment on the side of the Wright civilization, Major General Leon, who was in charge of this annihilation mission, also rushed back from the Hexen mining area. During this time, he also successfully integrated the expedition fleet this time. A full 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups, plus the 15 world destruction fission missiles they carry. It can be said that this time the Wright civilization has almost brought out most of its strength. Tisk, I didn't expect to ask me to rescue this time. That guy Virgo is really a waste, and he was easily manipulated by others. 5. He should be burping by now, right? Leon folded his feet and sat lazily on the center console, his expression very frivolous and disdainful. As the first member of the Wright Civilization Youth Sect, he is only a lieutenant general now. But he is still full of disdain for Virgo, who is a Samsung general. Moreover, he does have this qualification to disdain. When Virgo was in the same age group as Leon, he was just a brigadier general. Whether it is the status at that time or the honor, it is far from comparable to Leon. These things are not necessarily. Admiral Virgo's ability is still very strong. 5. However, the enemy this time is really not easy, you better be careful. The adjutant on the side wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a smile. Although as Leon's adjutant, he is also a major general level figure, and also serves as the deputy commander of the Death Star Fortress battle group. But he didn't dare to criticize a veteran general with the rank of 3-star general like Leon. Moreover, what Leon said before was also very out of place. If it is known by the soldiers of the Wright civilization, it is not known what the impact will be. After all, if Virgo is dead, it means that the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups are basically impossible to survive. Those elite warriors of the Wright civilization are all buried in a foreign land. This kind of thing can't be easily criticized. Fortunately, the command room is now their own people, but there is no need to worry about the news leaking out. What are you afraid of? This time we are carrying 15 world destruction fission missiles, so what if the opponent is stronger? Could it be that the opponent still has S-class, arm rotor class battleships? 35. Leon's face was still full of arrogance, and he didn't take the enemy he was about to face in his eyes at all. What's more, the commanding ability of this general is not comparable to that of Virgo. When Leon said this, the whole person was full of confidence. The adjutant on the side was also noncommittal and did not deny this sentence. Because Leon's command ability is really excellent. He once used a Death Star Fortress battle group to defeat an enemy several times his own. Although it was just a brainless monster, it was still a very proud achievement. It is precisely because of this that the leaders of the right civilization and the 12 elders will confidently hand over this task to Leon, who is only a few hundred years old and can only be regarded as a young man. 29%. Chapter 116. New upgrade. S-class arm-spinning battleship. Okay, the whole ship will set off with me and get rid of the enemy as soon as possible. 99. Leon withdrew his feet from the console and his expression became a little more serious. A trace of fighting intent also burned in his eyes. I hope this enemy who can defeat that wasteful Virgo can make me feel a little joy. Otherwise, let Lao Su fight those monsters in the Hexen mine. Although he said that he looked down on Virgo, he really looked down on Virgo in his heart. But in fact, he didn't think that Virgo was really rubbish. Just because he is too strong. If the opponent can really defeat Virgo, and leave all Virgo's fleet behind, then there are only two possibilities. Either the opponent's strength is too much beyond Virgo. At least a 5-fold difference in strength is needed to be able to do so. Counting the 3 carried, destroying fission missiles. The power controlled by Virgo can be regarded as 6 Death Star Fortress battle groups. And more than 5 times the strength of Virgo, that is a full 30 Death Star Fortress battle groups. But is it possible? Even those old-fashioned advanced arm-spinning civilizations cannot support such a huge fleet. He didn't think that the other party would be a top-level arm-spinning civilization. If the other party is really a top-level arm rotation-level civilization, what kind of secret development is there? Wouldn't it be over if you just come up in a rush? Although their right civilization strength is not bad. But if it is a top-level arm rotation-level civilization, it can only flee in embarrassment. Then, the situation can only be another possibility. While the opponent's strength is not weak, relying on tactics to win the waste of Virgo. That's why I left all that waste of Virgo there. And if that's the case, then such an enemy is worthy of being eliminated by his uncle Leon. Shen Yi didn't know about right civilization's actions. However, even if he knew, he would not pay attention at all. Now the right civilization has been completely ignored by Shen Yi, and it doesn't even have the ability to arouse his jealousy. After the right civilization personally delivered the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups to him, the fate of the other party is already doomed. S-class arm-spinning level warships are absolutely enough to crush any advanced arm-spinning civilization. This disparity at the level of civilization. There's no such thing as quality or strategy that can make up for it. At this moment, the 3 warships that Shen-Er wanted before had already been produced and had sample templates. Sacred Shield Class Position Interference Frigate. Grade rating. S-grade arm rotation grade. Capability. The maximum sailing speed is Mach 800,000. Equipped with 2 process missile launchers, which can launch 72 short-range tactical missiles at the same time. And can intercept missiles with a maximum speed of no more than Mach 750,000 at a distance of 50 million kilometers, with an interception rate of 90%. At the same time, the equipped position interference shield can distort the space to a certain extent, avoiding the generation of artificial wormholes within a range of 5 billion kilometers, and the force field shield can intercept S-level arm-spinning level attacks. Consumption. 3,000 trillion energy is consumed every day, and 500 billion energy is consumed per second after opening the position. Shadow Class Ghost Battleship. Grade rating. S-grade arm rotation grade. Ability. Has a powerful stealth ability, can be close to S-class arm-spinning warships for 2 million kilometers, D-class river-class warships within 10 million kilometers without being detected, and at the same time the maximum speed is 850,000 Mach, the largest after stealth speed of Mach 750,000, equipped with 16 torpedo launchers, can launch various S-class arm-spinning models and S-class arm-spinning level and below missiles, torpedoes. Consumption. 2,500 trillion energy is consumed every day. Raider-class armed assault ship. Grade rating. S-grade arm rotation grade. Capability. The maximum speed can reach the speed of light, Mach 880,000. The armor is very powerful, and the defense level is no less than that of a frigate of the same level, but it can only protect itself. At the same time, it is equipped with 2 pulsed particle cannons and 4 phased array laser cannons as well as 4 missile launchers. It is very suitable for charging into the front of the local array. Consumption. 3,500 trillion energy is consumed every day. With these 3 battleships, even in the face of the top arm-spinning civilization, I can still fight. Shen Yi sighed. These 3 types of warships, although not particularly adequate. 0. Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. But it still includes assault, defense and sneak attack, and the function is very powerful. If it is used to throw some special weapons such as tactical pulse jamming missiles, it will definitely have a very good effect. The only flaw is that their attack capabilities may be slightly worse. However, after these upgrades, the basic level has reached B level arm spinning level, and after strengthening, it can reach S level arm spinning level in front of the Death Star Fortress. Then it's not a big problem at all. The Death Star Fortress itself is in existence for fighting. In terms of firepower, it is even enough to suppress a complete conventional fleet. In terms of speed, it is extremely against the sky. The attack range of the main gun is also very terrifying, and its own defense is abnormally solid. Point 0. When facing the fleets without the Death Star Fortress. That's a complete one-sided fight. And the S-class arm spin level Death Star Fortress he owns today may not be as functional as the S-class arm spin level Death Star Fortress of the top arm spin level civilization. However, under the increase of the Hundredfold enhancement system, it even surpassed the S-class arm spin level Death Star Fortress of the top arm spin level civilization in some aspects. It is enough to easily suppress a conventional fleet of a top-level arm rotation level civilization. Of course, there are few conventional fleets in the top arm spin level civilization, and they are basically Death Star Fortress battle groups. Therefore, Shen Yi's current strength is still a bit underwhelming in front of the top arm spin level civilization. Unless he is willing to take out his super weapon, the antimatter light speed missile. After that thing is strengthened, there is a high probability that the level will exceed the level of the arm rotation level and reach the river system level. Even for some elementary river system level civilizations, it can cause some threats. Not to mention the mere arm spinning civilization. Even if the opponent is a veteran top-level arm spinning civilization, it can't stop this level of attack. However, with Shen Yi's current resources, at most, he can only produce less than 10 super weapons of this level. Master, the prototype of the Dyson Sphere has also been made. 35. At this time, Shen Ling also seemed to seek praise and followed the report. The new Dyson Sphere will never let you down. 1. 29%. Chapter 117. Judgment Level Dyson Sphere. How about the new Dyson Sphere? For the new Dyson Sphere, his requirements are not high. As long as it can be stronger than the current Dyson Ball, it is enough to maintain his basic daily consumption. Now these warships require too many resources. If all are added up, it even reaches the point where it needs to be summarized in megabytes. In the future, the demand for energy for warships will definitely increase. Just the Apocalypse-level Dyson Sphere with a daily output of 500 trillion energy cannot meet the demand at all. Moreover, the attack power of the Apocalypse-level Dyson Sphere is still too bad. Even if it is strengthened, it can only threaten the warships of the C-class arm-spinning level. Maybe it's not bad in the early stage, but in the later stage, facing those intermediate-level arm-spin level civilizations and high-level arm-spin level civilizations, even the energy barriers of others can't be shaken. These are the questions that Shen Yi has always been worried about. Master, 907 inches. The Dyson Ball chosen this time is called Judgment Grade Dyson Ball. Perhaps it is not as good as other A-level arm-spinning Dyson balls in terms of energy conversion, but in terms of attack methods, it is worse than the same level Dyson balls go a notch higher. If our artificial wormhole technology is powerful enough in the future, it can completely destroy the enemy's head. Shen Ling also seemed to be somewhat infected by Shen Er. There is a touch of aggression in his temperament and choice. Especially in the face of this right civilization in the future, the opponent's main star system is bound to be in danger, and a strong defense has been set up. I am afraid that even if the S-class arm-spinning Death Star Fortress is dispatched, it will be difficult to take it for a while down. However, if you use a trial-grade Dyson Sphere, the opponent's defense is just a joke. Speaking of this, Shen Ling was unusually confident. Moreover, this is also a question that she has verified through Shen Er, a war expert. In terms of power, the power of the trial-level Dyson Sphere's flare trial is even more terrifying than the super weapons that Right Civilization had cast before. Judgment Dyson Sphere. Grade rating. Grade A, Army Rotation Grade. Ability. It can provide 5 trillion energy every day, and at the same time can release 10 trillion energy at one time. To judge the enemy, the power can reach the limit that can be achieved by A-level arm rotation level, and judge everything lower than the top arm rotation level. The existence of civilization is the top weapon in the advanced arm spin class. At the same time, it can easily detect disturbances within 50 light years, and the video surveillance range can reach 20 light years. All warships below S-class arm spin class can be found. Consumption. None. Hey, this attack is more than just a little stronger. Shen Yi couldn't help but be taken aback by this luxurious property. This judgment level Dyson Sphere can actually judge everything below the S-level arm rotation level. This property is too exaggerated. However, it is not incomprehensible to think that this is a one-time release of 10 trillion energy. Even if the Death Star Fortress at the S-rank arm spinning rank level has the maximum firepower output, he can't use so much energy in a day. However, this was all condensed into one shot by the trial-grade Dyson Sphere. One can imagine how terrible this attack is. However, as far as the resources consumed by the trial-level Dyson Sphere are concerned, it is obviously impossible to popularize as quickly as the Apocalypse-level Dyson Sphere in the short term. The stellar resource Shen Yi is not in short supply. But the resources at the arm spin level, then he is too short. Judgment-level Dyson Spheres are still at the C-level arm spin level, even if they are at the basic level. This means that he needs a lot of D-class armspin materials and C-class armspins materials to build them. Not to mention that he replaced all the 7 billion stars in the second forearm, even if he replaced tens of thousands of them. These can only be waited until later, when he realizes the freedom of the arm spin level material. At least he can do it after the D-level arm spin level and C-level arm spin level materials are free. Let's build the Judgment Dyson Sphere on the nearest star system to the right civilization. 99. Shen Yi thought about it and said. And near the Hexen mining area, I also arranged a few for it. Now, he has also learned a lot of information about the right civilization from the wreckage of the warships of the right civilization. At the same time, also know the existence of Hexen mining area. He had never imagined that there was such an existence in the Hexen mining area. There are still planet-sized monsters inside, and there are even monsters that can compete with the A-level arm-spinning Death Star Fortress. This simply shattered his knowledge of the universe. However, in fact, thinking of the creatures like the final beast, it is not impossible to understand the existence of these monsters. Even man-made creatures can be so terrifying, why are there no monsters that naturally grow and evolve to such a degree? However, these monsters seem to have all the evolution points on their bodies. It seems that even the brain is full of muscles, so that it is not very smart. Basically just act on instinct. It's not that difficult to deal with. As long as there is enough combat power on it. On the contrary, he was very interested in the large amount of arm spin level resources in the Hexen mining area. According to the calculations of the right civilization, the resources of the Horden River system are enough to push a civilization to the level of the old top arm. Although it is only the most basic top-level veteran arm-spinning civilization. But this resource is still very terrifying, enough to make Shen Yi fatten up. And if he had a trial-grade Dyson Sphere, it would not be so difficult for him to develop the Hexen mining area. After all, the Judgment Dyson Sphere is not a one-time lethal weapon. Just need a lot of energy to drive it. With more than 70 Apocalypse-level Dyson Spheres, the energy he can obtain every day is an astronomical amount. The most important thing can be said to be energy. Of course, other players in this way can't be copied at all. Because other players simply cannot have so many resources. If it weren't for the 100-fold enhancement system, the S-level, stellar level, Apocalypse-level Dyson Sphere was strengthened to the C-level arm rotation level. How could he have produced so many apocalyptic Dyson Spheres? Not to mention him, even a top-level arm rotation level civilization can't do it. Yes, Master. Shen Ling nodded and responded. Even if Shen Yi didn't mention it, she would definitely do it. As Shen Yi's current big housekeeper, she is obliged to do everything to the extreme. After taking 3.6, Shen Yi did not stop Shen Er from attacking. On the contrary, he intends to take advantage of the arrival of the follow-up fleet of the right civilization to control the first and third small arms occupied by the Storm civilization and the Red Flame civilization. He didn't intend to put the battlefield on the second arm that he had already made his home. And the first and third forearm spins, which have no feelings, are naturally suitable. Of course, when doing these things, he also notified the first and third forearm spin players in advance. These players were brought into the second forearm spin. Anyway, the player's highest level now has only just touched the level of the advanced arm rotation level civilization. There is no threat to him at all, and there is no conflict with the resources he needs. In this case, Shen Yi doesn't mind helping them either. 30%. Chapter 118. Good guy, is Qinchuang civilization so courageous? However, what Shen Yi never expected was, when his fleet was heading for the third arm of the Qian civilization, I actually met the fleet of Qinchuang civilization on the way. The opponent has gathered a fleet of 15 B-class, armed swivel-class battleships to come over. I'm afraid that most of the family's foundation will be taken out. Is this civilization crazy? How dare he? Shen Yi's eyes were full of shock. Is this Qinchuang civilization head so iron? This is probably crazier than the Frost Demon civilization he has seen before. He dared to come up so bravely when he knew that he had the Death Star Fortress battle group. Even Shen Yi had to admire this courage. Or that the other party is an old licking dog, and cooperates with the right civilization desperately. But he also didn't see in the information of the right civilization that this Qinchuang civilization is their dog-licking force. Master, are we going to destroy them all? Shen Er asked aloud. Just destroy it, everyone else has come up, and if you don't destroy it, it won't give you face. By the way, send a Death Star Fortress battle group to destroy their main star system. I didn't plan to do 07 to them before. 5. In the end, they actually killed themselves. Shen Yi spread his hands helplessly. Before he solved the right civilization, he really had no idea to deal with this Thousand Frost civilization. After all, the level gap between the two sides is too much. Now that he even has S-class arm-spinning battleships, he doesn't even need to pay attention to the right civilization. What's more, it's just a mere intermediate arm-spinning civilization. However, if the other party takes the initiative to attack, it is another matter. Yes, Master. A flash of fire flashed in Shen Er's eyes. She has something to do before the follow-up fleet of the right civilization arrives. Although this is only to deal with an intermediate arm rotation level civilization, it is completely a battle between father and son. However, she is not picky at all. Think of it as an appetizer before dinner starts. Soon, the 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups that were originally spinning towards the third forearm. Immediately, a fleet headed towards Qinchuang civilization. Since the other party has been brought to their mouths, it would be a bit too shameless if they didn't eat the other party. At this moment, Qinchuang civilization fleet is here. Still holding the excitement of stealing in my heart. The commander-in-chief of the Qinchuang civilization fleet looked at the dark deep space ahead, with a smile and excitement that could not be concealed from the corners of his eyes. As long as his plan succeeds this time, he will be one of the great men of the Qinchuang civilization in the future. No, it should be said that the greatest great man. Even this feat is enough to crush the great man who pushed the Qinchuang civilization to the intermediate arm rotation level. After all, he is the existence who led Qinchuang civilization into the ranks of advanced arm-spinning civilization. =I_. However, at this moment, a soldier in the command room panicked and shouted, Lord Commander, we have detected a huge object moving at a super high speed at a distance of 300 million kilometers from us. The object is moving at a speed of at least Mach 450,000. Above. What? Above Mach 450,000? The commander was taken aback and almost fell to the ground. What kind of monster speed is Mach 450,000? That has already surpassed the B-level arm rotation level and entered the A-level arm rotation level. Also, he noticed that the soldiers said over Mach 450,000, not just Mach 450,000. This is because the speed that their radar can capture is only Mach 450,000. This means that the opponent is a very terrifying existence even in the A-level arm-spinning level. What is that, and how big is it? The commander-in-chief's voice trembled. He was a little worried that this was the Death Star Fortress of that civilization. If it is really the Death Star Fortress, then they don't need to struggle. His home-stealing plan was all based on the fact that the opponent's main force was all dragged by the right civilization. If they were to compete head-on, even half of the Death Star Fortress battle group was far from what they could compete against. In other words, even if the Death Star Fortress battle group of the Death Star Fortress is excluded, it's enough to put their entire civilization into a crisis of destruction. Even if they have some means in the main star system, even ordinary A-class arm-spinning battleships cannot be easily destroyed. But that doesn't mean they can stop the Death Star Fortress. That level of combat power is not something they can compete with. About the size of a planet. The diameter is at least tens of thousands of kilometers. The soldier's face was pale, and he said this while holding back his fear. This soldier once had the honor to go to a right civilization to participate in a military parade. Naturally know how terrifying the Death Star Fortress is. Although the size of this one is much smaller than that of the right civilization. But that is also the Death Star Fortress. Moreover, from the speed of the opponent, it is not difficult to judge that the opponent is definitely a Death Star Fortress of the A-level arm-spinning level. This is simply not something they can contend with. It's over. The other party is definitely coming for us. Why? Why is the right civilization such a waste? Even the other party can't be contained. The commander-in-chief's face also turned pale. He actually didn't think about this possibility, but it was only suppressed by him. The temptation to sprint in this direction by acquiring the technology of an advanced arm-spinning civilization is too great. Even if he did it all over again, he would definitely still choose to do so. It's just that he will be more careful and vigilant, and he will never be reckless like this 907 time. It's a pity that there is no life again, and Shenyi will not be restrained by the mere right civilization. The internal defense is so empty that an intermediate arm-spinning civilization can touch it. At this moment, the Death Star Fortress in the distance is carrying an entire Death Star Fortress battle group. Justice's terrifying speed of up to Mach 500,000 quickly collided with the fleet of Qinchuang civilization. It doesn't mean to break at all. A mere mid-level civilization fleet is not enough to make the Death Star Fortress battle group feel threatened. Even, the former is not even qualified to threaten the Death Star Burst battle group. However, the commander-in-chief of Qinchuang civilization would not be willing to just sit and wait for death. But he was no longer in the mood to encourage any morale, so he gritted his teeth and roared, "Attack! Attack me! If you don't want to die, sink them all for me." Although he knew that the probability was very small, they were just a fleet of B-class arm-spinning warships. Why have the guts to say that they will sink the Death Star Fortress battle group? But he didn't want to die like this. What if a miracle happened? In case one of their shells happened to hit the opponent's vitals, causing the opponent to explode and blowing up all the surrounding battleships. Although these possibilities are small, it does not mean that they are completely absent. At least, if they work hard, they can still have a glimmer of hope of survival, although this glimmer of hope is very slim. 30%. Chapter 119. Sure enough, the Minister of Finance and the Marshal of the Military Department are naturally mortal enemies. Of course, although the world is not short of miracles. But the appearance of miracles is based on the fact that the levels of the two sides are not particularly large. At least it has to be possible between the same level of civilization. As far as the gap between Qinchuang civilization and Shenyi, the Death Star Fortress battle group, there is no possibility of any miracles happening. Unless it was Shen Er who was controlling this Death Star Fortress battle group suddenly short-circuited. A large number of artillery fire and missiles flew frantically from the more than 10 fleets of Qinchuang civilization towards the Death Star Fortress battle group flying at high speed in the distance. At this moment, they have completely neglected to save energy and shells. They just want to survive under the terror and oppression of the other side. However, the distant Death Star Fortress battle group was still flying at a high speed, as if they had not noticed the incoming attacks at all. However, this is also very normal. If the A-level arm-spinning Death Star Fortress battle group is facing an intermediate-level arm-spinning civilization, care needs to be taken. Then, the Death Star Fortress battle group will not be touted so high. Their status is like the status of the aircraft carrier battle group on the Earth. As long as the aircraft carrier battle group is dispatched. So if you want to compete with the opponent, you can only launch super weapons, or also dispatch an aircraft carrier battle group of the same level. Beyond that, no third possibility exists. The distance between the two sides quickly narrowed, and the struggle of the Qinchuang civilization fleet was as if the ants launched an attack on the elephant. Although it looks extremely spectacular, the actual combat power is only 5. Facing the peak combat power of the advanced armed spin level civilization, the mere intermediate armed spin level civilization is indeed a full-fledged scumbag. Soon, this Death Star Fortress battle group ripped apart countless artillery fire. In the terrified eyes of the commander-in-chief of the Qinhuang civilization fleet, he slammed into it. Boom! An astonishing shock wave immediately spread out towards the surroundings. The energy barrier held up by the fleets near the impact center suddenly distorted violently. At the same time, countless D-class armed spinning battleships were twisted and torn apart instantly under this terrifying force. Even if it's just this impact, it's still not something that their warships can contend with. Only C-class armed spinning warships could barely survive this impact. Moreover, even if the loss is so tragic, they also did not stop the footsteps of this Death Star Fortress battle group. The other party was as if the elephant had smashed through a layer of spider web, and was not affected at all. Where it was hit, a large vacuum hole appeared directly. As for the commander-in-chief of the Thousand Frost civilization fleet, he had already died in the previous violent impact. What the hell is this? Some of the Qinhuang civilization soldiers who were located in the marginal area and were not affected at all, looked at the vacancy with fear in their eyes. This is a picture they simply cannot understand. Because the right civilization has not launched a war against civilization very much. Therefore, it was the first time they saw the Death Star Fortress battle group exert its power. Alive. Are you alive? Does the other party just want to pass by? Great, we don't need to face this monster. More Qinhuang civilization soldiers cried and cried. Facing that level of terrifying existence, the pressure brought to them is simply too great. This is almost like an ordinary person, holding a small dagger and facing the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The gap between the two sides is enough to make people desperate. What's more, the small dagger in his hand can't bring even the slightest sense of security to himself. However, will Shen let them go? Don't say that this group of people took the initiative to provoke a war. The light is Shen Yi's desire to make the Horden River system his future center of power in the universe. It is absolutely not allowed to have any civilization that can threaten itself in the Horden River system. Even those players who have the idea of getting stronger. Shen Yi would never allow the other party to appear in his territory. Of course, if it was such a player, he would not be willing to stay in his territory. In this case, Shen Yi would still give face and send the other party out. Boom! The terrifying main artillery attack from the Death Star Fortress instantly blasted into the center of this incomplete fleet. In just an instant, a circle of huge blood-colored translucent spheres spread out all around. All the battleships that had been impacted were instantly destroyed. Death Star Fortress Destruction Mode. A large fleet designed to destroy those low-level civilizations. Only the Death Star Fortress battle group of the same level is capable of blocking this attack. And if there is no Death Star Fortress, even the conventional high-level arm and civilized fleet cannot survive. This is where the Death Star Citadel is scary. And after the fleet that destroyed the Qinhuang civilization, the Death Star Fortress battle group in the distance did not stop at all. He did not want to check the elimination situation, but quickly rushed towards the big arm where Qinhuang civilization was located. Shen was very confident in the previous attack. She didn't think any battleship could survive this level of attack. Even if it is a powerful B-class arm-spinning battleship, there is absolutely no possibility. And the fact is indeed as she predicted, there was no mistake, only a piece of wreckage remained silently in place in the space. Backquote, the annihilation is complete. Shen Ling, you can go to clean the battlefield. Shen retracted his gaze and said plainly, no problem, this wave of resources should be able to produce a lot of trial-grade Dyson spheres again. Shen Ling's unusually happy voice sounded. I don't know if it was because of Shen Yi's influence. She also has a hamster-like personality now, and it will be a particularly pleasant feeling to see these Dyson spheres gradually established. But Shen turned his head over immediately after she finished speaking, his face full of dissatisfaction. No, I annihilated this batch of enemies, and 60% of them should be used to produce warships. And Shen Ling jumped up as if his hair was fried, and gave Shen forehead a headbutt. Straight Nord S made a violent metal collision sound. Why? I don't agree. You can only have 40% at most. 99. Shen was not to be outdone in the slightest. As a robot, she didn't feel any pain, and she also pushed her hard, it's just that I defeated it. 95. You fart. Then I won't give you the resources I mine. Damn. How can you do this? What happened to me? You started first. The two women headbutted each other, hitting a piece of sparks. Shen Yi, who was watching, was shocked. Sure enough, the Minister of Finance, who is in charge of internal development, and the Marshal of the Army, who is in charge of the army, are naturally dead enemies. The same is true for robots. Fortunately, Shen Ling and Shen Er are both A-level, arm rotation level robots. You don't need to worry about body damage. At least, this kind of headbutt that made him feel extremely terrifying had no effect on Shen Ling and Shen Er. 30%. Chapter 120. Leon's Pride. However, even Shen Yi, whose physique has been greatly strengthened, even mastered the power of mind. When seeing this level of fighting, still feeling a little nervous. Although Shen Ling and Shen Er are indeed first-class beauties. Whether it is appearance or body, it is a work of art. But at this level of battle, he really didn't dare to get involved. What is the difference between these two foreheads colliding with the terrifying impact of a hydraulic press? At this moment, Shen Ling and Shen Er escaped. They came to Shen Yi's left and right, grabbed his left and right arms, and stared at each other. Then they said in unison, "Master, who do you think it should be given to?" Such a move made Shen Yi's body stiff. Good guy, he is a theatergoer, how could he be affected by Qiu? Although he knew that Shen Ling and Shen Er could not really hurt him. But this feeling of standing under a dangerous wall is indeed a bit terrifying. That, I think 1.5 is good, the internal development needs to be developed, and the army also needs to develop. Shen Yi sneered, and directly started chatting with Mud. Although he spent the most time with Shen Ling, naturally he couldn't be sidelined at this time. Moreover, it is indeed as he said, the army and internal development are equally important, and it is good to allocate half of it. Now we don't have much external threats, so we can just maintain it for the time being. Then, he looked at Shen Ling again. Furthermore, after we completely occupy the Horden River system in the future, the place that needs to be guarded will be larger, but it will require a lot of troops. How big is the Horden River system? There are more than 200,000 light-years from the far left to the far right, such a huge distance. Even for S-class arm-spinning battleships, it is a very huge place. Even if it is just guarding those important checkpoints, it requires a very large force to support. This is also why the right civilization is clearly in an invincible hegemony position in the Horden River system. But it still only occupies the first arm. Are they really peace-loving and have no idea about other big arm spins? No, the fundamental reason is that even if they took down the Horden River system, they simply didn't have enough troops to guard it. Therefore, they deliberately twisted the big arm to support the middle-level arm spin-level civilization. The forearm is twisted up, supporting the primary arm-spinning civilization, which is used to guard these places. Once any foreign forces invade, they will also be discovered by these civilizations, allowing them to react. If Shen Yi wants to occupy the entire Horden River system, he needs at least 50 or more A-level, arm-spinning Death Star Fortress battle groups to guard those key points. More than 500 A-class arm-spinning conventional fleets are used to guard those places that are not particularly important. It's not a small number. Therefore, it is still very important to use half of the resources to develop the military. But Shen Yi's answer satisfied both of them. After all, as long as they don't favor each other, that's their victory. So, they let Shen Yi go directly, with sweet smiles on their faces, then thank you master. It's a pity that Shen Yi couldn't feel how sweet it was at all. Instead, I felt a burst of shame, and I was glad that I finally escaped. Iron Soldier G's love really can't hurt. However, he didn't hate this feeling either. At least, the existence of Shen Ling and Shen Er made his long wait less boring. Next, until the fleet of the right civilization appeared in their field of vision, there were no twists and turns. Even in the Qinchuang civilization, there were no twists and turns. The right civilization did not interfere with his destruction of the Thousand Frost civilization at all. The only thing that upset Shen Yi was when the Death Star Fortress battle group arrived. The main star system of Qinchuang civilization has basically been wiped out. With the size of the Death Star Fortress battle group, there is no possibility of hiding at all. AHDG. Therefore, it is conceivable that Qinchuang civilization discovered the path of the Death Star Fortress battle group. And on the right civilization side, as the commander-in-chief of this operation, Leon also received a call for help from Qinchuang civilization. Damn, how dare this unknown advanced arm-spinning civilization be so rampant? It dares to split up at such a time, it doesn't take me seriously at all. Leon gritted his teeth fiercely, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. However, then he quickly issued an order based on the situation. But although this makes Lao Su feel a little uncomfortable, the situation is better for us. We directly attack and make the opponent's Death Star Fortress battle group unable to support back. Although there is only one less Death Star Fortress battle group, it is enough to weaken the opponent's combat effectiveness. They have dispatched 5 Death Star Fortress battle groups and 15 World Destruction fission missiles. In theory, it can even compete with 20 Death Star Fortress battle groups. However, although Leon is arrogant, he is not conceited. That is only theoretical data. As long as the other party understands the power of the world-destroying fission missile in the hands of Virgo's waste, it would be impossible to give him the perfect opportunity to drop a world-destroying fission missile. Therefore, at most, these forces can only compete against 12 or 3 Death Star Fortress battle groups. And the opponent now lacks a Death Star Fortress battle group, which means that he will face less pressure. In this case, the fast break is undoubtedly the best choice. Yes, General, the adjutant on the side responded respectfully, his eyes filled with admiration for Leon. He has been Leon's adjutant for hundreds of years, and he knows the keen sense of war for this seemingly reckless young general. Even the slightest chance will be easily captured by the other party. Severely ripped open a lethal wound on the enemy's body. It's best to force the other side to have to organize forces to counterattack, and create an opportunity for us to throw world-destroying fission missiles. 55. Unlike his arrogant image, Leon's plans are much more sinister. It is conceivable that once Shen Yi was caught off guard, he hurriedly organized a counterattack. Leon will definitely seize the opportunity. Only S-class arm-spinning warships can resist the fission missile. And, unless it's an S-class, spin-class Death Star Fortress or a large number of S-class, spin-class frigates. Otherwise, except for the S-class, arm-spin-class ships themselves, no other warship has any chance of surviving this level of attack. Has any chance of surviving this level of attack. Has any chance of surviving this level of attack. Has any chance of surviving